Anything that you have to earn in life, it's always going to be difficult. There's nothing that comes easy, and if it does come easy, it's purely by luck. Hi, my name is Tryhard. My real name is Jared. I play NARAKA professionally, and this is my 5th time attending the J Cup. When I chose Tryhard as my name, I guess the inspiration for it was behind a popular player from another game, and it was always a name that I admired and someone that I watched. I feel like it reflects my style as an individual because I really like to put in as much effort as possible into the things that I do, and I think my name reflects that. One of the ways that I found out about NARAKA originally was through a friend. She had told me that, hey, NARAKA just came out, I think it would be a really good game for you and I think you would really like it. And at the time I was in my junior year of high school, and once I started playing, it was a feeling that I'd never felt before about any game. I felt very attached to NARAKA, and I kind of felt like it was the exact type of game that I was looking for, and ever since then I've been playing for a very long time. I think my mindset during the first J Cup that I ever attended for solos in 2022, it was definitely like a culture shock for me, just being in a different place and also having the opportunity to play in a solo competition. In 2021, I was only playing for trios, I didn't play for solos, so this is the first time that I was by myself. I didn't have any teammates or anything like that. And it was also the first time that I met a lot of my friends back at home as well. And I think back then, one of my main focuses was just getting that experience. Even if I didn't perform well, I knew that if I ended up coming again, that it would be a very important experience for me. Especially the first year definitely helped me expand further as a player and also in other aspects of life as well. Based on my performance so far, the legacy I want to leave, at least in NA for the most part, is that I would hope to be recognized as the best player from there. I think I've done the most in North America. I think I've won enough. There was almost 3 years where I don't think I ever lost a tournament back at home. But I never felt like that was good enough for me, even though I feel like that is the legacy I've left behind. I've always wanted to do well on the global stage, but I feel like if you look at everything in total, I think you can probably reliably say that I'm the best North American player. I think one of the biggest things, even though I've been here 5 times, which is always kind of crazy for me to think about, one of the biggest things that I've always tried to work on every single year is just my mindset. I've always felt like I have the skill to do well, but the one thing that has held me back a lot is just the way I perceive myself and the lack of confidence, and I feel like working on that every single year has been a goal for mine. I think the personal value of always trying to put my best foot forward or my best effort, it's just like a state of mind for me. If I'm not constantly putting in my best effort, it just doesn't feel right. I feel like if you're going to do something, you should do it 100%, because if not, it's just a waste of time. I think if I could do everything over again, especially when I was choosing my school, and at that time where I was really put in a position whether to choose my academics or gaming, I don't think I would do anything differently. 4 or 5 years ago, I never thought my life would be where it is now, where I have this opportunity to, play overseas and play in the J Cup. I really never thought that my life would take this turn, and I would absolutely do everything the same if I had the opportunity to. I don't know about genius, but I think that if I were to pick something to be remembered by, I would definitely want to be remembered as someone who is incredibly hardworking. That's very important to me.
You should have never come here. The moment you set foot here, everything changed.
You're right. I shouldn't have. But if I hadn't come, how could I ever have peace? How many more cuts must I carve away before I'm through this endless snow? The wind is strong on the lake. And up there, oh, that's bad news for sure. Too bright the moon, too tall the tower. I should not be here drinking alone. But this wine, it feeds my sorrow.
You should have never come here. The moment you set foot here, everything changed.
You're right. I shouldn't have. But if I hadn't come, how could I ever have peace?
You have disturbed the moon. This road burned away carefully.
I wished to stop your tears, yet ended up staining your face with my own. Now you're here beneath the blossoms. You can finally smile with the whispering wind.
I think NARAKA taught me a lot of things when it comes to life. You should never give up and try my best to win. My name is Frostivus from Team BBE and I will play Jacob this year for NARAKA. My life before becoming a professional player was basically just studying all day and doing homeworks. At first, a friend of mine introduced me to this game, and the moment I played it, I instantly fell in love with the game and I can't stop playing it. My life, if I weren't a professional player, is, I'm not too sure, but maybe I will be doing a normal job. I think it would be a pretty boring life, and that's why I try to do this. I think NARAKA taught me a lot of things when it comes to life. You have to keep practicing and you should never give up. I'm just keep practicing and try my best to win. I feel like me as a person, I like to be challenged because if I don't, I would likely get bored. I try to go to the toughest region, which is China, and try to challenge everyone else and see if I can compete. When I first came to NBPL, of course the skill level is not comparable to other regions. So this is the toughest competition there is, and probably I can say that this is where I belong. When I first came to China, I can't really speak any Chinese or know any words. They like to trick me to saying either some bad things or maybe some funny things like husband in Chinese and make me say it without me knowing it. And for some other players, they also like to teach me a lot of. I wouldn't say it's frustrating. It's mainly that maybe awkward and some embarrassing moments because I can't talk to the other person. But overall, I don't really feel like it's a major problem. As long as I find some way to express myself, it's not a big problem. If I don't have this support from my fans, it might be a lot tougher. And because I have this support, I feel like I can keep going and try my best.
板边直接跳 A， 最后一丝，预判对面交大，小龙过来，那这个击败分他可能要拿2个，不交大肯定是给了，因为出去快到时间了，没必要。
给了。
这位置有强袭离火势，上来再一发球，一个水雷结束了。骁龙44.2分的一个成绩，高居榜首，但只能位居第2。
I feel like the key reason to that performance is hard work. During that time, I was practicing all the time and even watching all the time and taking notes. That is what I'm currently doing as well. For this year J-Cup, I feel like recently I've been playing and practicing every day, and I'm very close to the highest rank in Immortal War. And once I reach that, I feel like it would give me a pretty big confidence. Every year, I'm always excited to fight Mike and Spider, but I feel like Verse this year is a very tough opponent, and maybe I can meet him and hopefully also beat him. My expectations or goals, first of all, is of course to qualify to the finals. And once I get to the finals, I will just try my best to win.
Qua ít giáp không có, 99% lượng nộ đã có rồi, thánh quang đã có, bật cho mình cái thánh quang lên và sau đó thì Spider sẽ phải sử dụng luôn cho mình cái nộ kỳ lân để có thể có được một cái bất tử khi mà đối đầu cùng với cả Livolit. Làm choáng được là chiến thắng Livoid, làm choáng hay không vẫn chưa thể làm choáng được từ nào đây. Chọn vào là và đó là Diệp Chiêu của chúng ta.
Em lúc thắng thì em vui, vui hơn nữa khi biết là Spider thì em cũng không nghĩ là em thắng được Spider, mà cũng là không ai lấy trước được gì. Thì đơn giản là em luyện mỗi ngày thôi, luyện thôi. Mà những lúc em đánh em BBL thì đó là một cái kinh nghiệm quan trọng.
Who's the better player? Try hard or lesson?
I would say try hard.
Try hard or like hope?
That's a bit tough, but maybe try hard.
Try hard or Ghosty?
I have to say myself.
You or Junior?
Me.
You or Verse?
That has to be decided in the match. I can't really say, but for now, maybe Verse.
Verse or Spider?
Verse.
Verse or Mike?
Verse.
Who is the better player? Try hard or Begin?
I think try hard. He has more experience.
Okay, try hard or Mind?
Try hard.
Try hard or like hope?
Try hard.
Try hard or Frosty-West?
I give it to Frost.
Frost or Pirano?
Frost.
Frost or HM?
Frost for sure, 100%.
Frost or T225?
Results say that T225 is better, but I trust Frost more. I think he's better.
Okay, Frost or Shenyang?
Frost for sure.
Frost or Mike?
Has to be Mike.
Mike or Spider?
Spider.
Spider or Verse?
Spider.
Spider or Lexi?
Lexan.
谁是更强的选手？Try hard 还是 lesson？
try 了。
Try hard 还是北极星？
北极星。
北极星还是笑容？
笑容。
笑容还是深渊？
深渊。
深渊还是 T25？
跳舞。
T25还是 Spider？
Spider。
Spider 还是麦克？
两个都去。
那麦克还是麦？
麦。
Who is the better player? Try hard or BG?
I think try hard. He has more experience.
Okay, try hard or mind?
Try hard.
Try hard or light core?
Try hard.
Try hard or frosty was?
I give it to Frost.
Frost or Pirano?
Frost.
Frost or HM?
Frost for sure, 100%.
Frost or T225?
Results say that T225 is better, but I trust Frost more. I think he's better.
Okay, Frost or Shenyan?
Frost for sure.
Frost or Mike?
Has to be Mike.
Mike or Spider?
Spider.
Spider or Verse?
Spider.
Spider or Lexan?
Lexan. People are going to be furious when I say this, at least my teammates, but not last.
I am Zenit Zay, and this year I'll be coaching Lexan at Jacob.
Hello guys, I'm Zenit Lexan and I am going to compete in Jacob this year.
So for me, I found it through Twitch when it was still in beta test. I was just scrolling Twitch and I saw this game and it looked really interesting, so that's how I found it.
As for me, I saw the trailer even before the game released and I was playing since day 1 beta.
Locked in.
So in 2023, we were looking for a trios teammate with Brandoro, and then we saw Zay, who was already competing in Jacob, and we thought he would be an excellent fit because he played so good already.
Thank you. Yeah, it's the same. Like they just approached me and they said, yeah, do you want to compete in trios? And I already competed in both solos and trios in Jacob the previous year because I was double qualified. And at first I wanted to fully focus on solos actually. But yeah, then this opportunity came and I was like, why not? And it was good because that year we actually got first place. So we competed in Jacob then again as a team. So that was pretty nice. Yeah. Well, yeah, so why I became a coach is because I also participated in the qualification. But you need to get top 2 to become a player. And I got rank 3, he got rank 2. So yeah, that's why. Otherwise I would play, but yeah, now I'm coaching him.
So in Europe, I don't think there is a division between coaches and players. Everyone is studying the game the same way. Whoever is good is studying. And it's more like an agreement that as long as you're capable to give information to your teammate, you can be taken as a coach. And the same way, they can also give me information. I was before taken by him for the same reason, to help him prepare for the games, analyze a lot for him, analyze other Chinese players to give him an advantage.
Yeah, just to give some more context to that, that was during the EWC, the Esports World Cup, where he was my coach. So now we're reversing the roles.
Yes, so obviously I focus more on mechanical things. I need to improve significantly because the Chinese server is just so much ahead. Up until now, as long as I was the coach, I was focused more on analyzing gameplay and strategies, and right now I'm more focused on execution. The difference between European and Chinese players was a lot bigger, and I was really afraid that it's still going to be the case this year. I still say that Chinese players are extremely strong, however I do feel like that we also have improved a lot, and I can see an angle where it can work out and we can do good in the competition. Obviously, I was always fascinated how good Chinese players play, so the GOATs, Mike, Spider, even T225, I would love to play versus them, but someone who really caught my eye this year was JLHM, and it is because his playstyle is something I think I could replicate if I improved a little bit, and it was just a great inspiration to learn from his videos and recordings.
Yeah, for sure. I think for the Chinese Kung Fu you need to be very disciplined. And I think that reflects nicely in the game because there you also need to be very disciplined and patient. So yeah, and also sometimes during the games when I get nervous, I learned from the Kung Fu and the Tai Chi to control my breathing to become less nervous, so that also helps a lot.
So people are going to be furious when I say this, at least my teammates, but not last. To be honest, I never have great expectations for myself, but I am a lot of times full of surprises. So the same way I made it to J-Cup, I think I can also make a surprise here by showing up and performing good. I think I can do it, but as long as I'm not last, I'm already quite satisfied.
Yeah, I think Lexa needs to believe more though, because I truly think he can make it to the finals, but he also needs to believe it himself. But we're gonna work on that the coming days.
是应天命吧，是金子在哪呢？可以发光的。大家好，我是来自暴打的小恶魔。这个 ID 其实就是以前很小的时候啊，你看那个 ID 嘛，其实那个是我比较想取的 ID， 但是后来就因为那会儿的朋友就传到现在，就一直那么叫我的。就当时前100，我冲到了20多名吧。 就有想斗俱乐部的嘛，就私聊我，就看我一个人不顶平台啊，哄骗我打职业。
多观众也是为成都积极而来。
成都积极应该是我们所有节杯里面他们决赛圈 KD 最高的。
在积极的时候刚18岁嘛，初生牛犊不怕虎，就是在积极的时候就比较自信吧，就那会儿觉得谁都打不过我。
这波米斯卡亚可能要跑到一个风间外面的小伟，快要被秒掉了。小伟先到，米斯卡亚在外面的要袭支援了队友，但是利奥这边也要被带走了，踢淘汰了。成都积极化身了拦路虎。
去狼队之后，有点天下无敌的那种感觉啊。
小恶魔拿过了接力棒，全场唯一的大佛，出手就有，先抓一个，而且是晚风。 要不，
决赛圈的话，当时就已经感觉自己要夺冠了嘛，因为当时击败数很多。
先活了，不要了，牛逼！
就激动都破音了。
恭喜 J-Cup 3盘冠军成都狼队！
从狼队离开之后嘛，刚进暴打的话，其实我觉得一开始打得不好，可能是我的一些问题吧。
暴打39.8分 ，SR 44.7分。
我可能就是没有经历过太低谷吧，职业生涯。就一直在积极跟狼队的时候就比较顺嘛。春季赛我们比较中游嘛，就是像什么锦鲤杯啊、沙特杯都是压线进的。春季赛我自己也打得不是很好。
小恶魔这边也被夺刀，这一波很有可能张起灵要一命呜呼了。
紫甲，小恶魔是紫甲，这波想爆装备啊，但是被震了。
YDG 打了暴打一个奥义方面的一个开命叉，关了你摊了，你想开第2个，但是你第2个没有开出来。
但是下季赛之后，可能我自己也是成长了很多吧。第1周没打好，主要是一个半年没打，一个是2个世界冠军做队友嘛，比较紧张。就第2、3周之后，我们就银河战有点启动的那种感觉了。
有一个小魔，有几个？
再争一争，
好像够了。 46.3、47.8，小恶魔不声不响，暴风燃烧，给兄弟们全炸懵了。
第3周开始就是小伟生命这个东西嘛，就这个东西也没办法嘛。里面跟小木的话，其实我觉得就是经验吧。就2位选手的话，其实我觉得他们天赋还是有的，然后也比较努力，但就是确实是缺少了一些比赛经验。
黄俊贤被留到了暗域当中，直接被秒到。
就我们队伍磨合速度挺快的。 其实，在沙特的时候，我们拿了个季军嘛，当时就已经其实蛮有自信了，但是我们确实差一点就冠军了，就是这个给我们挺大自信的吧。就现在感觉冲击个节杯冠军并没有太难。
残旭杰还在收割，这波拿下对面酷酷2的淘汰分数，
条要做到。
跟谭玉洁相比，我觉得优势的话，谭玉洁的话就是那种经验老道的指挥吧，就是按剧本走那种。其实我觉得电子竞技这个东西就是有比较很正常，这个东西你说到底谁强谁弱吧，只能说看成绩吧。等哪天我成绩好了，你可以说我强。这次节杯，我觉得我们机会还是蛮大的，可能是因为秋决吧，因为一开始秋决没有抱有太大希望去夺冠嘛，因为2个新人才刚来半个多月。
打在不知道的一个角落，已经拿下了对面这3人投篮。
到了，
小恶魔还在，但这个分差已经拉大。
但是我们确实差一点就夺冠了，这个是让我们是信心很多吧。队内氛围的话，就是教练也好啊，队友也好，其实不太会给我有什么压力，就是可能即便我失误了，他们也相信我嘛。本身我们这个队伍就比较晚嘛，不管是磨合还是经验都比别人少，所以大家平时的努力真的要付出比别人很多，压力也很大。所以我更多的是去研究一些新阵容啊，就是契合我们队伍的一些打法、专门的一些战术啊什么的。所以说这次节杯，我觉得就是要拿冠军，这是我们证明自己的最好机会，兄弟们加油吧！
We are very excited to compete this year with the best teams in the world. Because we are confident we are finally good enough to stand a chance against them, and we want to prove ourselves.
去年的失意从不是终点，而是蓄力的起点。我们不谈过往，只拼当下。
Game 7 năm ngoái, bị JL chặn cửa giành cúp quán quân. Cảm giác ấy như một cái gai trong tim suốt cả năm nay. Vì vậy, ngày hôm nay, mục tiêu chỉ có một, xé tan mọi nỗi tiếc nuối.
Yeah, my name got cold, I played my role. 建队至今，我们拿过多次夺冠，却始终与大赛冠军差一步。本欧游季3排的字典里没有放弃。今年世界赛会让所有等待都有微笑。All my numbers going up, mama stop me going up. My only goal is going up. All my numbers going up, mama stop me going up. My only goal is going all my numbers going up. Mama stop me going up. My only goal is going up.
谁懂我们去年的遗憾？拿遍了春夏赛、吉利杯冠军，就差节杯圆梦大满贯。 今年卷土重来，这次定要弥补遗憾，圆梦巅峰。
EWC 夺冠只是起点，这次节杯赢了一起狂，输了一起扛。
今年节杯不为重复过去的荣光。 只为兑现去年未完成的承诺。这一次，我必全力以赴，用冠军为遗憾画上圆满的句号。
We are very excited to compete this year with the best teams in the world. Because we are confident we are finally good enough to stand a chance against them, and we want to prove ourselves.
去年的失意从不是终点，而是蓄力的起点。我们不谈过往，只拼当下。
Game 7 năm ngoái, bị DL chặn cửa giành cúp quán quân. Cảm giác ấy như một cái gai trong tim suốt cả năm nay. Vì vậy, ngày hôm nay, mục tiêu chỉ có một, xé tan mọi nỗi tiếc nuối.
Yeah, 建队至今，我们拿过多次夺冠，却始终与大赛冠军差一步。本欧游季3排的字典里没有放弃，今年世界赛必让所有等待都有微笑。
谁懂我们去年的遗憾？拿遍了春夏赛、吉利杯冠军，就差捷杯圆梦大满贯。今年卷土重来，这次定要弥补遗憾，圆梦巅峰。
EWC 夺冠只是起点，这次捷杯赢了一起狂，输了一起扛。
今年捷杯不为重复过去的荣光，只为兑现去年未完成的承诺。这一次，我必全力以赴，用冠军为遗憾画上圆满的句号。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT World Championship 2025. I'm your host and caster Seb, and I'm joined alongside Raven PLZ as we are getting ready to jump into our Trios Day 3. This is our final day of the Trios group stage, make or break time. Just like yesterday for the solos, some people will be packing up their bags and heading back home, and some will be advancing to the finals in Shenzhen.
I am so excited for today, Seb. For the first time, EU has a chance to qualify today. But first, join the official Discord by scanning the QR code. Share any of your comments about this, Jacob. Have a chance to be featured on the live broadcast and win some special gifts. Make sure to shout out your teams fighting on here. A couple of NA teams going to be fighting out a little bit further down. But it's going to be a big sweat between Hex and STG, BBE. Spicy, spicy day. Ares as well could be making a comeback into the mix. They are very far down the ladder in points at this moment, but we are hoping to see them come through. But something that you guys can come through on is you're sharing these comments. If you scan the Discord and join up, you could get yourself some baseball caps. And I know how crazy everybody goes for the baseball caps. Make sure you share your comments in the Discord. You could have a chance to be featured on the stream, on the live stream. You get it down there, and you get a special moment from the casters. Shiroi Yuki 25-6 AC said, Yodo in trios looks promising. Enor and Yushan on the same team. An interesting combination. Interesting indeed, Raven. It is a very scary comp to be dealing with, especially with the Shunhwan Lee in the mix. I personally, as a Yushan hater, I actually really enjoy watching this comp play.
Jury has spotted the comp. That's my new favorite comp. I was talking to Chili this morning, part of Hypercube, and he was saying how strong that composition is, and he also believes, like I do, that it's probably the strongest composition right now. When Enor and Yushan connect, things get exploded and they die.
Enor, amazing. Yushan, jury's still out on Yushan, but Shunhwan jumping into the mix of that composition as well, I think is a very cool addition to the Trios meta. Seeing some very new compositions getting worked around with this, and I can't wait to see what these players start to create as a counter comp for this, if this takes the spot in the meta after new patches and after these next seasons to come of MVPL after J-Cup. But taking a look, some of our Twitch drops for the Grand Finals, that Mighty Quake animated avatar, the Kurumi Can't Look, and then you've always got your answer for treasure gifts, the Primal and Splendor treasure choice gifts could get yourself some very, very nice, very much needed loot upgrades for your inventory in NARAKA. Get yourself some red skins maybe. If you pull a red, that's going to be really cool. I'll be jealous.
Yes, having a red Jade and red skin, always a big part of that NARAKA experience. But today, Trios, it's going to be the lobby of death, Seb.
Oh,
all
yeah.
of the best teams in CN will be in this lobby. The likes of JL, GG, SR, and OUG having a massive day. I don't know who's going to be coming out on top of this. With these 4 teams always going to be in the realm of Yang, I feel like a lot of teams who have Yang part of their strategy is in for a rude surprise. It's going to be a really big test if these teams want to punch their ticket and get to Jacob. This is the last day.
We are going to be seeing all of our Titan teams going for those Yang spots, and the global teams might be put at a bit of a disadvantage going in there. It's going to be very crazy matchups, some very interesting fights coming through, and make sure you guys are here to check out the Grand Finals of the J-Cup on the 20th and 21st of December. Taking a look at our total Trios prize pool, this is going to be a $1 million prize pool. 100,000. 200,000 for the champion, 100,000 for second place. Third is getting 60 racks. Fourth is getting 40, 30 for fifth, 24 for sixth, and so on and so forth. The finals MVP is also going to get 40,000. You can also win 5,000 per MVP in the group stage, and 10,000 to $100,000 if you're MVP in games 1 or 8. If you MVP game 8, you still get $100,000, even if you aren't the winners of the entire overall tournament. We also have our Bloody Yama, which gets another $20,000. ARS now taking a look at the standings at 19.5. They're going to need something short of a miracle to get themselves up in those standings. HYG as well, they're going to be attempting to get themselves up into that top 12 as well. STG, with their time to compete today, Luigi and Relax already played both of their days. They will not be able to make it to the finals, as well as BBE trying to fight this out. They are also going to be in contention, so it's a lot of strong teams. And then we see in 12th place, that's Hex, 5-2-1 in 11th. TWSS, I don't think that we are going to be seeing TWSS in the finals, just given the sheer amount of points that these players are going to be able to put up. If 5-2-1, Hex, and BBE all climb up, TWSS is in danger of getting knocked out. But we do see SR playing today. We are seeing Alliance playing today. We are seeing OUG, JL, and Chengdu's GG. That is going to be a very stacked lobby. We don't see OA, we don't see Bauda, and we don't see YZG, but all of these other teams, absolute titans of these lobbies. And it is going to be very scary for these teams who are so close in contention to qualifying. One wrong fight, one wrong move, it could be the difference of half a point that could take it away. But here are our participating teams for the day. We've got STG and 5-2-1 from SEA. We've got EU's Hex and Hypercube. Then we've also got CN's Alliance, OUG, SR, JL, and SS1. We've also got SEA's BBE, Chengdu's GG from CN, and then we've got ARS from NA.
We are going to be starting the day with the mirror matchups. It's in that Viper, Justina, Syra for that game 1 on that Padoria Midnight. Fireworks are going to be flying with the Fireflies, allowing multiple characters getting that ultimate up. Then we're going to be going out with a full-out brawl with the Hottie, Kylan, Zipping. Mirror matchups, definitely one of the highest skill ceilings. And this is where the NBPL has a little bit of an edge. They get a lot more practice when it comes to the mirror matches. But speaking of matches, who is the ultimate caster? Today's question I saw was a little bit spicy. During the 2025 J-Cup, casters will compete. Answering one of these daily questions correctly earn a flower. The final winner will be able to claim a prestigious ultimate caster title and score an amazing lucky grand prize. I'm more curious about what this grand prize is, but this question today says,
oh my goodness,
which team will get higher points on Trios Day 3? Is it A, JL, or B, OUG? Now, my question is it highest total points, or is it highest points just today? Because OUG came out swinging. They scored a massive amount of points, over 110. JL was at 90, which both of these point scores are absolutely insane. And both of these teams are veterans and considered top 5 teams of the league. But I'm going to let you go first, Seb.
Always picking second, Raven.
Good luck.
You know what? No, I'm going to make you pick first here. We need to see the Raven first pick coming out here.
Well, looking at these two matchups, I am curious whether or not it's total versus overall, but I believe this is basically a pure 50-50 of who you would like more. And I've always been a fan of TXJ, and it's going to be a little bit different, I feel like, this lobby with all of the strongest teams in. Who's going to win in the realm of Yang? I mean, I'm also a huge fan of Baby U and OUG, and he was on fire day 2. So we got the clarity. It is going to be total over points, and I'm still going to have to go with JL just because TXJ was my first love. Sorry, Baby U.
Not sorry, Baby U. OUG, lock it in. Here we go. I am going to be picking OUG for my pick. Raven on the JL. Who is going to climb up? If we think about our standings in the points right now, Moxie and I are tied with 5 each. Raven has 4. Duncan with 2. Raven, Moxie, and I, if we both get this right, will be advancing to 6. So if I get this one right, I will have a 6-for-6 record. But if you get this right, you're tied up with us. So we'll just have to wait and see.
The title is irrelevant to me.
The title is very relevant to me.
I don't really want more titles. I have too many already, so you can have this one if you would like. But I am very curious about what the prize is.
Me too.
I don't know, though. NARAKA has been a little tricky with their prizes, so it could be quite a sneaky surprise I've seen them pull on us. But we'll have to see as it goes on. You know, there is a handicap at J-Cup, so Duncan will be able to come back and make this a little bit more competitive. I'm hoping that there's a little bit more differentiation, that it's not just 2. But I would say this one's spicy just because both of these teams are neck to neck. One of the predictions now, as of now, BBE ranks 12th in the Trios group stage with an average game point of 8.5. The cutoff point is predicted to be around 102. Now, this is one of the tough parts of this J-Cup. And for Hex, who could potentially be the first EU team to get to the J-Cup Grand Finals, is BBE, TWSS. They get to play on the CN server. BBE is part of the NBPL. A lot of these players are veterans and very accustomed to these lights, while Hex has to play chess against themselves at home, has to go back and use the likes of Taki technology to increase their ability to strategize. I know Fumio and Korean helping out a ton, a huge group effort for them for these guys to soar, but these guys have been killing it. They've been navigating this death lobby. Unfortunately, this lobby is even worse than the other lobby, but I believe, after talking to Sachiko this morning, that the boys are locked in, and their strategy, no matter what, win or lose off spawn, they always find a way to find points and make it to endgame.
And that is exactly what they're going to be doing, executing perfectly. Shout out to the coaches over there, Fumio and Korean, doing such a good job of keeping the boys in check, keeping the boys hyped, happy, and ready to go for this tournament. You know, they're putting in a lot of work behind the scenes to get to this point, and the grinding has clearly paid off, as you can see from their scoring in day number 1. And now we have day 3 coming to you guys live and direct, the God Lobby itself, all of the Titan Trios teams going in a head-to-head match. So even if we don't see too much crazy stuff coming out from NA and EU, it is still sure to have so many interesting and intense fights between these CN region teams. But speaking of Hex, getting ready to lock things in, let's take a look at our stat report for Hex. Wooey, Sachiko, and Squeaky getting themselves ready for game number 1. This is going to be our mirror match. They have an average of 7.7 eliminations. Top 5% is 50-50. So if they keep that average up, they're qualifying. They're doing a very good job. Justina, Viper, Syra being their best composition so far, as it has been the one they've probably played the most. As we're going to be jumping into here, SS1, Louis, Yuan, Xuan. How do you think we're going to be seeing SS1 performing today?
I believe SS1 was in the top 5. They were doing it very, very well. I mean, average kills 10.7, absolutely insane. They're not really one of my favorite teams to watch. I mainly am watching JL, OUG, and now SR, just because SR coming out of the 2023 and 2024 Koi Cup, just showing being the OUG's B team and getting picked up into NBPL, kind of getting shuffled around now. 2 of them back on SR, but it really just goes to show this is the first new blood that's really come in and challenged the old guard. And I gotta say, I'm a big fan of their play style. They do not play slow. They always go yang, and they keep finding new ways to innovate and secure more kills early game, mid game, and late game. But I still gotta tip my hat to some of the OGs like GG, one of the most solid macro teams in the game and one of the best end game teams in the game to have ever done it. And last year they wanted to finish the Grand Slam, unfortunately fell short against Wolves. So this year, not having as much dominance, but still that top 4 performance, what they're known for, and that level of consistency unseen by other teams. So I'm excited to see who's going to be coming out on top today, just because the points do matter here. Even though it's not like Solos. Solos was 20%, 10% of the points go to this J-Cup finals. And we've seen so many trios finals come down to the wire. When it comes to this match point system, being a point off is devastating when it comes to that match point, because you lose one of your compositions going into it. And we've seen neck to neck 0.5 differences. The year TE and HLOD were practically tied for Jacob's finals, but TE end up edging it out with the likes of TXA. Now, TXA wasn't able to do it last year. They stood in the way of BBE, but weren't able to secure it. Wolves ended up taking it away. Can they find that win this year? So many teams have so much momentum going into this. And I gotta say, SR with their momentum from EWC, I'm really curious if they're about that life. Can they really come through under the biggest lights this J-Cup?
I think they're about it. I think they're about it. I think that they are going to be able to do some pretty crazy stuff and pull it off. We've seen OUG as well taking match point format rounds in the bi-weekly finals in 4 games, in 5 games. We've seen some pretty crazy stuff coming out as far as winning the games as quick as possible, making sure it doesn't go to 8, winning as fast as you possibly can. And I think they do a really good job at that. And we're going to see a lot of other teams starting to learn that play style and adapt to it to try and also claim those victories in 4 games, in 5 games, and not dragging it all the way out to 8 games, because by that time, if you don't get the MVP and you don't have the most amount of eliminations or points, you're guaranteed not to win. You're able to snipe the win away from a team that has higher points if you MVP an earlier game when you're on match point, which is the benefit of the match point system, giving more teams a chance to win with the scaling. Oh my goodness, look at that. We're gonna see a bit of a different run from STG. Yin gonna be running that F2.
Yeah, SS1 and
Viper.
SCP both running the nuke on Viper with the F2. Very curious how they're going to implement it. Look out today for the classic opener in this mirrored matchup. Justina Viper opening up quickly. Generally, first Viper to go first. First one to win. But we've seen other variations going with this. JL likes to run with Syra first, forcing out the ultimates and then quickly peeling out and using their Viper in open terrain. If not, it ends up just being a triple ult out in the open. We've seen some sneaky plays with Vipers, even though they don't get the ult first, using a tree, a sliver of cover to dodge the stun and then tap dodge out, stunning their opponent. So lots of interesting counterplay, but it all happens in a blink of an eye. This composition is meant for speed. It's meant to destroy your enemies, not letting them play the game. No one gets to click any buttons when you fight against this composition. And with Syra being a way more offensive support than Wuchen, we've seen Viper being enabled to a version we've never seen before in the likes of Jacob. She covers her so well, and you're able to create so many more plays as we aren't going to cut off with SR versus OUG to start out the day.
Here we go, SR getting highly aggressive. F ability popped up from SS to no avail. Looks like it's not going to be able to get that much value. Xiao now going to be able to snake away, looking for those fireflies. Silence going to come through. We are going to see the Justina ultimate coming through from 17S. SS getting absolutely shredded. Syra ultimate going to come out from Shinyu, but it's not available in time. Now we're going to be seeing 17S trying to take out the Baby U in the backhand. Powerful Dazzle going to come through onto Xiao. Gets the 1.0 extra release charge. Baby U now popping that F ability. Rico has that play coming through with the Syra ultimate. Now that Powerful Dazzle just going to be able to do so much damage over to Shinyu. Oh my goodness, the Dazzle comes through, but Shinyu is going to be able to get away here. They have that Viper ultimate coming through though. Silence is going to come in. No connect on the Silence, but the jump LMB is going to be able to win that for them. As we do see in the kill feed, Misu going down to HYG's Chili. Now we're seeing on the other side another ultimate coming in. That's going to be the Powerful Dazzle from Alliance's PP as well. Alliance just backing off of this. It looks like 5-2-1 has come in on the third party, and Ivan not looking to be in the best of positions right now. We are going to see him get fully eliminated there, and that is going to be HYG heading with a couple of eliminations.
We are going to get BBE versus STG, SEA on SEA actions. Akame is going to get taken down. Roy Hii shreds him down. BBE makes quick work of them. Off spawn just filled with tons of Ooga Booga. Initial Rage. All these teams taking a little bit different variations. I've seen some teams just run Initial Rage on the Justina. I've seen some teams run Initial Rage on all three. It really depends on your timing. Now, this is a Firefly map. We saw earlier SR and OUG fighting over the Fireflies to set up to secure this Vermilion behind Xiao on the Viper. The weak point, the point man for this composition is going to be carrying it as they're going to be making their way south. Now, Alliance Jeng is going to be hunting down HYG's Chili. A bit of a lull period going through to the first Rumble Yang. Some teams are recovering, and it looks like HYG is caught in the recovery path. Alliance Jang is going to be opening up with the Justina ult. Chili is getting away though. It looks like he popped his ultimate as well as PP looking for the flank to secure the exit. But HYG turning around saying, alright, you want to take it, we're coming in, as God7 is going to come flying in with the Silence. Moonbane's going to be coming out from Alliance. A little bit of a surprise for Hypercube. They need to get out of this situation. Unfortunately, HYG's Chili is going to fall, but Lang is going to find the kill back as God7 is going to look for the sun, not able to get it. 2 of his teammates are down. Can he make it out of there with this purple armor? As BBE is going to be closing in to this fight, looking for a nice timing attack.
Yeah, the third party, it looks to be working in their favor, but they could be running into the likes of JL very quickly. JL hasn't taken a fight yet. They've just been taking their time, getting stacked up on loot. And you can see purple armor and purple weapons in the background. That's looking incredibly menacing, as we are going to be taking a look at ARS. Mitsu has already gotten himself eliminated. AJ going to get eliminated, and that is their second life already being used. Mitsu and AJ down. We've got one last player alive. Ishao going to be the last hope for their team at this current moment. We are going to see now 5-2-1 facing off against OUG. Dash going to come in from the Justina. Doesn't connect. Baby you in the back end. Just going to go for a bit of healing. I think his ultimate is down. No, we're going to see another freeze coming out here. Ultimate now released. Syra ultimate going to be coming out for the side of OUG. And now we're going to see the stun coming in. SS does get stunned, but 5-2-1 aren't going to be able to capitalize off it. They send in some some repeating crossbow shots, but no damage really getting beheld on to SS. Big parry going to come through though. Full sword damage going to be coming out. Ivan going to be able to take SS out. This is OUG's second life as well. Off of the revive, 5-2-1, going absolutely insane right now. OUG looking like they're going to falter at this moment. Silence available for him. We do see the hit come through, and that's OUG out with no eliminations on the board. I am beginning to regret the bet that I made.
Oh, yeah, baby. I'm sorry, baby. I love you, brother, but not today. Let's go, JL. OUG gonna get taken down. Caught on their respawn. Unlucky, as we're going to go over to GG. Pop in the ultimate. They see Sachiko jumping in. Sachiko comes into a stun with a cyber ult. Instantly gets deleted. Wooey comes over with the Justina ult. He is going to find a bedazzle onto LXM, but the call looks like get out of here. But CGS is not going to let Wooey out of here, as Squeaky is now getting a 2v1 situation. Viper gonna be shredding him up on his back. LXM, nice flank with the fan, as CGS is gonna be closing out Wooey. Tough break for Hex. They go for the drop down. Sachiko comes from the sky, but LXM, not his first rodeo, looks up, times this all perfectly. Sachiko just jumps into the bear trap and gets deleted.
It was a very good reaction counter there that we saw coming through. And GG going to be able to come out on top of that very beautiful counterplay. As we see JL, one elimination on the board for them so far. Doing way better than OUG at this point. Are going to be able to get themselves that floating pilot, get a bit of extra loot. Purple armor, purple weapons for all three of their players. Absolutely insane. Stop laughing, Raven. Stop smiling. It's, look at how stacked they are. They've got some explosive armors on the side of them, purple jades all around. SR also looking incredibly strong. We're going to see this was just OUG's warm-up game. You know, it's okay. They ran into a couple of unfortunate situations. They didn't die to JL, which is what matters the most. And JL are going to die to SR in the Realm of Yang, and then we're going to see who's laughing now. Hex going for the respawn. Looks like Sachiko going to be taking those catapults, trying to see if they can find a good scouting location for them. They go back to the middle of Imperium, and that looks like where they are going to take their lives. HYG lurking incredibly close. We could see something happen there, but oh my goodness, JL look to be making their way towards where Hex is located. This could be very tough for them at this point here. We're not seeing a JL Realm of Yang, which is very interesting to me. JL, I do believe that they're going to have them spotted out in a second here, as Junks, their lead position one. Going to be going, oh no, I guess there's no spotted. We're just seeing, oh no, they're definitely know that they're there. We're going to see no revives available, so TXJ just going to send it. Look at this look at this beautiful map rotation, by the way. We just went from one corner of the map all the way to the other side with 3 catapults.
Yeah, JL definitely popularized the catapult rotation, as we are going to go over to 5-2-1. A little bit sussy. Viper and Viper, it's just so nerve-wracking going in right there. Both silences are going to be used. We are going to get 5-2-1 versus BBE. SEA versus SCA. Both these guys need to get their poise going, secure their spot to Jacob. Let's go over to Pampy's POV as immediately the Viper and Justina are going to connect to him. He's desperately trying to get around the corner. The Syra ult countering, covering him right now. Nice job from 5-2-1 to deny the value of that first stun. Pampy still has his, but he's taking a ton of damage. Finally armoring up, popping the V1. Can they hold down one of the characters? Yes, they can. They do get the Justina. Silence is going to come out. Excellent play coming out from 5-2-1 as Roy Hee is going to try to secure one kill here. Every kill is going to matter in the long run here, but his teammates are covering him beautifully. Pampy double jump, getting away, gets a nice shot off, and 5-2-1 is going to take down their sister team. BBE. Ooh, spicy.
Yeah, both SEA and BPL teams going head-to-head in that first Romier, mashing the buttons to get in there first, doing a good job of getting themselves on to the right track with their points. We're going to see a God7 getting eliminated as well. That's going to be STG with the Draco Storm buff. Looking very nice over there. JL's TXJ as well. It looks like they have one of their own gang. Oh no. Oh no, Raven. But
you know, it's a lot on NARAKA.
We're still at 117. It's only game one.
You just bet against a multiple Jacob champion. That's good. I respect it.
I didn't bet against them. I picked Baby U. Baby U to go. As Alliance PP going to be getting stunned out here. This is going to be unfortunate for him, as we are going to see the elimination coming through there. Jung now with the ultimate is going to pop that. Syra ultimate now online. The members of JL. Oh my goodness, what a beautiful block. But then, Perry going to be coming through. One Fang dealing a lot of damage. Jung taking so much HP loss there, as we are going to see 5-2-1 jumping in with the scale rush, trying to see if they can go for the cover onto this, but there is a no ult zone active. We do see Vermilion Birdmite available. That's Junks picking up another elimination, and JL are on an absolute roll this game. 7 eliminations on the board for them already. Foul Milk going to be dying. HYG's Len going to go down to SS1's Yuan in the kill feed as well. Alliance Yuma incredibly low. It's going to be JL's Junks picking up that one as well. TXJ coming in as STG trying to come in on the third party. GG able to pick up one of the members of JL. TXJ going to be getting incredibly low. Is going to go down, and that's Pampy picking up the kill onto TXJ. And then Pampy gets absolutely annihilated by the members of STG. Now we're going to be seeing One Fang trying to back out of this fight. He gets hit by the jumping LB of BBE's Asbon. Asbon with a beautiful parry as they're trying to exit out of this area. They managed to get themselves that elimination. We're now going to see the Justine ultimate coming through. Dofu with the Syra as well. Ultimate is going to be canceled out, and all the members of GG getting aggressed on by STG in the back end. LXM tried to go outside of the no ult zone to see if he can capitalize. Unable to make anything happen. SR Shao now sending into the corner. GG's LXM. AJ with the tactical nuke. Oh my, no. AJ, I got so excited for you there. We almost saw it happen. Now we're going to be seeing a huge ultimate coming out from the likes of Ares. And now Misu getting hit with the powerful Dazzle and the Viper Stun. SR going to pick up that elimination as STG jump in for the mix.
It's absolute destruction going at this no ult zone, signaling the whole map as Hex is going to show up to the party. Looks like they're able to rescale up, finding their rivals STG. Perfect situation to slow down their competition. Satsuko unfortunately gets knocked away far. The call is to back off, trying to reposition, get their bearings straight as STG still has her Draco Storm, but no ultimates in the name, so they're going to call it out as well. JL is going to come back, double dip, going for some more Seb. I don't know, baby. That little bit of a lead that OUG had is vaporizing as we speak. Oh, GG is also going to come back and double dip. A little bit of a salty, calculated res coming back to this action as AJ is going to get connected on 3v1, and goodbye, senor. AJ gets deleted by GG. Now, going back to the beginning of that absolute mayhem, Seb, JL was chasing Alliance, and then they got third party by 5-2-1, and they fought both of them off. How do you like your chances moving forward seeing how locked down JL is.
OUG lock in, I swear. Yishao now, gonna get hit with the 1.0 in the back, and BBE Dofu still trying to claim that elimination. Yishao has managed to get himself a little bit of distance between him and his opponents. We are gonna see the Zay grapple into uppercut, but it does come through with those nunchucks, and Yishao is gonna end up going down to 330. Now SR Rico, oh my goodness, manages to get the double onto Roy Hehe and Dofu as they were on the Yang depletion trying to take Rico out, but SR, oh my goodness, SR is very, very low at this point right now. Rico, the only remaining member of their team.
No grapples.
No grapples in the zone. I don't know what we're doing here. We're looking for something. I think we're trying to get back into the safe area. BBE gotten themselves eliminated. 5-2-1 with 9 eliminations on the board, picking up a lot. Already passing TWSS. Hex with no eliminations, but they're still alive, which gives them a good shot for endgame. They almost had the members of STG, but the Syra ultimate came in to save them just in the nick of time. They were forced to back off. That Draco Storm buff definitely helping them out a lot as well on the side of SGG. And now we're going to see this next Roma Yang. It looks to be 5-2-1 versus JL going in. This 5-2-1 team looking very aggressive, trying to take these fights. 5-2-1 and JL, and then GG on the other side. They're going to be facing off against, we'll see that in a second. There's a good chance we might see a free Yang coming out here with so many of these Titans in the lobby already fully eliminated.
This is a really big fight for them, for BBE, and it looks like they are going to connect to TXJ and absolutely delete them. Syra ult first, losing to the Viper. Justina ult first. TXJ gets a little bit too aggressive and comes out and gets deleted. Palm Lightning from Fat Milk. 5-2-1 came into this Yang fight fully prepared to make this. It was decided in a matter of seconds, Seb.
Wow. JL losing to 5-2-1, absolutely insane. We saw OUG lose to 5-2-1 earlier, but now we're going to be seeing GG versus SS1. Big double stun going to be coming out here. The members of SS1 just getting absolutely annihilated. That was a Thanos snap if I've ever seen one myself. The entire half of the population of that realm of Yang just disappeared. Was that a 2v3? No. No, please. Oh, no, okay. He went out first. I was going to say, if that was a 2v3, SS1 really needs to rethink their some choices that they made during that fight. But GG going to be absolutely dominating that Realm of Yang. We're going to see them with that Mystic Might buff. Hex managing to grab that Spirit Well. They're going to have some Draco Storm action coming through. This could allow them to put some late game points up onto the board and hopefully help them transition into claiming a Spirit Well. They have a bounty on GG. Draco Storm versus Mystic Might. Hex versus GG. What could happen? Who do you think would win that?
I don't really believe GG would invest in fighting a Draco Storm team. It's too risky at this point in the game to fight Draco Storm. Even though Draco Storm has been nerfed within the last couple of months, it doesn't heal as much or at all. The AoE stagger just allows you to land really, really good focus stacks. GG wise, they're generally very conservative but calculated on their way to endgame, and after winning their second Rumble Yang, they are sitting pretty to play out the endgame situation. There's a lot of mutual destruction left, and you're seeing the likes of SR, a couple duos and solos that when you're one of these stack teams, you can really go and hunt a lot of the stragglers, pick up a little bit more extra credit, you know, a little bit more cheese on top, you know, a little bit of sprinkles as you go into that end game. Every point is going to matter, especially with how competitive this lobby. I'm very surprised that 5-2-1 was able to pull off the upset versus JL. Usually, JL does the same thing to other teams, but 5-2-1, that's a great thing about abilities. If you go first very, very fast, you take out a ton of the options in the game, a ton of the skill, and you know, the other team doesn't get to play the game. And this composition is one of the best comps to not let your opponents play the game quickly, but very, very well played by 5-2-1. Positioning super well and hard punishing TSJ on that opener. This makes the drama of qualifying a lot spicier because 5-2-1 and SCG have Yang strategies, and Hex is banking on them not doing super well versus the strongest teams, GG, JL, and SR. What we end up seeing that could possibly have been an outcome is that SR, OUG, GG, and JL end up fighting each other in Yang a lot, so these other teams like SCG, PP are able to kind of maneuver their way through. Hex doesn't have any kills yet this game, but the same thing happened the previous day. It's nice, slow and steady, 1 or 2 here. If they don't get it, they don't force it. They make their way to endgame and they let the game come to them. Can they make it past that threshold, get over TWSS? It's going to be the first part of the game. They're 9 points away. It's going to be spicy. I know those boys are tense going into it.
Those guys have their rotations on lock. Myriad Wintersweet going to be coming out from SS1's Yuan. The 1.0 charge is going to connect onto TXJ. TXJ now just trying to weave around. He's got that fan in hand. It looks like JL actually losing a lot of HP right now. We are going to see ultimates popped up. JL's Junks needs to get out of dodge. We are going to see that powerful dazzle coming in. Weakness hasn't fully set in on these guys yet, so we are going to, oh, beautiful way to dodge that out there, TXJ. We are going to see now the 2v1, One Fang with the beautiful parry on it to Yuan, and now in the 3v1 situation, where is the rest of SS1? And we're going to see Yuan go down. Junks able to make the comeback here with those purple nunchucks in hand. Luo Yi, absolute shambles from the SS1 team, as it looked like they had the fight in the beginning, and then SS1 has just decided to fall down as we see the trigger block coming through. JL's Junks trying to see if he can make anything happen. Big trigger block coming in. I believe that's Stick of Yang's end. It's giving him all of those extra trigger blocks to come in here. We are going to be seeing all of that damage coming out. SS1 getting fully eliminated. JL getting fully cleansed out as SR does end up going down in the kill feed, as we can see there. JL getting extremely low. TXJ. Oh, he's back in the zone. He's safe. He's safe. I was concerned for a minute there.
Wow. The fact that JL, just like Seb was pointing out, they were on the ropes. They looked like it was lights out right there, but with perfect team play, they lure SS1 out into a bad situation. CHH manages to find a parry 2-on-1. Very, very difficult, as light attacks can cover it. And it creates such an opportunity for his teammates to come and collapse. 2v1, the other member of SS1. And when you ask me about SS1 Erna, that's kind of why I don't really get to watch them much, because we see the likes of my other teams taking them down. JL showing us exactly how to play, as we're going to move over to endgame and the first Spirit Well situations. 5-2-1. Going to be very, very stacked right here. You know, they are an NBPL team. They've shown a lot of promise this year. They want to have that run back at Jacob. On pace to qualify. I've always expected them to qualify. But to take down JL in such quick fashion, very, very exciting stuff, as they're going to be set up for endgame. I've seen the SEA team, since they joined NBPL, become better and better and better at endgame. At first, they were just really, really good fighters. And then second, they were good at endgame. Now they put the pieces together. I'm excited to see what else they can show us in this Spirit Well meta, as Pampy and Fat Milk aren't able to connect with the initial ultimate, but with the Spirit Well reset, they got another ult on deck. Unfortunately, they're going after our young heroes. Hex is trying to get away from this super juiced 5-2-1 team, getting around the corner. Oh, sitting on top of the tower, but it looks like 5-2-1 means business.
Yeah, they're going to be coming in with some ranged shots. That's twin shot, and he's got Meteor there on the Grey Cannon. Going to be looking very, very damage heavy. Hex looking to back off of this, not wanting to get into too much of a scrap off. It looks like they were able to get some damage in with the Ballista early, not onto the members of 5-2-1, but onto the members of some other teams lurking in the distance. 5-2-1 searching for Rico now. Looks like they have found him. Silence drop down going to come in. Parry going to come out for Pampy. The jump LMB is going to seal the deal, and 5-2-1 picking up yet another elimination, putting themselves on a 13, tied with GG. And now Hex going to be going to try and claim that capture the flag. It looks like all of these other teams actually don't have Yang depletion, because they probably were able to get outside of the zone just in time. There's a few instances where the Yang Spirit Well depletion zone does not cover the entire playable area. Hex was one of the teams unfortunate enough to actually get caught out by it. So they're going to go for the flag capture. And then we are going to be seeing all of these teams start to maneuver around STG. GG, 5-2-1. We've also got JL still in the mix. Alliance is also there. I mean, MVP-wise, it could really be JL, GG, or 5-2-1. But as far as final placement goes, it's still anyone's game.
Yeah, very, very neck to neck with those top 3 teams, Seb. SCG at 6 points. They're having a better start to their day. Remember, first game of the day, a lot of jitters on butterflies and stuff, especially with these guys who don't have 40 lanes of experience. That's how much lands these NBPL players get. 40 of them before coming to this Jacob. These guys have been here before. This is just clocking into the office for them, rotating through. 5-2-1 showing how much they've learned this year in NBPL. Already up to 13 kills on the mirror match day too, Step. Like mirror matchup, very, very high skill when it comes to finding edges here. But still, it's not when you have everything going for you that makes you a champion. It's when you're back against the wall, you don't really have as much loot. Can you find still value off of this round? As long as you're alive, you can get a kill. You can't get kills if your team is dead. So going into this end game, I'm hoping that Hex can find a couple of these tough situations that they were able to navigate before. Looks like Alliance does have the high ground right here. There's a no ult zone next to Spirit Roll, making this position very, very dicey. Without much line of sight, committing to a fight here for sure secures multiple Viper ults landing on you. You have to choose your scenario very, very carefully, as 5-2-1 is going to hold their ground. Let everyone know this is ours. GG, back off. They're going to zone them out with the first B1 ult. CGS is going to pop the ultimate and back off here. Cyber ult is going to be popping. Does anyone come in to challenge? It looks like GG is going to come in and challenge them, as CGS is going to pop his Latino ult, as LXM now in the center of everything. 5-2-1 able to get the refresh of ultimate, as Pampy doesn't want to overcome it here. 5-2-1 calls to come out, as everyone else is going to be popping ultimate on the other side of the map.
GG's 330, 1 HP to Dream right now, could be getting caught. The armor swap's going to come through. The tech armor swap, Wooey getting a kill on 2-5 to STG's Yin, as we are going to see TXJ taking out 330 with the Flamebringers. HP was too low to survive. Everybody going through with absolute pandemonium. Double freezes coming out on the members of Hex. Cloud trying to see if he can make any sort of play coming through. A comment with the parry. Wooey going to get the elimination though. Sachiko gets eliminated as JL come for the cleanup. Couple of more plays coming in. We see the Syra ultimate from the members of Hex trying to face up onto these JL team members, but TXJ just going to double right back. They know the offensive is their play here. They have eliminated one of their players. Hex look to have made it their way out, but they found themselves directly in the middle of every single one of these players. On one side is 5-2-1 and Alliance. The other side is JL and GG. STG's Akame going to get himself eliminated here, giving Hex a bit of extra placement points as well. We are going to see TXJ with the Flamebringer, going to be sending some shots over the way to GG's LXM. Hex going to be holding out. There's only 2 members of their team alive. They're just going to try and hold as long as possible. We are going to see Squeaky, Wooey in the middle side. Sachiko has been gone down. Flamebringer going to be dealing a lot of damage to them. This is not the ideal situation for them to be in. 5-2-1. Still just going to be holding. GG's LXM getting absolutely blitzed down here. JL's Junks able to secure that elimination, as Squeaky and Wooey still holding that middle ground. They're just between a rock and a hard place right now, hey Raven?
They are holding their ground set, but they're navigating it perfectly, sitting on the right side right here. No one's really aggroing on them, and like I said, again, not many places to line of sight here. The second the Viper ults go down, it's going to be a slugfest. Who is going to be coming out on top? There's a little bit of line of sight of that rock in the center, a bush play that you could possibly do, maybe even going deeper into zone to outrange it, but as Draco Storm is going to be timing out here soon for 5-2-1. How does 5-2-1 play in? They're in a great place to overtake JL, having better loot, but JL has navigated this endgame perfectly, being able to get kills onto GG, the other stack team. Can they find a way to take down 5-2-1 as they taken and secured the best location. At first, Alliance Jang Jang is going to lead the charge, popping the first ultimate. Syra does ults coming out defensively to deal with this stun as Hex Squeaky is going to be the first victim of this endgame. Fat Milk going to find a nice kill onto him, and now TXJ is going to pop the trigger, attacking 5-2-1, attacking the stack team. 5-2-1 stuck in the zone. Flamethrower is out, but no ults to JL. Alliance last team to resist them. Jang Bang coming in through hot, knocking Jang Jang into zone. He's gonna go down, and JL is absolutely bulldozing this lobby with 21 kills, eliminating all of the stack teams. Looking to the sky, Wooey able to stay alive, trying to secure that second place, grappling with Alliance PB. It's a fight for second place, but JL has shown how their veteran status will not be contained. Wooey is going to drop down. Two of the JL's members are going to be connecting. Combo break going to come out. Wooey is going to get parried, but with his last health, he is going to get that third place as Alliance PB stuck in midair, sees the Soul Bloom, tries to make his way out of her last hit situation, junks every them, going to land the hits, and JL with an absolute destruction of this lobby. Never bet against CXJ.
It's because OUG wasn't in that final circle. It's because OUG wasn't there. It's because Baby You did not pop off that JL was allowed to pop off. It was only because OUG decreed it so that JL won this game. Ladies and gentlemen, JL with the absolutely phenomenal victory. 24 eliminations and a first place finish. Absolutely wiping out the team that looked to be the favorite to win it, capturing all of the Spirit Wells, getting all the good loot, but sadly, years of experience and years of talent do not compare.
Gotta put some respect on TXJ's name.
I gotta give it to him.
That's the General of China. He has invented...
The General of China.
He's invented...
All of China.
They call him the Tactician of China. My man has a legendary status amongst all the trios teams, and he's looking in tip-top form. I'm not gonna lie, though. OUG was spicy. They were spicy the other day, and Baby U was popping off. They were going crazy with the Kylan, and day 2 might be your day. OUG... if it's gonna be a slugfest, it's gonna be this day 2, Seb.
Oh yeah, and this is just a perfect question. I had to go against you because I do want to get one up on you. Because if OUG do win, then I get to go ahead. And with the performance that JL just had, I have a feeling Duncan and Moxie both picking JL. I could be the only one going 6 for 6, and that's my gamble that we're going for here. Trying to hit that 6 for 6 mark on the group stage days. This is the one time I haven't taken the super safe option, but it's like a 60-40, and it's a 60-40 either way. It's not a 60-40 JL OUG. It's a 60-40 something good happens for either team.
I'm not a mathematician, but the 60-40, if we're going to look at the history of NARAKA.
Okay, Raven.
I'm not saying anything. I just happen to watch every single J-Cup for the past 5. And I got to say, pretty much JL and TXJ has always gotten the best of OUG. Just a little fun fact for you, Seb, as
that's
you
why he's
kind
the god
of
of esports,
feel out a little bit more. We have a question for you guys at home, though. Which hero was not picked in game 1? Was it A, Syra, B, Viper Ning, C, Justina Gu, or D, Zipping Yin?
I think we all know this answer, ladies and gentlemen. And if you want to get yourself a Splendor treasure gift, drop the answer into the chat, A, B, C, or D. Make sure it's the Twitch chat, and NARAKA will whisper you. Be like, hey, you won. Send me your UID. You send your NARAKA UID, and then they send you some gifts. It's absolutely perfect. Very amazing to see that happening here, because you can get yourself some nice goodies. Get your loot game up, get your style game up, and get those collection points through the roof.
Collecting points, Seb. Collecting points. That's what JL did this game.
Oh my god.
Ooh, they were just like a vacuum, just sucking up all the points. And where was OUG? Where were they? I didn't see them. Oh, I forgot. They died off spawn. Ooh, that's a tough one. You know, but there's still a lot of NARAKA to be played. Game 2, I really think OUG, Baby U. If the time is, it's going to be an actual competition. It's going to be game 2. OUG is a very big momentum team. SS, one of the veterans of the league. My second favorite IGL in the league is SS. He's been there forever, and I've seen so many iterations of OUG under his leadership. He's definitely led that squad to great victories, but I got to say 24 24 big ones to the face serve. 32.8. That lead that you had before is just not there anymore. But 5-2-1, punching their ticket into J-Cup. I don't really see a way that 5-2-1 doesn't make it after such a stellar performance on this mirror matchup day. GG, Mr. Consistent, the most consistent team in NBPL. Look at these stats, my goats. You know, this is just a functioning team of efficiency right there. It's not about the damage, it's about the KDA at the end of the day. You get the KDA, you get the points, and then
work smarter, not harder. Yeah. I've heard it all before, Raven. OUG is just warming up. They gave Jail this one to give them hope, just so that they can crush their dreams.
True.
Standings coming through. ARS with the 0.5 in game number 1. Going to keep them at 20 points. Now we're going to be seeing STG at 42.5. HYG only 3 on that game, so they're going to be up to 23. BBE still in 13th place. Scores almost unchanged with the addition of a few extra points, as we are going to see 55.5 for BBE, and I think Hex managed to scrape in a few more points there by holding out till the end. They got 4 points for that game, couple of eliminations, the 3rd place placement point, 59 points total. TWSS is their next target to take down, which is going to be at 64.5. 5-2-1 with a beautiful game, 15.5 at 73.5 now. Then we're going to see SS1 with 80.2, 81.5 for SR, and then 93.5 for Alliance. And then going to our top side, that's going to be 14.5 for GG, putting them at 99.1, which isn't even close to OUG's score. But wow, JL with the 123.3.
Ooh.
123.3. So they are 6.4 points ahead of OUG now. 6-point difference. We got this, OUG. Lock in, baby, you.
I'm not as good as math at you, Seb, but 0 is not the same as 32. And looking back at the highlights brought to you by China's Unicom. JL inside the realm of Yang. We are going to be looking at Junk's POV on the Justina. Their option selection inside neutral between each other, the synergy of their weapons, and finding close attacks, finding parries for each other, setting each other up. This was absolute cinema, and this crazy amount of teams just piling in here. All the Vermilion buff teams, all the debuff teams just coming in, 5-2-1 flanking them. They just take 2 teams down, making them look like butter against a hot knife. Justina just getting blocked over and over. Junk's leading the charge, tanking all these hits with his combo break, with his nunchucks, coming in hot. And then they double dip. They go down, and you're like, no, we need more. We need to show that OUG don't got a chance today. They come in with more kills. Yeah, GG also came in with a double dip, which I feel like at the tippy top of NARAKA right now. Vermilion's buff is not just a safe thing, but an enabler to get there and get oogly. As you see Junk getting oogly in this endgame, everyone's stunned. TXJ popping his ultimate at the perfect time. Those who go first, first to ult, first to lose. Not the case for JL. They're able to secure every single kill. No one even gets to deny a kill from them. Every single kill slurped up.
Hey, you just love slurping, hey? You're just slurping everything over that side. Oh yeah, I love sucking, slurping. That's Raven PLZ for you guys, everyone. As trash talk is real at the MVP, at the J-Cup 2025, ladies and gentlemen. This Ultimate Caster competition is getting us incredibly competitive. Honestly, I love the energy though. It is a lot of fun to be sitting here cracking jokes and running through all of this. We're going to take a look at our MVP board for game number 1. It's going to be going to JL Junks, 13 eliminations, 22,000 damage, 16,000 coming away with the nunchucks, Octaslash, Juggernaut, Stick of Yang's End, Tidal Upheaval. You didn't get to see that coming out. No great sword. Sorry, Duncan. But Cyan Fang as well. And the damage reduction, Jay, just for some extra stat padding. Gonna be a very nice score. 9 assists on top of the 13 kills that he already got. And we just saw that performance in the final circles. The Justina gameplay is absolutely amazing. When you know what you're doing on Justina, you're able to do some really crazy things with her, and Junks just showcased why. Putting on an absolute masterclass. As much as I hate that they got that MVP there, just for the cause of the competition, I gotta respect it. I gotta give them their props. That was beautiful, absolutely amazing. As JL, One Fang, TXJ, Junks, as we're getting ready to jump in for our next game, ladies and gentlemen. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. OUG, lock in. Please lock in. Please lock in.
You know, I've been watching TXJ for a very, very long time, and it's very weird to see him not with VVV. VVV went over to Bauda and then had a little bit of health complications, hasn't been able to compete this year as much. But I gotta say, I thought TXJ, who was the carry of the team? Because I've heard a lot about VVV being the silent killer, TXJ being the great IGL he is, and when they split up, they were kind of going toe-to-toe initially. I wish I got to see that matchup more, but when One Fang joined VVV and TXJ, I didn't feel like he was a good fit, but now, One Fang plus Junks, I feel like this is one of the best teams surrounding TXJ. These guys are formless. They're like water, Seb. They just go on, they're crushing everything, including OUG this time. Now, game 2, we're going into another mirror matchup, another high skill ceiling match, you know, and we saw OUG do spectacular previously on the back of Baby U. Shout out to Baby U, one of my goats. He absolutely destroyed everyone, and they had one of the best single day performances that we've seen out of Jacob.
Yeah, they have done absolutely phenomenal in the previous days, which is why I have put my caster points on them. I will bet it all if I have to. OUG will emerge victorious at the end of the day. They will have more points than JL. And it's fighting for the #1 spot, because it's either JL gets the #1 spot with points, or OUG gets the #1 spot with points. Or, I mean, something crazy could happen and GG takes it all away. But it's essentially who gets #1 at the end of the day. Will it be JL or OUG? I think that we're going to be seeing OUG. Raven, delusional Raven over here, thinks that it's going to be JL. Even though they did just MVP with 24 eliminations on the board, I think I might be the delusional one as I am starting these words to come out of my mouth.
I'm just saying, I'm not a mathematician, but 0 is very far from 32. That's a lot of points. 30 bomb is, you know,
30 bomb is crazy.
30 bomb was a little bit bigger than OUG's bombs. I'm just saying, and we're just. I'm not a mathematician. I mean, I know you are a great guy with math, and I'm a little delusional, so I'm gonna go by you that OUG has another chance, and I'm gonna be excited to see it as we're moving forward. But don't forget, SR is in the lobby. EWC champs. You got to watch out for them.
Can't forget about them.
I mean, they're not really known for their Viper. Although I would say, after watching them more closely, they are very, very scrappy over all of their compositions. But I would say JL, GG, they're kind of the tacticians when it comes to this Viper shenanigans. And the next comp is more of an Oog Fest. You know,
it's the OUG comp, baby.
It's straight oogly. It's just a full-on brawling, just fight forever composition, maximum damage, but still team play, synergy. I'm not gonna lie, JL still has the edge on OUG, but I cannot lie, Baby U has come out at Jacob, found 1v2 situations, one of the few players to 1v3 as well, GG as well. So I mean, it's still gonna be an exciting day.
1v3, OUG's hit the 1v3. BBE has hit the 1v3. Has JL ever had a 1v3?
Yes.
Victory?
Yes, yes.
Oh, have they?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I am looking like an absolute fool right now.
The math is adding up, Seb, and you know where the odds lay. We'll have to see by the end of the day. And I gotta say, I'm happy where Hex is at. They're battling out. Like, so we're talking about the tippy top. Now, the newcomers. EU has a chance to qualify this year, ladies and gentlemen, but they have to get through the Titans of SCA. TWSS, STG, 521, they're all around that same point. That top 12 can punch their way through. It's going to be tough, and I believe Hex is going to power through. with the power of teamwork and preparation. They don't have as much horsepower as the likes of OUG and JL, but what they do have is a ton of prep work, a ton of tactics coming out from Sachiko.
Yeah, Sachiko, as well as their coaches, Fumio, Korean, they have been putting in a lot of time behind the scenes, just working away at getting these strategies down, making sure that they're going to be able to min-max the hell out of every game that they do decide to play. And I think that they do have a real good shot at making some sort of qualification at this stage. They're so close. They're so close. Every time that we see them, they're very, very near.
I don't want to jinx it. They believe in jinxes. I don't believe in jinxes. I think at the end of the day, you work as hard as you can until what you do is so boring, and just on game day, it's just flowing and enjoying, smelling the flowers, enjoying the moment, being present. Speaking of which, I talked to my man Chili from HyperQ. He said, I asked him, like, how do you feel about today? And he's like, I'll know when I'm there. And I was like, what does that mean? He's like, I'm just going to be present. Going to be running the Yushan for that Oogly Enor Yushan Shuhan composition. They're excited to play it. Can they map out just exactly how the CN side, Chili illuminated just how big the gap is from the CN side. These guys are so dialed in to the moon. I was saying even back in 2023, we were seeing the edges of the meta finally coming together. And then by 2024, I knew unless you had a group of passionate players to come together with a coaching staff and a fourth player, it was going to be very, very hard to come over to the Jacob and compete at this level anymore. A lot of the map and a lot of mechanics they added to the games, the catapults, it just made so many more strategies viable. And with the change of character pool, choosing the right composition on the right day, and it being very random, it's not the same phasing every single time. You had to be flexible. A lot of teams were known for having their one-trick Monk composition, their one-trick Viper composition, their one-trick Siphon composition. But now you have to be versatile and get value off of everything. And it's given birth to Akos V3 with Tessa. I mean, we see all variations of strategy really being pushed out this Jacob. It's wonderful to see, after seeing 5 Jacobs from the very beginning, to see how far our game has come. It's blooming into such a strategic esport that rivals a lot of other esports that I have partaken in.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking incredibly competitive. The strategies are getting more and more complicated every single year. We're seeing a lot of new innovation coming through from the global regions. Not only the CN regions are starting to be the trendsetters, if you will. Like, we're seeing comps come in that the global teams have started to lab around with, that we then see adapted into Jacob, which I think is really cool to see. You know, CN, usually the pioneers of everything when it comes to NARAKA BLADEPOINT, but NA, EU, they're getting a little bit more recognition worldwide, especially with Hex putting EU on the map right now, having a phenomenal start to the day, and they're going to keep on going, getting themselves into that final, getting themselves to Shenzhen, getting themselves into that top 12, and preventing these other teams that are very, very close behind them. They've got to slam the door. They've got to skyrocket and slam the door as SR getting ready to lock in. This is going to be our mirror match 2. So we've got Hottie, Kylan, Zipping. And this is OUG's comp. This is their composition. You can't tell me any otherwise. We have seen Baby U on the Justina is also incredibly strong. So there is a world where they underperform. But Baby U on the Kylan? Baby U on the Kylan is unstoppable.
I'm not gonna lie, Baby U, on any character where he is allowed to be a juggernaut, he is an unstoppable force. So this definitely is a composition that he shines on. It reminds me of the power of Siphon back in the day. It's very much anti-burst, where Zipping and Kylan just have such strong synergy, and then you give them a gold F with Hottie Cube. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Now, they did make a change that you can parry their double charge coming out from Hottie and Kylan, so it did make it a little bit more fair. It's not as annoying just getting mashed by both of the characters, but still, when you got a lobby full of monsters in it, It's just you have the craziest Kylans coming after you. You have the likes of Baby You. You got Junks. And no slouch Yishao, even from NA, a monster. Wooey, a monster from EU. Dofu, a monster from SCA. Just so much of the strongest position 1 players just being enabled by Kylan's kit. You really get to showcase what aggressive play looks like. Now, a lot of Kylan's position in here, just like I was gonna break down the Viper, look out for the Kylans to hold their ultimate for as long as possible, with Hadi trying to create some space for them. Zipping being one of the great targets to go on. Both Hadi and Kylan are going to be peeling for their support Zipping to survive the onslaught, as Kylans will be duking it out, trying to extract value for their team while trying to deny value of the other Kylan. It's going to be a slugfest. Multi-way though, man, it's one of my, it just being playing this composition, I can only imagine. I'm hoping next year for the global stage we're going to have mirror matchups, because this would be a very, very fun day where everyone just gets to jump out, mash a little bit, get parried, get Q bailed out, get V1, get peeled off by a Kylan and a Hadi. Is just a dream come true for all the mashed potatoes out there, where you can spill that gravy wherever you'd like, as we're going into game.
Fire analogy, Raven.
Game 2. Seb's hoping for OUG's miracle. JL, it's time to wipe the tears for Seb.
I believe it's called Destiny. You mispronounced it as Miracle. ARS AJ, though, he needs a miracle to get out of this Kylan ultimate, as JL going to be taking out Xiao right away. 3 eliminations right off the bat for them, as looks like that's going to be AJ going down. Mitsu, the last remaining player on JL, or on ARS. And we are going to see them going down, as JL picking up their first 3 eliminations of the game oh so quickly, as we're flipping over to Alliance versus HYG.
A 3-piece off spawn, Seb. Delicious. As we're going to go over to Hypercube. Nice 1.5 charge parry. God7 is going to pop up that cube. Get me out of here. He is going to finally grapple out. Ooh, Yuma, max range grapple. Nunny's in hand. V1's going to be taken away. Get off me. Slip it. Slap. Yuma. God7 just can't really fight back, as PB is going to come over that great sword, pick up a nice kill, and Alliance going to get a 2-piece to go off spawn, as we're going to move over to BBE and SS1.
SS1 still trying to give chase over to Roy Hehe. Scale Rush going to be coming in from Shuon. F ability invested from Roy Hehe to avoid any kite damage. Dofu now on the back end with the flying knives, going to try and see if he can prevent any great sword damage from coming through. The 1-2-3 is going to get released into the 1, but now we have the Hadi ultimates available. Both of the birds flying high in the sky, as Shuon trying to make something happen with that great sword. Looks like he's not able to get too much action. Dofu trying to send off a hit. Parry attempt comes out, as we now see the cube getting put into play. Asbon now on the backside. Dofu in the Kylan ultimate. Shuon still holding on to this Kylan ultimate is going to be absolutely lethal. As soon as the ults start to head down and we see the Kylan ultimate come through. Oh my goodness, Hex Wooey in the kill feed, taking out JL's One Fang. Just got to mention that, as we are going to see TXJ going down to Squeaky. Oh my goodness, SS1's Shuon going to be trying to fight this out, and now they have this ultimate ready for them. Squeaky takes out Junks! Oh my goodness, Raven! You have to be proud of Hex for that one. Even though it's your precious JL, that is absolutely insane. As we are going to be seeing SS1 absolutely clean up the BBE.
We got to go with the homies and Hex.
Shut up.
I'm proud of them getting that big kill off spawn. I'm wondering where, if OUG got puzzled right here, because, oh, they did. Oh no, it's not looking good. It's looking good. Baby you with the gold katana and a parry onto Yuma. Big damage coming up. Yuma fighting back, has the V1 of the zipping, healing him up. Oh, gonna pop their zipping ult, as well as Jang's Alliance gonna put down their cube as well. Baby you gonna get smacked around by Yuma, but his smacking is a little bit smack here with that gold katana. PB's gonna get out of here. All ultimates are out, and now it's just a mono. No ults left. Last Cube's a little bit of big parry gonna be coming out, but a Cube is gonna bail him out. PP is gonna get juggled up as the last remaining seconds of Baby U is gonna set up that first kill. Alliance U minus 2v1 situations. Gold Katana gonna be looking to shred him from behind. Baby U denying all shenanigans. One charge parry trap over and over, and OUG is on the board with a 3-piece.
Yeah, slurp that one, Raven, since you love to slurp so much. As we're going to be seeing a GG CJS coming through with the Kylan ultimate on the members of HYG. Chili going to be popping that F ability to try and avoid the situation. LXM going to be taking a big parry, gets the parry through, and Chili ends up dying because of it. Lang trying to go for the peel, but it was just not enough. The CJS with the purple Kylan ultimate available for him, just going to be sending so much damage out. Switches over Pack, and he finds himself on the cannon, as that was his purple weapon. Gonna go for a bit of a heal. The jump LMB is gonna be coming through. God7 tries to come in for a bit of peel. It looks like it's not gonna work. And HYG getting sent back to the Soul Altar for the first time in game number 2. So we're gonna take a look at the scoreboard. Hex on 3 with 3 eliminations on the JL. Absolutely insane. OUG with 3 eliminations on to the members of SS1, I believe. Oh no, they took out Alliance. And JL managed to take out ARS after the first sequence of fights. A couple other teams have some eliminations. SR on 3, GG on 3, Alliance on 2, SS1 on 3 as well.
SR gonna be looking very, very stacked here. Double purple armor, purple weapons. You want to get those purple weapons onto your Kylan and Hadi, as it does increase their overall damage. Looks pretty even though across the board. No one fully eliminated yet, and we are transitioning into that first Rama Yang. I'm surprised that everyone let OUG claim the puzzle. Now, they are very stubborn about claiming the puzzle in the center and getting that initial gold weapon, so it is a bit of a gamble challenging OUG, as we are going to see their reign of terror moving over to City of Tang, as Shuwon and SS1 is going to be jumped on. Full sword in hand, Shuwon going to be looking for a heal here, but Hadi going to deny it. What you doing, SS1? No heals. It looks like SS1 is going to call a disengage here. Cubes are going to be matched, as OUG is going to keep on the pressure. Wait a second, SXJ is getting very, very low. SS1 able to connect to the zipping of OUG, but nice peel going to be coming out from Baby U, and now ultimate in hand. Gold Katana, or now it's a Hong Sword, jumping on to the likes of SS1, slashing on through SXJ on the zipping, able to get the armor reset. Kylan's going to be battling out on the edge, but now SS and SXJ very, very low. It's neck to neck, but SS1 looks like they have the health advantage. Uh-oh, Sam, uh-oh. Not like this, Sam. OUG's going to fall with the gold web.
What are we doing?
Oh, no! Absolute cinema.
Baby U loses the gold katana before the first realm of Yang. This is a team that doesn't lose these. They never lose these. I'm not getting a point today. Can I change my answer? Is it too late? I gotta keep believing in them, as JL really needing some stoppage. SS1, why can't you do that to JL? I mean, okay. We see 3 eliminations for both teams, and they both died right after the 3 eliminations. So currently, we're chilling. OUG going to be forced onto the reset. It looks like they're going to go back into the zone and go for that reset there, as they are going to be trying to get themselves some loot inside that City of Tang. JL back to decently stacked. They might have Realm of Yang opportunity. I think they will decide to go for it here. Let's have them face off against Hex and lose again. Absolutely amazing.
I'm torn on that one.
Hex is just the better team.
I gotta say, I'm giving it to Hex. You know, JL's gonna win no matter what. So we can fall to the best of EU's Titans. It's all right. I mean, you know what? I would call Hex the JL of EU. You know what I'm saying? As we are going to catch SS1, the Slayers of OUG, going to be going to the EWC Slayers SR. Also, I would say the Ooglers of NBPL, they are hyper aggressive. What can you show us? SS1's going to start off on the right, grappling across. Zhuwan going to connect to the Kylan, limiting his effectiveness. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This Kylan Zhao is just like, hey. Buy me a drink first, just all over my man. Zhuwan is going to try to connect to the zipping here, but nice parry is going to be coming out. They are still going to go as the hotties, the aerial combat coming in. Kylan's going to be holding their ultimate for as long as possible. SS1 doing a great job of keeping their health up. No one's in any bad position. We still got Q up. F1 going to come out from the zipping, keeping everyone alive. We get the first cube out. We still got our combo breakup as Zhuwan sliding uppercut coming through. The enemy zipping, looking for the plank on him. It's not going to matter because Zhuwan's going to activate, popping the Kylan ultimate. He is going to get pressed off by SR though. SS1 looking mighty healthy though. Big Slash going to come in into the follow-up focus attack. Juggle for Mr. Xiao on the Kylan. His guard is going to get popped right now as the hottie of SR trying to peel off Zhuwan's absolute menace in the back line as Zhuwan's ult's gonna come out. Now we're gonna go to the second phase. No ultimates here, just pure zero ban. SR has their work cut out from coming from the back foot. Zhuwan coming in looking for the parry, but SR gonna back off, buy some space. But Rico of the zipping is gonna get surrounded 2v1 too quickly. Now in a 2v3 situation, SR gets the double parry. Zhao doesn't pop there. He sees the cover parry. He is gonna get taken down, and SS1 with Baby Yu's Gold Hong Sword gonna take it down.
OUG loses in the Realm of Yang. But so does JL. 5-2-1 wins. And ARS actually takes out their opponents in the Realm of Yang, being OUG. 5-2-1 beat JL. This is actually
back-to-back
crazy
5-2-1
game of upsets. Look at this. ARS on that Vermilion Birdmite now. Misu getting absolutely sharked down. You might see the hottie ultimate getting popped now. Yishao trying to go for some peel. Big play coming through here. That focus attack is going to deal a lot of damage to Yishao. Going to be forced to take that cube already. Not looking too good. AJ might need to pop that ultimate soon. Cube going to come out for him. Zhuwan just going to go for a bit of a reset. Misu flying out of nowhere, coming through with that hottie ultimate. See if he can get any extra damage through. Just absolutely zooming through the sky right now. So we see the hottie ultimate does end up going down. Misu going for a bit of a reset. Kylan ultimate released. We're going to see the zipping ultimate and the Kylan ultimate released in tandem as a Yishao. We're going for some peel into the whip sword, and it looks like it isn't going to connect. That's going to be God7 going down. AJ now kiting very deep into the zone. F ability released. We are going to see AJ going down. There's going to be no more zipping healing coming out from them. And the zipping heals are still coming out for the side of SS1. This is not going to be the greatest situation for them right now. Yishao tries to go for the parry, trying to fight against SS1. It's not looking too good for them right now. So we're going to see the overhaul coming through. No. Dice. As we see the last remaining player of the team gets hit by a full meter dump from SS1 Zhuwan. And that is going to send them back to the Soul Altar. Have no fear, they will return. Because the Vermilion's Birdmite will be saving them. And it looks like SS1 just going to go back into Soul form and get ready for that late game.
SS1 is on fire. We are going to go over to the Turtles of NPPL. Slow and steady wins the race. GG up to 7 kills, but super steady. Have their revenge by now. But 20 seconds left. They have to be careful as 5-2-1's going to be jumping in, putting on the pressure here. They are going to find HYD steal the kill away from GG. 5-2-1, 46% of everything left, but HYG playing is not going to be going out without a fight. He does get a focus attack too, but the 3v1 is too much for him to handle. We do look at the kill plate. SS1 is going to find a rotation deck. They do have Vermilion, so they will be coming back, rotating through. We are going to go over to BB and SR. Don't looking for the light attack. Gonna get the stagger onto Shuwon, but Shuwon cubing out. Bye-bye. We're gonna be staying alive for a second as they are gonna reconnect to him. He does pop the Kylan on. Dofu has a little bit of an edge here. Pops the combo break. Now both of these guys lugging it out as Dofu gets a little bit more value. Knocks the zipping up, but immediately goes back to Xiao, putting him in the jungle. Xiao can't play the game. He's getting lifted off the ground. Let my man breathe. He finally pops the combo break and immediately is going to get slashed, but BBE with a ton of pressure from the 25 seconds. It's not going to be enough. They need to find a kill, but STG and AR showing up to the party as everything slows down. SR, though, also under a ton of pressure with 1 minute left on their Vermilions.
Oh, Raven, I didn't know if you noticed the kill feed, but it said that OUG killed a member of JL. Very nicely indeed. As we are going to see big parry coming out for Xiao, able to connect onto that as they are going to be trying to take out the members of ARS who come off of their Yang depletion. They need, or off of their Vermilions, they need to get eliminations. They're going heavy aggro into this mid game, trying to get these third-party kills. SXJ taking out JL's chunks in the kill feed as well. I've never seen a more pretty sight in my life as we are going to be seeing ARS trying to get out of this mess. But it is going to be very difficult for them as Alliance now going to be able to take out. Oh my goodness, JL is fully eliminated from the game and OUG is fully cleansed out. Beautiful to see SR Xiao trying to see if he can get this cleanse going, but he's got 3 seconds to this Yang depletion. It goes away and it looks like Rico goes down, but everybody else is going to still be alive. They're going to be able to get the buyback coming here as all of the Yang depletion has gone through. BBE's Dofu going to be buying that Rebirth Charm, and it looks like ARS just getting absolutely melted there as SR as well, not having the greatest comeback when it came to this fight. SR's got 1 remaining member, and now we head to the realm of Yang. This is going to be 5-2-1 versus SS1. Yuan getting absolutely melted right off the rip here. We are going to see him trying to kite out this situation. It's looking incredibly low. Hadi going for the peel. Shuwon getting hit with the Unseen Current. Fat Milk forced to pop the cube already. Shuwon trying to come around as Pampy goes for the reset. Yuan already dead. Ultimate pop for Pampy now. We are going to see Hadi versus Kylan. Oh my goodness, what a juggle coming through. 5-2-1. Now in the 3v1 situation against the Hadi. The cube is now up. Pampy ready to go for the slash, and now, oh my goodness, the Unseen Current into Kylan, into Unseen, into Kylan again.
Wait a second.
It is Tech.
5-2-1 just destroyed the juiced up SS1. SS1 was so stacked with loot, and 5-2-1 just walks right through him. They delete the zipping immediately on execution. Uh-oh, we got OUG moving it up right now. Gonna find STG. This is what you need, Sev. You need them to get some momentum here. There are a couple blueberries, but on the back.
No!
Alliance, Yuma is gonna find the steal. And uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Baby U is gonna fall against the wall. Alliance with the purple armors, finding the blueberries of OUG, picking them apart, making some blueberry muffins out of them. Delicious.
Chad, he's not locked. I don't know what's going on. Why is OUG doing this to me? I finally put my faith in the members of OUG, and we're just seeing absolute bamboozlement. They're chasing Cloud. It's an easy kill. They let him get away. He runs right into Alliance. BBE gonna get fully eliminated. SR Xiao picking up that elimination. SR with only 1 member on their team. It looks like BBE and SR had a little bit of a 1v1 matchup here. Hex though, taking a look at them, they've got Mystic Might available for them. 5-2-1. Oh, SXJ still kicking it. I know SS was able to get away as well. Yuma, the rest of the team is going to be converging shortly. Oh, beautiful parry from Yuma. What are we doing, guys? Come on. Parry attempt coming out here. Big uppercut into the full sword extension. And OUG is going to finish with 7 eliminations. They're only 1.2 points behind. 1.2 points behind. And we still have 1 player alive. So Rebirth Charms are a thing.
You know, I'm not a mathematician, Seb, but even if you're 1 point behind or 30 points behind, that would still mean that JL has more points for the day. So I gotta say, OUG, they had a lot of things going for them, but, you know, If I'm gonna
Baby
slurp
is
someone
throwing.
up, I'm gonna
Baby.
be slurping up your tears. Ah, delicious. Salty, salty tears. It's so delicious. As we are going to go over to 5-2-1, they've been absolutely spectacular in the Rumble Yang right here, deleting everyone with flawless execution. 5-2-1, showing what it's like to prepare for Jacob another year inside NBPL. These guys are battle hardened by the top Chinese teams. Finally, a little bit of a roster shakeup in SCA this year, but it looks like the synergy is coming together, and the choices of mixing it up, well, looking promising going into this Jacob, as we're going to go into a replay of 5-2-1 earlier versus JL. I can't watch this. Seth, take it away.
5-2-1's Pampy. I'll be more than gladly taking this away from you, as 5-2-1's Pampy coming through with the 1-2s on those purple nunchucks, going for the overholds here, as we're seeing One Fang trying to get some sort of kite situation out. Cubes are going to be popped. Tech chase coming through from Pampy. Pampy going to be able to get a beautiful slash onto One Fang there, keeping him knocked up into the air. And if they lose their zipping this early into the fight, we know exactly how they went out. The peels are going to come through. So One Fang has gotten back up to almost full HP. They're going to be seeing Pampy just taking a lot of damage. Junk's actually doing a really good job of healing. Oh, we see the One Fang parry coming out here. Nunchuck's back out. Healing guard activated for Pampy. As TXJ comes over, the 1-2 comes out. We see the 1.0 release from Pampy over onto Junks again. And then the jump LMBs in the back end, as we see from the backside, zipping on from JL, just getting absolutely comboed by the Hottie, as Fab Milk manages to pick up that one. 1-2-3, and it was just like that. Quick, quick, quick. Beautiful elimination.
Yeah, 5-2-1 looking spectacular. They're able to take down the juggernauts like JL, you know. I mean, if they beat OUG, I wouldn't be as impressed, but beating JL, I gotta tip my hat to
okay.
As 1 minute left on SS1, we saw them start today very, very strong. They are gonna getting taken down by GG. CGS coming on. Satsuko on the kill field, picking up a kill on the Lions. A lot of players all over here. The whole party is over here. 17 players in one little spot. But GG can slow things down, kind of see what's happening as Loye, last remaining player of SS1, desperately looking for a kill. He is going to move into a building occupied by Alliance. You're not invited here, but Loye, he's breaking and entering right here, as Hottie is going to be evicted out of there. Loye, though, 27 seconds, needs to make something happen here. Is he going to deny the kill, or is he going to go for the Hail Mary, try to cleanse in this spot? Tough situation for Loye. It looks like the call is to deny the kill, as he's going to walk slowly into the darkness. Wait, 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 wait! Someone hit him. Alliance. Wait a minute. We can get a kill right here. 5 seconds left. No, parry's going to come out. Alliance. Jang gets donated a kill. Delicious. And he's going to make it back into the zone using that Hottie ultimate and the cube, as we're going to see the Yang Spirit Well already popped off. GG going to grab themselves that Draco Storm buff. GG's CJS with the Kylan ultimate activated. Looks to try and run down some of these players. He might run directly into Hex, but he's found the members of SR. Rico, the first to get grappled down. And now Hex need to think about starting to rotate on out of here. Alliance's Jung running for the hills. CJS doesn't manage to see him. As we are going to see now, SR trying to come and play defense, as a GG needing to back out of this situation now. They still have ults available. They're looking incredibly strong. Misu's still alive, just kiting things out here on the bottom side. There's a lot of solos left in this lobby. OUG's only a duo. They've got Baby U back up, but they don't have SXJ, so no healer value coming from that Kylan ultimate. Kylan and Hottie alone is going to be very, very sussy, as Alliance's Jung is going to be eliminated. GG's LXM picking up that kill. Hex on Yang depletion, as well as SR. So they're going to be looking for the cleanse. Capture the flag challenge is going to be available for them. Who is going to be able to claim that flag? And it looks like SR are going to be going for that onto that side here. Oh, SR spot a solo. Or it is a duo, in fact, but the meteorites will be dealing some damage. SR trying to come through. It looks like they are just going to back off of OUG at the moment. They have the flag. They might just try and go and drop this in. Rico is still giving up a bit of chase.
could see some action coming through here. Baby U is going to be in the back end. Could get those points a little bit higher just by holding out for a little bit longer. As we do see, 5 eliminations on the board for Hex. They've passed to TWSS. So BBE are going to have a monster day if they want to catch up to them, as they are going incredibly high in the point scoring right now. OUG's SS coming through with the Hottie ultimate, trying to kite out the situation right now. Really good job of actually avoiding the ballista shots that are raining down from Hex on the top side. They are attempting their very best to get some eliminations with this here, using that stanchion Sky Pillar that we see from the other side to get them out of trouble. Sachiko with the 1.0 release is not going to be able to get an elimination, as we are going to see that F ability released from the Hottie. Cube coming out from SR Shao. 17S is 1 HP in a dream right now. If Eggs can manage to find them, that cleanse is going to be super crucial. 17S goes down, and that's going to be the members of GG's 330. Members of Team GG, as the flag still yet to be captured. CJS getting incredibly low here. We might need to see that ultimates coming out there. It looks like Hex might just go for the capture the flag, but I don't even know if the Spirit Well is still in the final circle.
Yeah, SR and OUG, both duos left in this chaotic endgame. 14 players left alive. Miss You, the solo, trying to keep his team's hopes and dreams alive. Every little point is going to matter as we narrow down this day. Hex, 5 kills. I mean, we'll pick up the flag. I think they navigate their way over, but the Titans of the lobby. GG, slow and steady, win the race, up to 10 kills right now. They love these endgame situations. They love playing this range pressure game, as they are going to match off 5-2-1. 5-2-1 has been spectacular so far. They're not going to give up this Spirit Well for free, but look at the Jades GG has. Palm Lightning coming out from Ivan, though. Merciless versus Palm Lightning. Which one wins out on this? I've been getting some really good poke damage in on the CGS, forcing a reaction out of them, but GG is going to press them off and get to 90%. And now, CGS is going to activate with the Kylan ultimate, jump in onto Ivan. You were poking me with that stupid Palm Lightning. Now we're going to get in there, knocking him into the zone over and over. I've been getting suffocated by the zone. Shoved repeatedly by the CJS. LXM is going to come in with the tag team. The follow-up picking off for the 5-2-1. But wait a second.
Poison Splash for the win.
Poison Splash fighting from the grave. 5-2-1's not going out without a fight. GG thought they had him on the run, but literally falling into their trap. Now GG with the buff, giving it over to 5-2-1. Well played by them, and we are gonna go to a scuffed endgame here with duos and your team OUG still alive.
Oh my goodness, 5-2-1. The catalyst of that fight was 100% from the efforts all coming out of that Poison Splash. OUG's SS looking to get the aggression on, finding them at a weak moment in time where they don't have their abilities available for them. Kylan ultimate going to be coming through from Baby U. It's all or nothing time. Hex Wooey still alive. They're at 6 kills. They managed to get a few. Fat Milk getting incredibly low. OUG in the 2v3 situation, managing to take down Fat Milk, knocking Pampy into the zone. Hex Wooey now coming through. Wooey able to get the elimination onto Pampy.
Let's go, Wooey.
Oh my goodness. The 2v1 of Destiny. Wooey gonna get himself healed up. There's gold armor there if he needs it. That's gonna be SS trying to fight out Ivan now. They've turned it from a 3v2 into a 2v1 in their favor. It's going to be a Hex Wooey up on the top side, trying to see if he can gain any extra value on these eliminations. Ivan incredibly low, but he knows he needs to work together with the Hottie to get himself any sort of victory in this 2v1v1 situation. Big parry coming out from Baby U, and then we see the F ability invested. Wooey now on the backside, gonna try and see if he can make any sort of damage happen onto the members of OUG, but it looks like they're gonna clean up Ivan very fast, but Wooey seals the elimination. Big parry is gonna come through. Wooey now versus OUG. Poison Splash is going to come through from Ivan. Oh my goodness, but what an execute. OUG first, Hex second, picture perfect finish, and 5-2-1 choking the victory again. Wow. Actually, they do get the MVP, but they choked the multiplier and all the extra points.
Ooh. What bittersweetness. Hex keeping up the momentum, you know, at the bottom side of the leaderboard, plus fighting in, and, you know, OUG showing up a little bit. They could, you know, out of all outcomes, I'll take that they get the first place, they get a couple points here, because it could have been way worse. If they didn't die, this could have been another 25 plus point game. So, you know, I respect that OUG is going to keep things interesting as we move forward. But 5-2-1 played out of their minds today. They just absolutely crushed everyone, even when they were in disadvantage. So many teams like SS1 had the loot advantage. JL had the loot advantage versus them. And even in that end game, GG had the loot advantage on them, and they were able to take them down and win.
Here we go. Answer for treasures, ladies and gentlemen. Which hero did the Game 2 MVP use? Was it A, Kylan? Was it B, Hadi? Was it C, Shunhuan? Or was it D, Zipping? I can give you a hint. It's not going to be one of them 100%. It's very likely that it is two answers. There's two answers that it's very likely.
Yeah, you should listen to Seb. He is a mathematician. Now, going to be looking at the overall leaderboards. Your team, if I'm doing the math correctly, I'm not as good as you.
Way higher than JL.
It's higher than JL right now. Things are getting a little bit more interesting. You know what? I don't want to make it an easy answer for Moxie and Duncan. We got to keep this, you know, neck to neck. I did say, looking at the points, I knew that JL was better than OUG, but OUG had a decent lead, so I imagine it was going to be a race all the way until the very end today. Remember, OUG did spectacular on their mirror matchup, and I feel like if SS1 didn't slow them down this time, they would have replicated their same thing. Are they going to be able to go into Game 3 and run the Kylan comp again? Are they going to keep up that momentum? And how is it going to go this time? Are we just going to let OUG get puzzled? Can someone contest them? Stop giving Baby U the gold weapon, please?
Give him the gold weapon every single time. Baby U, that's your gold weapon. You own that puzzle. You own those pillars. No. It's Baby U's spot. That's his crib, man. You can't attack a man in his own crib.
Well, you know, mirror matchups are out. And Hex, you know, it's not the most flashy way of doing things, but it's incredibly difficult what they're doing. They're incredibly consistent. They're always getting to this end game, and they're stealing kills where it matters. It's not about just hitting a home run for the Parks right now. It's just about punching your ticket in to Jacob. They're going to do something that no one from EU has been able to do. For the first time in the 5 Jacobs, will we see an EU team make it? And the EU region, finally, it doesn't pain me to say this, but surpass NA for the first time in the 5 years. I got to tip my hat to EU. I'm not gonna lie, they're probably better than the NA region at this point.
EU has got some good vibes going on here, and I mean, just taking a look at the scores throughout the days. We saw Relax playing yesterday. Compare them to HYG, comparing ARS to Hex. There's a similar skill comparison when it comes to basic NARAKA skill in the game. When it comes to advanced NARAKA skill as well, the skill comparison is similar, but the team synergy that Hex has brought out, the game planning, the amount of labbing that they've done, the amount of VOD review, the amount of strategy planning that Hex has done has put them a cut above the rest. And I do know that we could say this as well, is that ARS is missing Kuzo.
That's true.
Which it is putting them at a huge, significant disadvantage. No disrespect to AJ in the slightest, but Kuzo was one of the pieces of glue that held the team together, and without Kuzo, it has been a very big struggle for ARS. As
Kuzo is known as the best NA Trios players amongst the Trios players. It's like if Hex didn't have Wooey. It's a very, very different team when you don't have the pressure of your position one.
It's like if JL didn't have TXJ. Like,
yeah.
Come on. So it is putting them at a bit of a disadvantage, right?
Looking at the points, though, Seth, TWSS, they're gone. Bye-bye.
They're gone. Yeah, I mean, unless BBE folds.
Powerful, 69.5. Powerful. They're going to be climbing up a little bit more. They want to actually pass YZG.
Sorry, what does that say? Sorry, what does that say? Sorry, Raven, what does that say?
I'm not a mathematician. My eyesight is a little bit bad, but
132.4.
I can see that OUG is on top of JL at the moment, but it's only day 2, and that was their best day. I did watch them lose the gold weapon and being very, very stacked now.
Yeah. We're still ahead. We're still ahead.
Scrapping it out, it really defines you being able to bring back your game, But there's a lot of NARAKA to be played. This is when the true tactician's coming out. I love watching TXJ and SS duke it out with their tactics. Now we are going to look at the highlights brought to you by China's Unicom as JL made quick work of ARS, battling out for these Fireflies, having that initial rage junks able to cut through and immediately delete ARS.
And these highlights, as always, brought to you by China Unicom. This kill here, the jump LMB into the ult cast from Pampy, being able to take out the members of SS1. I love this unseen current into Kylan Slash upwards, and then sends one right back down. Then we have Louis trying to kite this situation out, but the 3v1 is just undeniable. And look at this. Bang! Dead, as we're going to see. We don't get to see the highlight kill of Hex killing JL. I really wanted to see that one broadcast. But we are going to see Pampy coming through. This comeback, GG had the most insane blunder here. Unseen Current is going to take out 330 as they do it again and again and again. 330 goes down, LXM goes down, all because of Ivan's Poison Splash. And then Baby U and SS 3v2. Absolutely phenomenal. Very, very impressive gameplay skills here. They managed to get a 3v2 against an incredibly stacked team. To be fair, 521 does not have their ultimates available in this situation. We see Fat Milk go down, and then we see Ivan and Pampy getting a shot out into the zone. And then the 2v1 situation, which ends up going into the favor mostly of Hex's Wooey. As Wooey manages to get himself a kill, he does end up going out to the Poison Splash. As we see the 1.0 release there, Hex Wooey gets it. He gets himself parried off of the focus follow-up, and then OUG managed to claim themselves one more elimination. If Hex wouldn't have gotten that kill, I think OUG would have had that MVP as well.
W Hex.
Thank
you for supporting the JL domination of OUG. I mean, you got this one, Seb. You got this one. I'm not comparing because I'm not a mathematician, but 32 points is a little bit cooler than just a measly teens of points. A 30 bomb is a 30 bomb. I'm trying to do the math, but that's some big points. Moving forward though, 521. I'm very surprised at how clean their executions are. I noticed a couple of things by them that I'm definitely go back and watch it and comb through it with a fun. I gotta see everything that these guys did because they absolutely deleted a lot of teams with really, really good defenses, with really, really good executions, with aggressions. And playing against 521, I have the privilege of 3v3ing these guys. A lot of the SAA teams, they're just very, very good defensively. And now for them to shift to offense, really, really cool stuff, exciting stuff moving forward. But ladies and gentlemen, that's 2 rounds in. We still got 4 more to go. We're going to take a short break, and we will be right back.
We are very excited to compete this year with the best teams in the world, because we are confident we are finally good enough to stand a chance against them, and we want to prove ourselves.
去年的失意从不是终点，而是蓄力的起点。我们不谈过往，只拼当下。
Game 7 năm ngoái, bị GL chặn cửa giành cúp quán quân. Cảm giác ấy như một cái gai trong tim suốt cả năm nay. Vì vậy, ngày hôm nay, mục tiêu chỉ có một, xé tan mọi nỗi tiếc nuối.
舰队至今，我们拿过多次夺冠，却始终与大赛冠军差一步。可 OUG 3排的字典里没有放弃，今年世界赛会让所有等待都有微笑。
谁懂我们去年的遗憾？拿遍了春夏赛、锦鲤杯冠军，就差捷杯圆梦大满贯。今年卷土重来，这次定要弥补遗憾，圆梦巅峰。
EWC 夺冠只是起点，这次捷杯赢了一起狂，输了一起扛。
今年捷杯不为重复过去的荣光，只为兑现去年未完成的承诺。这一次，我必全力以赴，用冠军为遗憾画上圆满的句号。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2025 J-Cup in Shanghai. What a beautiful skyline. And it's been a beautiful day of NARAKA. And Seb, your beautiful face as you realize you are now in the lead for possibly the Ultimate Casting title. I can imagine you wearing the chain Ultimate Caster.
Oh, yeah.
If you get it. You know, you deserve the title if you're able to get it. If you took the gamble on the likes of OUG, maybe, just maybe. But it's probably not today, guys. It's probably not today because JL is going to take him down. He has a brief moment of happiness. It's going to be temporary, though, because we do know that JL is going to bring it back in these later games as the duo or the mirror matchups are done. The mirror matchups are done. Now it's all about the tactics, the all-you-can-eat buffet compositions. Everyone who's been gatekeeping some sneaky stuff coming out with some crazy stuff. We got the hit and run Tessa. We got the new Enor Yushan. We got still Monk. A lot of different variations coming with Monk. Now that's Temi Valda, but after seeing how Yushan can eat that composition part, we saw Takeda Temi coming out from OUG. So I'm curious to see if OUG is going to bust that out one more time. And we still got the Viper comp at the top. I'm hoping we get that one out of here and we move on to something different as the meta at J-Cup constantly evolves.
Yeah, we're playing Gaslight, Gatekeep, Girl Boss Gaming right now as we're going to be jumping in to game number 3. These are going to be our picks coming through with the draft. And if somebody's been gatekeeping, now is the time to unleash it. The CN teams might save their hidden tech for the finals. You know, we usually see that coming through. But if it's any time for a crazy comp to get pulled out by the likes of our global teams, it's going to be now. We could see some crazy stuff coming out from Ares. We could see some crazy stuff coming out from Hex, from Hypercube. They've got some stuff up their sleeves, and I'm really excited to see how they're going to work with it because they have the opportunity to send some pretty crazy things the way of the CN teams. And I wonder how they're going to be able to deal with it. I think that they're going to be able to put up a very good fight against these CN teams with some of that global tech coming in here. Speaking of global tech, Taki doing a very good job of helping out this team of Hex when it comes to that training matches. He's done a very good job of that. So just wanted to say shout out Taki.
Shadows Attacking Technology, providing your technology solutions when it comes to some NARAKA stuff. You know, Taki, one of the coaches and former teammates of Hex, he did fill in for Wooey when they went to Koi Cup, so his contribution to the team. But I gotta say, shout out to Fumio in Korea. They have been such a great influence and really helped Sachiko with the burden of analyzing these brilliant CN teams. Sachiko probably has watched over 150 to 200 VODs this year, trying to break down the CN teams, trying to prepare his team for this tough lobby of death, and nothing preps you for the speed, the violence, the creativity of these NBPL teams until you feel it yourself. But with all that prep, all the times that Sachiko has been here, he's been here multiple years overseas competing against these guys. I feel like all of his hard work is finally paying off, as it looks. I don't want to jinx it. I don't believe in jinxes because I know they're going to punch their ticket into Jacob, just the same way that JL is going to punch OUG out of this competition.
Just the same way that I'm going to punch you. No.
I would love to see you try, Seb. I would love
Fireball. Hey, here we go. We got to set up a Jacob boxing match. The final determination of the ultimate caster. Moxie beats us all 100% in a boxing match.
Yeah, that's true. That's right. I can't. We're all Moxie. I won't lay a finger on Moxie. Moxie just wins.
No, we wouldn't be able to. She would just knock us out in one punch.
That's true.
Incredibly strong. As we're getting ready to get back to NARAKA, Dofu, Roy Hihi, and Asbon getting ready to lock in. These guys have not had the greatest day so far, and they need to step it up. TWSS still in that 12th place position, and if BBE want to qualify, they really got to put a few points up onto the board right now to get themselves within that qualifying zone. SS1, they've had a very weird day. It's inconsistencies throughout the game. It starts off, oh wow, they're taking down JL. Oh wow, they're taking down OUG. Oh wow, they're absolutely destroying the entire lobby. And then all of a sudden they just get wrecked by Hex. Or all of a sudden they just get wrecked by another team. And it seems to me that the overconfidence when going into a fight and winning, they end up losing out on the next fight. So, you know, gotta watch out for that there, as we're gonna be seeing now some of these other teams getting ready to lock their picks in for the draft. We haven't even seen the pick order yet, so we don't know who's gonna be going first. We don't know who's gonna be going last. We don't know who's gonna be going in the middle either.
A lot of unknowns. I'm not a mathematician, but this next round is gonna be one for the ages because
oh yeah,
we'll finally see. Wait, first round pick gonna go to OUG and Hex. Ooh, Hex has like one of the phases of death, which is actually good for them. The other Vipers in the lobby is gonna be GG and OUG, and Vipers have been known to snake around and land multiple Viper stuns in the end game. It's kind of like Monk, but Viper teams really buff Viper teams. Monks really buff Monks just because you cut up the lobby. If there's one side of the tree that everyone's hiding behind or one side of the rock with the stun, you can just stun the other side. Same thing with the Monk. One Monk's on one side, the other Monk's on the other side. There's nowhere left to hide, so you get a ton of value in, and it's great to see yourself in one of these stronger groups with them leading to charge. And no surprises here, the Syra Viper. And this is exactly the same time that Hex had a very, very good game and almost MVP'd. OUG did stop them because they had a crazy amount of kills. But Hex got up to 12 kills. They were looking very confident. They navigated towards that endgame with no Yangs, getting super, super stacked, playing their nice zone rotation strategy. And we are going to see the Hottie composition for sure be locked out as the #2 strongest comp. Instead, we're seeing the straight Ooga Booga. And guess who's going to be playing it? JL. Ooh, 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 ooh. I cannot wait for them to find OUG. Chili was telling me this morning that he's been playing Yushan forever. Chili, one of EU's best J-Cup players. He's come here for solos. He's come here multiple times for trios. God7, not a primarily Enor player, so they've been trying to get themselves prepared now that this new comp has taken Jacob by surprise. And it's one of the difficult stuff in this modern NARAKA is your player or your character pool needs to be so much deeper in order to be competitive. That's not enough to just like, oh, we go in, we press a couple buttons. Nah, you gotta be as mechanically sound as some of the best players on certain characters in the world. We are gonna see a mixture in that phase 3, but phase 4, traditionally we've seen a ton of monks coming out here, and we saw a monk team in the previous phase, and we saw a little bit of this finesse as SR tried to pull this off before, trying to get 4 monks in a lobby. Just like I said before, getting multiple monks in the lobby allows you to play endgame a lot safer. Is 5-2-1 gonna go with this monkey business though, or are they gonna go their own route?
Interesting predicament that has been put in there. If we're gonna see Hadi Kylan coming out, so we're only gonna get 3 monks in the lobby. It's going to make it a little bit easier for these non-monk teams. And it's evening things out. 3 monks, 3 vipers, 2 Hadi Kylans, 3 Enor Hushans, and 1 Tessa so far. 1 Tessa Akos composition. They're going to be the one that are going to struggle the most, I do believe so. As being a lone comp, when everyone else has somebody playing on a different comp, on one, at least one other team playing their composition. We've got the 2 Hadi Kylans, we've got the 3 Enor Yushans, we've got the 3 monks, the 3 vipers, and then we've got the 1 outlier. And that's going to be the most difficult one for sure, because we're going to be seeing these outliers could be making a lot of issues coming through. They could come out on top. This Akos V3 composition hasn't really taken its full stand into the meta, if you will. It has shown up, but it hasn't shown too much value. I think these teams are still trying to work on it, and it hasn't really been as prominent because we've been mainly focusing on that new comp, which is the Enor with the Huaishan and the Shuwan Li.
It's exciting to see things come together for Hex. You know, looking at one of the things I love in NPPL is seeing the face cam, seeing the expression of these guys going in at each round. And I remember seeing Hex on the day 1, them experiencing the CN meta, because they heavily have to prepare to win EU and then transition when they come over here. They were a little bit nervous, like their eyes do not lie when it comes to it. But now, looking at them now, I see such great composure coming out from them. What are you pointing about? OUG's 38% pick rate at 6.5.
Oh, they're running F2V2 on SS.
Oh,
on the Viper.
Going with the easy mode Viper. Easy mode Viper. You know, it is more consistent to lock people down, but it isn't as strong in endgame. But I imagine if they're going to run some initial raid strategy, it will be very, very strong on spawn. We saw Baby U having that initial rage on Justina before, so maybe they get that going. Look at the heart rates here. SCA's, SCG, one of the members at 136, they know they got to be performing right now. Hex is creating a lead right now that may not be able to be climbed over, as we're going to look at over the spawns. SCG is going to be over to the left, but a big hot drop in the center. Hex, ARS, OUG, JL, and Alliance. Dead center. Things are about to be very oogly. I'm very surprised that SR is all the way in the top left. I feel like that may be a last second that they moved over. They may have moved over, or they're just going for an ISO play. I'm not sure which composition SR picked, but GG also going with the high yield on the bottom right. I'm not gonna lie, mine actually has the highest concentration of Troves next to Sunwing with a close second. So if you do get uncontested loot, this is why I call GG the Turtles of NBPL. Slow and steady wins the race. They don't like the hair trying to sprint out ahead, possibly dying like OUG. Instead, they go slow and steady. As JL's just the hunter who shoots both of them, so hopefully TXJ is going to be coming out big to secure the win. I'm going to be rooting for them. And Hex, no bias, as we are going to see SS1 Loye versus STG. Remember guys, STG really needs to get things going if they hope to punch their ticket into Jacob.
And it's not looking too good for them right now. We are going to see off spawn. ARS's Misu going to be getting taken down by Shin Yu. Now AJ getting eliminated in the 3v1 situation is Xiao now. Big overhold going to come through, but the parry comes out. And OUG picks up 3 kills to start the match off with a phenomenal set of eliminations there. TXJ, though, getting ready to go for an aggression onto the members of Alliance. We could see a score evener right here. TXJ taking a lot of damage right off the rip, though, is going to be losing a lot of that HP. No ult available online for him, so if Jiangjang can take him out right now, could be absolutely huge. We are going to see, but Jiangjang ends up going down. Big parry going to come through. Oh my goodness. The execute. And Junks and One Fang were all looking incredibly low, but the Enor ultimate was able to save the day as Yuma goes down. PP, the last remaining member. Oh my goodness. Unique in the kill feed, getting the elimination on SS1 Shuan. Ooh, big teleport opportunity. Yen going to take out Yuan, and this is what I'm saying. SS1, they're able to take out JL, and then STG end up coming away with 2 eliminations on them. When it comes through with this is with the Akos comp as well. JL are gonna run right in to SS1. They see the de-ulted Monk. Luyi now in a lot of trouble. Now we're gonna be seeing this Yushan coming in, trying to deal some extra damage. Bell gonna be popped, and now Luyi gonna go down. JL picking up another elimination. Tessa Charm gonna be coming in. This could be absolutely huge for STG if they can get these eliminations off. Big stun gonna come in. Flying Knives gonna be dealing a lot of damage as Yin gonna try and make something else happen. Akame goes down, and they just go for the Wuchen port out. Oh, JL saw him. JL sees it. They manage to get Akame up, and they're gonna go for the chase here. Akos Roar, the big meow coming through. TXJ gonna be taking a lot of damage. Unique is gonna end up going down. Yin trying to make something happen, but in the 3v1 situation, not much is possible.
Oh my goodness, SCG had a good ambush play onto JL, but nice job by the Yushan of JL to split up the burst of the Tessa ultimate as we're going to move over to some SCA on SCA action. 5-2-1 versus BBE. Both these teams need to punch in their ticket to Jacob. BBE on the cusp right now. They need to pass TWSS, but 5-2-1's I've been with the hottie coming from the top rope's gonna be slashing through, finding the kill, and look who's over here. It's GG, the stack team, double purple armor coming up north from Mines. They're gonna find a connection onto 5-2-1. BBE realizing, wait a second, that's not the team we're fighting, as LXM is gonna try to lock down Asmon with CXJ. Where you going, buddy? No escape here. We're gonna be slurping up all of these kills right now. BBE's Dofu is gonna get taken down by GG, and a nice 4-kill timing attack coming out from GG, landing very safe, but finding the great time and picking up some easy kills.
Yeah, BBE and STG so close to being able to qualify, but are just falling behind incredibly short of that finish line. So now we're going to see the Temi ultimate getting released. No ult zone. Oh my goodness. What a no ult zone pop for the members of Alliance. But now it's looking like Alliance might be in a bit of a tough spot here. SR17S going to get grabbed. We are going to see the Flying Knives come through. Yuma pops that ultimate. We are going to see 17 is actually going to be able to get away out of this as Rico with the counter ult going to be coming through. Jiangjang going to go down. This is unfortunate. Yuma has already used his second life. He goes down here. PP just not having it with the grabs as well. Oh, he does manage to get one, but the ult timer is going to go down. Bell's going to get popped. Rico just going for a bit of a scale away as he's trying to chase down Yuma while the rest of his team goes for the cleanup on Alliance's Monk.
Yeah, SR gets completely bamboozled by that no ult zone, but they're able to turn it around by breaking line of sight, denying PP's pressure on the Monk, using their Valda to get that nice ISO, as we are going to spot Rico versus Yuma in a 1v1. Yuma going to return fire, getting his half charge off. Nice parry coming out from Rico. He's not going to have any of it as he is going to pick up the kill. Wait, we got another player over here. OUG showing up. They do have ults right here. Tough break. The V2 F2 gonna connect to 17S, but he's line of sighting. He's able to get out of line of sight to pop his ultimate, denying this pressure. Xinyu now on the Syra, trying to close out the kill as SS gonna pick up the pressure, but 17S's Monk is dangerous. They can't overcommit here. They are gonna, one of them is gonna get scooped up as the Moonbane is gonna come down from OUG. SR now in full retreat as OUG has invested everything into this. 17S is gonna be coming out. Temi ult comes out, and now OUG stuck in the middle of some sand, trying to get out of here as the wave of SR is gonna be rolling onto them. Baby, you in a tough spot as 17S looking for the flank with the flying knives, denying the exit for SS. OUG gonna space out, use their Moonbane to their advantage, back out for a second as SS jumps back in. Rico though still has the Valdo ult up, has to be careful. Nice job dodging the spear as OUG's Baby U jumps into the action, landing a nice focus attack on the flank as Xinyu is gonna jump in. It's neck to neck with both these guys. Temi F is gonna be invested as Zhao under a ton of pressure. 70S stuck in a weird position. He's gonna opt to help his teammate Rico. The Valda fighting his way out of this as Baby U very, very low is gonna retreat into zone, leaving his teammate behind. SS is gonna get taken down. Baby U comes back, but he's gonna get parried. Nice stuff coming up from SR. OUG had everything going for them, but they're not JL. They're not like the GOATs TXJ. It doesn't matter how much they have, Seb. I'm not a mathematician, but if you're dead right now going into Yang and you just got Baby U alive, it's not looking good as they're able to deny the kill to SR.
Oh no, my goodness. This comp is just not working out for them today. They tried something different, using that V1 ultimate instead of the V2 on the Syra. They're trying the V1, V2 on the Viper. And the weave around the tree, the Monk ult still happens. They don't manage to get any eliminations. We do see Hex in the middle of that sequence as well. It got sent back to the Soul Altar. You can see Squeaky, he's actually in Soul form, passing JL as we speak, as JL managed to pick up a few extra eliminations onto that board as well. This is going to give a good option. So JL is going to have their ultimate comp in the next game, right? And we're going to be seeing OUG going down into that last place selection. OUG are going to have last place, second to last, and then second place selection for the rest of the day. So that's going to give them the option to play their last game on the Enor composition. And it could give them a really good chance of getting themselves the win in this Ultimate Caster competition. As JL going to be facing off against 5-1
I'm actually nervous for them.
versus Enor. And then ARS versus HYG. That's going to be a really good fight. BBE versus GG. BBE needs to win this, otherwise it's going to be very cooked for them for the rest of the game. And SR are going to be taking the fight against SS1. Here we go. Kick things off.
JL is going to be fighting against the comp that actually, I believe, counters them because the Hadi anti-burst allows you to kite a lot. Junk's going to be forced into the Yushan ultimate. It looks like they're trying to line of sight right now as Wonfang is going to get pressure put onto him by the Hadi, but nice parry is going to come out onto the zipping, gets a ton of damage on him. Cube is going to be coming out as Wonfang is going to pop the Shuan ultimate, looking for a snipe with the skewer. Big damage going to be coming out. Kablowy onto Pambi, but Pambi is going to be able to continue fighting here, and they are going to shift a little bit of their attention to the zipping. A little bit of swap going on here as zipping tries to get away from the focus fire. Scale rushing away, but they are going to be able to connect. No ultimates left, all neutral left. Zipping is going to fall to the focus fire of JL, and now Pambi on his last leg is going to get the 1.5 charge off, but Wonfang gets the LMB, forces out the combo break, and JL is going to have their revenge on 5-2-1.
JL actually played that so phenomenally. Watching that from the perspective of Wonfang, he's just sitting back, letting Xunhuan do Xunhuan things. It was very beautiful to see. It looks like HYG manages to take out ARS in the realm of Yang. Maybe it was just the first elimination that happened, but I saw Yichao go down in the kill feed. So we are going to be seeing one of them coming away victorious. And there we go. HYG winning their Realm of Yang. Ooh, EL, GG, and SR, all with that Vermilion Birdmine.
I'm looking at the leaderboards, but did I see? I'm not a mathematician, but I saw 13 kills this early in the Yang. Oh my goodness, are we gonna see another 30 bombs, Seb? Ooh,
I don't know.
I'm feeling real good about the odds moving forward. As we're gonna get a highlight of SR versus S1, nice mirror matchup with the Monks. Temi ult's gonna be coming out as 17S gets one slam, comes flying in, but Loye punches him out. Get out my face, son. 17S though, looking for the grabs, just barely coming in, and Loye again pushing them out. Stop trying to grab my team. 17S moves to the top rope, looking for the grab, looking down. He does get one, but his ult is going to come down as he is going to eat a Balder Spear into an RMB from that Pulse Sword into a Pulse Sword dash. Temi ult is going to come out a little bit late. They still got their Balder ult as SR is going to turn this defense into offense. Loye is going to fall. U1 is going to fall. Nice stuff coming out from SR. They get the parry and they destroy SS1.
Big grab coming out, and now we're seeing SR versus JL. One Fang trying to hop around in the Shunhuan, able to dodge out a decent amount of this pressure from 17S. TXJ going to be de-ulting now. Volta ultimate is going to be catching them. Overhold's going to connect. JL, oh my goodness, the tactical nuke going to be coming in as all of these players are going to be getting hit up by GG as JL's One Fang getting absolutely obliterated. GG's Alexam trying to navigate through all of this craziness. HYG trying to come through as well. BBE managing to claim a... They managed to claim the Spirit Well after losing the... ARS, Misu, AJ... trying to get out of there. Alexam going for the chase, seeing what targets he can focus onto. Misu trying to see if he can get some kills. Yishao gets a kill. Luo Yi gets a kill onto Alexam. Ivan picking up an elimination on a 330. Yishao going to just take the cube away. Goes for the airwalk with the Pulse Sword. Tries to see if he can make anything happen, but the Justine ultimate's going to come out just in time. SS1's Yuan going to get a kill. Chili on 1 HP. Trying to skate away from this. Misu trying to see if he can pick up another elimination. 2 eliminations for Yishao on the board. Chung's picking up a kill on a Chili. That is going to be Wooey with the kill on the SS1 is Shuan. Fat Milk getting incredibly low as well. 14 eliminations on the board already for JL. Wow. Doing an incredible job, I must say, in this game. As ARS finally putting some points up onto the board. Not doing too bad. BBE still with a Yang depletion. Have yet to put some points up on the board. OUG might try some madness here, seeing if they can get some eliminations, and it looks like it's going to be OUG versus BBE. GG might come in here as well. We're going to see the Cyber Ultimate getting released, and it looks like the labbing for this composition just doesn't work. OUG taking it easy today because they already know that they're qualified. They don't need to put any extra points up. Baby, you're taking a lot of damage right now. This is not the greatest situation for him right now. Asbot trying to chase, see if he can get some sort of elimination off onto the members of OUG, but it looks like it's not going to be able to work for him. No, 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 no! Roy, he picks up an elimination, and Baby U gets down.
I heard you earlier say something about JL just having 14 points, because I'm not really good with numbers. You're really good with numbers, Seb. 141 now, 0.3. I think that's greater than 135.4. As we are going to get BBE eliminating ARS's Miss You. Now OUG is they're still there, you know. They're still there, you know. They're existing in the world of JL, you know. As we move forward, you know, I really hope OUG is able to lock it down, bring things just not better than JL, you know, just right under, just to take the ultimate casting to another level, you know. As we are going to get SS1's Loye popping the Monk ult, looking for the grabbies. We're going to get Royhee scooped up. Dofu looking for the peel to put on a little bit of pressure here, get a little space for his team member. Royhee goes back into the hands, double grab, kablowie! Royhee is going to get taken down as Asbon trying to make his way out of here. Dofu is going to challenge here. Immediately going in, we're just full griefing each other as looking at the Shadow Corruption, where ARS does come back in. He'll be able to pick up a couple kills. He'll miss you. Nice job. Gets it here on the board. ARS, nice opportunist, picking up some kills here, keeping the hope alive.
There we go. Nice. Going into the zone to get through there. BBE fully eliminated with only 2 points on the board for them. It's going to still keep them out of qualifying contention. Starfall is going to be released from Rico. Oh, the Starfall combo into the Monk grab was the goal that they were trying to achieve, but it looks like we are going to see the stun coming through. Monk going to be taking a lot of damage. Beautiful peel from Rico with that golden pulse sword. Nice parry going to come through, and the double charge from the Flying Knives of Shao going to clean up that elimination very nicely as 17S goes down as well. We are going to see Rico being caught into the combo. Myriad Winter Sweep coming out into the Moonshard Storm as well. Now we've got, I believe it's a 2v2 situation. Vault Ultimate going to be released. Big parry coming out, and Rico going to be losing that gold weapon of his. But CJS is going to get caught up. The double parry into the overhold. The shotgun burst from Shao. Now it's a 2v1. Can 330 make it happen? The 1-2. Jump LMB, and there we go. GG's 330 is going to lose that one out. And HYG going to be fighting JL. Oh my goodness, Chili killed Junks. Hex going to kill Fat Milk in the kill feed as well. JL looks like they Chili dies. Are going to fight back. You know, we got 5-2-1 making their way out of this situation as Hex. Squeaky gets the max range grapple. Gonna close the distance right here. Looks for the one charge. Got that Spear Jade in hand. And it looks like 5-2-1 is gonna get closed out here, but Alliance, Hex has to check their flank. We got a team lurking on our 6 boys. 5-2-1 is going to come back, and they are going to reveal themselves as Hex is going to slow down. They don't want to overcommit right here. They want to stick to their strategy. Slow and steady wins this race. They're aiming for that top 9 placement. Alliance with that Mystic Might is going to be able to track down this solo out as Yuma. That kill would have been huge for them there. Wait, JL, we're back. We're back. Wait a minute. We're fine. We're chilling. We're thriving. As SS1 is gonna back off. I see some gold armor. JL's looking nice and healthy. Very oogly for the boys. Already up to, I don't know, Seth, what does that say at the top? I think it was like 1 and an 8. And OUG was, I think, at a 3. Yeah. OUG not having the greatest game. They're labbing some weird comps. I'm very unimpressed with their gameplay at the moment. But you know what I was impressed with was seeing how HYG manages to get in a couple of eliminations off on the members of JL here. We are going to see JL does manage to take out Lang very quickly. And then Chili now on the back end. We do see a kill come through here from the members of HYG. As One Fang is going to send the charge attack through from the alt recast. God7 going to be kiting out. Yushan ultimates available now. As we see, still have the Yushan ultimate up for HYG. As how do they get an elimination here? I don't understand. Okay, so we see the 3v1 situation. Chili manages to kill TXJ. And we see the ending of that kill feed there. As something happens where he does manage to come away with 1 elimination. Or no, I guess not. What? We saw it in the kill feed.
You got Junks. You got Junks.
You got Junks.
You got Junks. I know you're good with numbers. I'm good with seeing fights, and Junks did get taken in that situation. One Fang.
You're good with numbers. I have eyes, actually.
We are looking over at Hex. They're looking very, very stacked. Sachiko with 20K. They got the insurance plan. Planning for the future, you know. Making sure that even if one of them dies, they can pop that res. HYG in a tough position. They do have Yang depletion. Same with GG. Hex has to be careful right now. They got the Titans of the lobby slowly lurking their way over to Hex as Hex is going to turn the corner and be like, hey. Oh! They fiended! They fiended the betrayal! Sachiko is going to get pressured here. He does find some room on the edge right here. Can they get the focus fire down? Can they get the heals to Sachiko? No, they cannot. 330's focus fire is just too much. They're going to get staggered. What is the call here? Sachiko had all the money too. No! GG. does find the kill onto Hex here, finding the silence, and now Squicky going for a ride. Tough break for Hex. Now JL seeing the investment, the triple ultimate coming in, poking, checking out the vibes. This Ballista, cannon shots, all hell is breaking loose. It's a war zone as HYG's on the top ropes. Can God7 find the shot right here? No, just out of range. JL's Wonbong is gonna find the kill with the ultimate, and now Wonbong has a little bit more kills right here, sees multiple teams out, calling out here. TXJ calling the slowdown as LXM trying to slow things down, trying to survive right here. Gets the armor swap. JL gonna find the focus fire, and now the ballista shots, making this a very dicey situation as GG is going to receive some karma for going for the fellow Viper team. Squicky's trying to get res right there, almost there, but as Wooey does realize, wait a minute, everyone's looking at me now, as JL might have spotted the lone Justina. Nope, looks like Wooey is going to be fine for right now. But using the thing that I have, my eyes, I'm looking at the JL score, and we're on track to do it another 30 bomb. Except, I know you want to be an ultimate caster, but I think you might be the ultimate mathematician in the future instead, as we are going to see SR's 17S going with the stomp. Temmie is going off. 17S gets the bonk. God7 backs off. 1 HP situation. Zhao, very, very low. Rico needs to come over with the ball. Oh, get a little bit of peel over, but what can they do? No, they can't do anything. Chili with the Yushan, gonna come in with the slam and pick up the kill.
PP gonna be holding up, and then we are gonna see Wooey goes down in the kill feed. I do believe that is Hex's game number 3. They finished that off at a nice, comfortable 74 points. Which is looking incredibly good for them. 2 seconds left for that Yang depletion. One of these players is going to be going down. That's going to be HYG's Chili. Junk's getting the kill credit for that, as JL still trying to go through onto the rest of ASR and HYG. God7 going to be taking a lot of damage here. Oh my goodness. Stanchion on the staff as well. They are ready and waiting to throw all of this action out, as we are going to be seeing the jump LMB is coming through. Rico on the back end, trying to run away. Alliance are going to pick that one up. They do have that buff. 17S is going to go down. 16 players left alive. OUG still here on the Yang depletion, so we are going to see them picking up an elimination right now. That's going to be STG's Unique going down. They're going to try and see if they can pick up the rest of these kills onto Akame. This freeze is going to be good. That's going to be Baby U jumping in. The Dazzle is going to come out as well, because we're using Dazzle Bubble V1 ultimate, and they need one more cleanse. They've got 3 minutes and 36 seconds to do so, as we are going to see some cannon shots coming through. But Yin in the back end, will they be able to find him? Come on, get him. Get him, OUG, come on! Alliance now with SS1. Looking pretty stacked as well, but JL absolutely dominating the game.
I mean, SS does have 50k right there, so they have 3 minutes left. Don't need to push anything. They just need to have, I don't think there's a store left in this part of the zone, though. Can't even invest all of that, as OUG is going to keep on that aggression. They're going to put the pedal to the metal as they find the SCG on the outside, but they are lurking very, very close to this Moonbane, as SS1's going to take the opportunity, coming in with the flank. Sinew going to take a ton of damage, going to eat 2 double charges to the back, taken down, and now SS1 going to be deleted as the Moonbane coming through. Wonfang is going to snipe SS from downtown. Kaboom! Bye-bye. Hopes and dreams. See ya.
Oh, baby, you still...
Oh. There's 10 people left alive, though. JL needs to find the multiplier, needs to find the win on this, as SS1's going to invest their Monk ultimate and their Vault ultimate, jumping in, looking down, but they're being chasing. Jang, Alliance Jang, they're going to make its way around the corner. Loye desperately wants to find the grab out here. Ooh, their Valda gets the snipe, gets the scoop. 1 charge going to come out from Shuwan. Flying knives coming out, double flying knives. Mice Peel, though, coming out from Alliance. The cavalry is here. You won't get on my teammate. Get off my teammate. 1 grab goes on, re-grab goes through. Flying knives cooking him in the hand. SS1 is going to get reversed right here as Alliance, no man left behind. fighting on the low ground, some monk on monk violence. 2v3 situation. Alliance just needs to clean this up.
Oh,
big Cyclone coming through, shredding through them as 8 people are left alive, and JL is here to crash the party.
Oh, TXJ with the kill on to SS1 Shuan as JL trying to clean house here. Jump crouch coming through, trying to deal that extra little bit of damage. He does manage to pull off the kill there. One Fang with the ultimate available again. I believe that they just claimed that White Tiger's prowess. We're going to see the recast coming through onto Jiangjang just to drop some extra bit of damage. And CC, F ability popped from One Fang just to avoid anything extra. Ult is going to come again. This could be huge. If he gets the line of sight in, he gets Jiangjang. Look at this kill steal potential that we're seeing. I am loving this Shunhuan ultimate in trios. The line of sight ultimate. Oh my goodness, Blazing Cyclone. Oh, he doesn't have it. As we're going to see Lang getting tossed into the zone. 27 eliminations, 28. TXJ on the other side of the map, going off in a 1v1. Now PP jumping back in here as it is the 3v1 situation. So 29 in total eliminations for JL alongside the first place finish. DP. Just gonna try and kite this out. Ooh, the grab, the punch, the heal. It's gonna be an MVP from JL again, as disappointed in OUG. They're genuinely throwing just quite sad. But
you know, second place is not that bad, Sam. You know, the Ultimate Caster,
there's no second place in the Ultimate Caster Challenge.
You know, we're all Ultimate Casters at the end of the day. It's just a title. You're a caster, I'm a caster, we're all Moxie. It's all good. But today, JL, I'm just not a mathematician. I just need you to read the numbers off of just where JL is at compared to OUG. My eyes can be only eyeballing for the fights. I just can't do all this math stuff of how many points a team can consume and slurp up in the lobby back to back. It's just delicious to watch as JL is just creating distance. You know, it's unfortunate. The only thing I'm a little bit disappointed about is Moxie and Duncan are going to have an easy decision here. And I'm hoping they go for OUG like you. But the worst case scenario is, you know,
we still got 3 games left in NARAKA to play, Raven. We still got 3 games left in NARAKA to play. OUG is very well poised to make a comeback at this point in time. Even though JL has MVP'd 2 of the 3 games, OUG has not MVP'd a single one. Hopefully we get to see the OUG play. Hex walking off, looking badass right there. Oh yeah, get it.
You know, you're not wrong. There's still a lot of NARAKA to be played. That's just game 3, you know. First of the strategic games coming out, and OUG, they got a lot of things going for them. They probably have another Kylan comp under the belt. The mirror matchup was a little bit underwhelming, but still way better than the average team. Remember, like, we're talking about the titans of the lobby going at it. Like, these guys are locking horns, but they are both absolute units. It's just it's just like you can't bet against OUG Mike. You should never really bet against TXJ. Both of these guys are known as the GOATs in CN for really good reasons. Consistency, Seb. They've consistently done it time and time again. They've reinvented themselves. They've shown they're not just one-trick ponies. They don't just need one comp to carry them through. They play as a unit, and they just do super, super well. I know.
Gotta give it to him. I gotta give it to him. I thought we were predicting correctly. I was like, we're gonna take OUG. They're gonna do so well, just like they did in the first day. They had more points than JL. I was predicting the more statistically probable situation, but it turns out I was wrong. And OUG loves to throw whenever I decide to put my money where my mouth is. It's okay, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to be here, and it looks very fun to see game number 4, 5, and 6. OUG, they still have a chance. They still have the chance to do this.
Keep dreaming, Seb. Keep dreaming.
Keep dreaming, Raven.
Keep dreaming.
Raven,
You know,
I think
everyone's
we need
allowed
to
to
wager.
dream about being an ultimate caster and everything. You don't need a dream. You are an ultimate caster. You don't need a title. It's not the title that makes the caster. It's the caster who casts that makes casting. You know what I mean?
The caster who casts who makes casting.
Yeah.
I appreciate the compliment. It means a lot. At the end of the day, I guess we are all ultimate casters. The competitive nature of me is getting a little bit strong there. The trash truck has been getting heavy throughout the cast. I hope you guys have been laughing alongside with us. This is all in the name of fun and games, ladies and gentlemen, in the competitive spirit and competitive nature.
Oh my God,
of
29.
So much. Oh my.
They almost got 40 points.
Oh my God.
That's absolutely insane.
OUG is so cooked.
29 kills, 38.8. This is normally you'd see like maybe in just like a normal MPPL weekly. Dude, and GG getting 15 kills at 15.5, that's still a solid point value. Just getting a 20 bomb is amazing. But getting close to a 40 bomb, what is JL doing? There is something in their juice. They are just eating their Wheaties in the morning, just showing up, just doing this lobby so dirty. Oh my goodness.
Bottom 3 teams combined, I don't think they've got the same amount of points as JL in this singular game. I'm not even joking. It's absolutely insane, the amount of eliminations. One Fong is my GOAT, my MVP. I know he will be MVP. He's got 12 eliminations, but that Shunhuan Lee play in the final circle, the double back-to-back ult when he recasts about 4 times and he just manages to snipe kills from so far away, it looked absolutely amazing. Taking a look at our score, we're going to see Relax, ARS, and HYG down at the bottom with 30, 30.5, and 32. Luigi, 46, STG, 49, BBE, 59. BBE was only managed to put up 8 points today. And TWSS, we're going to see them in just a second here as we go whoop. Oh, I didn't time it right. I tried. I tried to time there. Whoop. Oh,
there you go.
Darn it. 64.5. So they are 5-6 points away. But with the way that the games have been going, they will be able to do it, but just barely. They really need to step up. But BBE playing very, very, very slow today. They had a really good day 1. But it looks like the day 2 is not going their way. And now we are almost 17.8 points. 17.8. Correct me if my math is wrong.
I'm not a mathematician. All I can see is 1 and then 2, something with the highlight being on top of OUG. And at the end of the day, if it's 1 or 2 points, like the math just is mathing. And
the math is mathing in
I just know that I'm going to
right
get
now.
like a flower and then something that...
Yeah, but you're behind me, so we're just tied anyways. It's just, if Moxie does pick JL, I might be cooked for the lead. Because right now, we're tied for the lead.
You're not cooked. We're all Moxie. As we're going to look at the highlights here at China Unicom here. We are going to be looking from your MVP choice, Mr. Onefang, on the new character, doing his thing, closing the distance, getting those stomps off. He's not going to matter. That stun don't matter. Yushan is back. Being able to use that buff to deny the stun and value off that B1. We're finally seeing that Viper competition receive some resistance. As over here, you see the Transformers connecting right here onto this Yushan, slashing him back, keeping him against the corner. It looks like this is going to be a mirror matchup. Shupan is going to fall first in a 2v3 situation. JL looking very, very healthy, looking for the flank. They're just delaying the inevitable. JL has them completely controlled right here. No armor to his name, cleaning him up. Nice focus fire from JL, but Junks does get taken down. That was the kill that you were looking for before when I used the eyeballs.
Yeah.
I used the eyeballs and I saw that Junks went down and...
Yeah, really nice use of your eyeballs there, buddy. As oh, it's cooked. Ladies and gentlemen, keeping on going with the highlights of these kills. Onefang just having an absolute phenomenal game. As we see the longsword tome coming out there, able to get so many eliminations up until the end. They put so many kills up on the board that we can't even fit their whole highlights in. We are just seeing how insane they truly are and how much I'm going to regret making this choice as we are so we're switching things up here.
I mean OUG, I'm not going to lie. If they get another Kylan composition, and they get momentum. If no one contests them on the puzzle, giving Baby U a gold weapon every single time is pretty troll. Normally, multiple teams do challenge and they come in with third parties. It really depends on the phasing. I do know though, on the third partying for the mirror matchup, it's not as strong in the mirror matchup, but when you get the nice like Tesla compositions, I think the puzzle is going to be a little bit more contested for them going around. So maybe, just maybe, I'm giving you a little hopium, you know, little hopium copium for my man to go. As I remind you about what's actually happening, JL, over here, OUG over here, but you, Sam, you're right here in my heart. So we're ending it wholesome. We are going to be going to an interview, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm Raven PLZ. I'm joined by the lovely Seb. We'll be back later with Moxie and Duncan.
Hello everybody, I'm Gut Moxie and I'm joined here by Sachiko from Team Hex, who are so close to being able to qualify into the grand finals in Shenzhen. Sachiko, first of all, how are you feeling? Because today is probably pretty stressful.
Yeah, today is for sure harder than the first day. We have the best lobby out of the 3 now. It's harder, but I think we did good so far. So we have very good mood and we're very happy right now. Yes.
So playing in a lobby like this with all of the heavy hitters like GG, OUG, JL, all of those teams in the same match, has that changed the way that you've approached the game today in comparison to your first day of play?
It changed our early rotations. Now we need to be more careful because the teams that play today, JL, GG, OUG, and SR, they have like a very big map presence. So we need to be a bit more careful compared to the first day on the fights we take in early game and so on. For example, in the second game, we had a fight against JL. I didn't really want to go against them. Luckily, we made it out. But yeah, it's very hard to look for the bottom side, like the bottom half of the teams. We always risk finding the bad teams around the map.
Is that why you guys have been avoiding taking Rem of Yang fights in comparison to your first day of play as well?
We are not ready to take Yang fights because, especially today, we tried to take some Yang fights in the first day. We could not get into the Yang, or we got it for free. Today, there is a very high chance of fighting a very good team, and with the little time we had to practice, we're still not confident enough in our free-free. But definitely, if we qualify for finals, we are going to practice our free-free and take more risk and going young and so on.
So speaking about if you manage to make it into grand finals, because we've had new compositions coming into the mix, you guys haven't really played the Yushen with the Shenhuan Li. What's your opinion on the composition? How strong do you think it is?
I think it's very strong because it counters both Monk, Temulk, Valda and Viper, Justina, Syra. I still wouldn't say it's the best combo in the game because there are combos like Viper that are more dynamic when fighting in general around the map and so on, or comps. But I would say that right now there isn't like a clear best comp. I would say that Viper and Shunhuan might be the top two, more or less, yes.
Why is the Viper Syra Justina composition so strong? Because we just keep seeing phase 1 pick every single time. Boom, 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 all 3 teams. Viper Syra Justina.
Well, the meta is just changing now, so there is a chance that if Viper keeps getting countered more and more, it could fall off. But right now we are still picking it because there are teams that are just used to it. It's the comp where people have the most hours. And in general, it's still like the top of the comps because it's very dynamic, because Viper Silence and Justina are just so good in general on the map and in any situation to look for kills, third parties and so on. While other comps require a bit more, how to say, a bit more ult synergy. Viper comp can be a little bit more freedom, yeah, I guess. That's the problem.
So we just saw JL walk away with a whopping 29 eliminations in one game, proving that they are probably the most dominant team in terms of the current NARAKA esports scene. Is there a team like JL who's inspired your gameplay?
I watch JL the most to learn how to play 3v3, how to trade ultimates, and so on. I don't think there is one team in particular that inspired us the most. I mostly just take how they trade, and I try to take a little bit from all the top teams, actually. I try to take a little bit from the top teams, and I try to add it to our gameplay. I think that's like the best thing. I think every team has something to teach me. That's why I think I get something from every team. Yeah.
How much preparation actually goes into being able to prepare for something like Jacob?
I mean, the preparation of, I guess my past 4 years of NARAKA, I guess. I mean, for sure, if you want to perform good in Jacob, you have to live the game. Like, it has to be everything for you, which is what it is for me. I live the game, so that's why.
What changed from playing, or actually we're going to be moving in to our answer for treasure. What is Team Hex's current ranking now? Are you guys 9th, 10th, 11th, or 12th? And that good news for you right now, Sachiko, because every one of those options is within the top 12. So if you continue in these standings, you are going to be able to qualify for Shenzhen.
Okay. Do I have to answer this question?
Not just yet. We have to wait, and we have to just give these players and Twitch chat the opportunity to be able to get the correct answer. Spam it in chat right now if you want to be able to answer it and get your hands on the special gift where you will be whispered. But if you do manage to continue in the top 12, there's obviously going to be a lot of downtime days between group stages and finals. How are you going to approach practicing for grand finals?
We need to practice our 3v3 fighting the most. That's the only thing that is missing. I think our rotations are very good, even compared to Chinese teams. I think I have an insane understanding of the map, so I know where to go and what we have to do. We just have to become better 3v3 so we can take more risk and go young and have a chance to MVP. That's the most important.
Thank you so much for joining us, Sachiko. All the best to Team Hex moving into the second half of the day. And we'll be back with game number 4 after this short break.
We are very excited to compete this year with the best teams in the world. Because we are confident we are finally good enough to stand a chance against them, and we want to prove ourselves.
去年的失意从不是终点，而是蓄力的起点。我们不谈过往，只拼当下。
Game 7 năm ngoái, bị JL chặn cửa giành cúp quán quân. Cảm giác ấy như một cái gai trong tim suốt cả năm nay. Vì vậy, ngày hôm nay, mục tiêu chỉ có một, xé tan mọi nỗi tiếc nuối.
Yeah. 建队至今，我们拿过多次夺冠，却始终与大赛冠军差一步。可 OUG 3排的字典里没有放弃，今年世界赛必让所有等待都有微笑。
谁懂我们去年的遗憾？拿遍了春夏赛、吉利杯冠军，就差捷杯圆梦大满贯。今年卷土重来，这次定要弥补遗憾，圆梦巅峰。
EWC 夺冠只是起点， 这是节杯，赢了一起狂，输了一起扛。
今年节杯不为重复过去的荣光，只为兑现去年未完成的承诺。这一次，我必全力以赴，用冠军为遗憾画上圆满的句号。
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for the second half of the day. I am Dunkin' Donuts, joined by the lovely Moxie, and we are going to be your hosts and casters for the second half of today. Very exciting stuff, no? Very exciting. Things are coming down to the wire. We have Hex holding on as hard as they can to try and stay in there. We've got STG fighting, clawing to try and get up there in the top 12. But we'll talk more on that in a moment. Here, ladies and gentlemen, the QR code once again as a quick reminder for you to join the official Discord so you can participate in the events and keep up to date with everything Jacob.
Yes, and oh boy, to update you, if you missed that last game, JL, 29 eliminations. Ooh, that's spicy. I don't know a lot of people who have predicted the over 23 plus kills for their prediction on game number 3, but maybe you did. Maybe you can tell us all about it in the 2025 J-Cup comment collection. And remember, in the grand finals, if your message shows up on the actual broadcast, you'll be able to get your hands on that baseball cap cosmetic. So make sure that you do not miss out, as we're going to have to get a look at one of our comments right here.
Finals time, and the pressure is maxed. But nobody moves like JL, nobody fights like JL, and nobody turns the arena into a highlight reel like JL. Every rotation, every combo, every clutch, you've proven again and again why you belong on the biggest stage. Lock in, strike hard, show the finals what true power looks like. We're behind you all the way. Run the lobby, JL.
I think they took that message, to heart in terms of walking away with 29 eliminations. It's been so long since I got to see a team get as close as JL did to being able to surpass 30 eliminations in a lobby, which is absolutely wild. But speaking about passing, let's see if you guys can surpass the amount of trophies that you're going to be able to earn as we move through our 2025 J-Cup. Make sure you're watching with your account linked on Twitch, and you'll be able to pick up these trophies. They're not cosmetics, they're currency, and that currency, you need a stack of it to be able to walk away with the banner, the back cosmetic, as well as the unique rescue effect. If you want your hands though on the avatar icon or that bubble, all you have to do is watch the grand finals with your account linked that day.
Make sure to get it done. But here we are once again with the Ultimate Caster competition that has been taking place throughout the group stage and will extend to the grand finals. And if you haven't caught it before, we are essentially given a question, a prediction for the day, and whoever wins or whoever gets it right, gets it wrong, gets a flower, and then by the end, the one with the most flowers will be given a prize. And here the question is, which team will get higher points in the trios group stage? So that's overall.
Yes.
Including both days. What do you reckon, Moxie?
Okay, well, I feel like we get a little bit of an easier time of answering this question, Dunk, because we got to see the lay of the land in terms of those first 3 games. It was a gambit if you went for JL, because OUG were actually ahead of JL by a good 20 points when we started the day. However, OUG had a 0-point game for game number 1, and then JL had a 29 elimination game in round number 3. So I think it will come as no surprise when I say I'm going with AJL, and I have a feeling, Dunk, I'm not gonna be alone on that one.
No, you are not, because I think I'll go for the JL pick here. They seem to be on top form today, absolutely. I mean, similar to how OUG was the previous day, because didn't they get a whopping 114
points in one day
on a single day? That's pretty crazy. That and then OUG, not only are they performing in trios on the previous day, but Mike yesterday,
5 MVPs.
We were
could have gotten 6. He could have gotten 6 if it wasn't for BWG's Vision just coming in and griefing the record break that Mike almost had. But now Mike, he has to satisfy himself with not taking another record from Spider, but equalizing it as we get ready to head into our second half of the day. And it's going to be JL player cams that we get to see first. And I mean, another reason why JL I feel like is such a safe bet when it comes to high scoring throughout the day is just the consistency of this team to be able to hit high scoring points and games with every single composition. Because honestly, for most of the compositions, JL were the inventors of them. They know the ins, they know the outs. The only other composition that's kind of like worth talking about that's circulating currently is the Tianhai with the Valda, because that was a GG creation. But now that we get the Temi alongside it too, we're also getting to see that JL have been innovating on that line too.
Absolutely. The creators, the inventors, the general TXJ himself, he is always... You can count on TXJ to perform alongside his teammates, but here, let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen, at the hero pick phasing. We have our first round selection with HYG, JL, and BBE, then SR, STG, ARS, 521 SS1 Alliance, and then GG, OUG, and Hex in that last round selection. Now, they were in first round selection in the previous game.
Yes.
Moving down to the last. Makes sense. They were able to do relatively... I mean, Hex was able to do relatively well, but it's... something that Sachiko said, you know, the fact that although the Viper Syra Justina composition is, you know, it's still being picked there because it's comfortable, because they put the most amount of time in it. It's flexible, as he pointed out well. It doesn't, you know, guarantee that MVP at all, because, for example, let's say one of the teams who's picking it, or two, ends up fumbling early, and it doesn't go well, and then you end up being sort of the only Viper team in the lobby. But yes, I see Mark pointing at the screen. You're absolutely right. That's not Syra. That's not Viper or Justina. That's Junhuan, Ino, and Yusha.
Are we gonna see 4? Oh my goodness, is this the finesse from JL? We've seen teams try and do it in phase 3 and 4 where they're looking to secure a top-heavy Tianhai composition, but JL might just have gamed the system. We're going to have 4 Ino Yuexian Shen Huan Li compositions coming on through. And that means that the Viper Syra Justina composition, no one's picking it in phase afterwards. we're only going to see 2 of them in the lobby, and that's absolutely massive because that now means that you only have to worry about 2 of that compositions griefing you out or going up against them in terms of those realm of Yangs. Speaking about splits, we're still seeing splits as we're getting the Tianhai composition. This is the finesse that we were talking about previously, right? Where the teams in phase 3 have been trying to stray away from the Akos Tessa and Viper and going for the Tianhai transformers so that when we head into the 4th phase, that transformer composition isn't made more expensive and it's still affordable for everyone in phase 4 to be able to secure as many Tianhais as possible, because the more monks you have in the lobby, the better that it's going to be.
Absolutely, and going into our last round here, we see Hex hovering, and it looks as though they are going to be locking it in. Oh, wait a minute.
OUG's back on the Takeda again.
Interesting. We did see them play this the other day.
Yes.
And they performed very, very well.
Yes.
Like we talked about it. We were doing it together. We just they're gonna need a lot of scaling, and then by the end of the game, they were very scaled.
Yeah, very
They're
scaled.
triple gold, everything, you know, shining bright. You know?
I kind of like as well that they're doing it on Padoria because of how much easier it can be in comparison to the other maps of things like the floating piles to be able to scale up your loot gear so much quicker because of those floating piles. And something to talk about as well is because JL went and secured only 2 Viper Syra compositions, there's now 1 less composition that you have to worry about griefing you when it comes to trying to control those floating pile locations.
That is true. That being said, the Tamolk comp is still pretty, you know, even though they're monks, you know, they're monk bros. You know, the Tamolks, you know, the other Tamolks, they can just, you know, drop the ult down as well. And then you have those Enors and Yushans. It's gonna be an absolute bloodbath on those floating piles. But yeah, you're absolutely right, and it's one of my favorite additions to the game in terms of, I mean, when we had Holoroth added to the game, we had the weather effects, the Starry Night,
the meteor showers, then the ghostly mist as well with the purple silence hands. And then the sandstorms too, and then obviously with Holoroth, every single time there's a weather effect, it also replenishes all of the troves that had previously been open, so it actually just allows you to go through even if that place had already had all of its resources drained. Something to note as well that I wanted to discuss is that we don't have any hardy compositions in the lobby at all, because again, the Tianhai finesse went on through.
Interesting. Yeah, no, I forgot about him. We all forgot about him for a very long time.
He was on a milk carton.
Exactly.
Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man? Exactly, Moxie. He was MIA, but he is back. But he's taking a breather for this lobby here. Now taking a look at these ability choices, it doesn't look as though there's anything out of the ordinary. We have F1 V1 Viper, F1 V1 Viper, F1 V1 Tamolk, which is becoming more and more the norm for Tamolk these days. But yeah, I don't think I saw anything too spicy coming out there. All, you know...
No Valda V1.
No Valda V1. Showcased by Relax. You know, they tried it. It did all right. I mean, it's just very committal, isn't it?
Yeah, it's incredibly committal. As opposed to the V2, where you get plenty of opportunities. There's a GG not going to be going for the Imperium spawn mix-up that they did on day 1, game 1. Instead, they're going to be headed back over to their familiar territory grounds of Twilight Passes. It looks actually like OUG are going to get Arcadia for absolute free. I mean, Hex might go for a timing attack and rotate up there. That, or they're going to take a left and head over to Azov Peak instead. But OUG being able to walk over that Volpoint Essence, that's going to be really, really strong for that composition when it comes to taking that first realm of Yang, which is going to be oh so crucial to scaling up that Takeda ultimate to hit the max level it can be.
Absolutely, and one thing that I noticed that with Hex's spawn, actually, so this isn't a Firefly map.
No.
It's a daytime or morning dew.
Morning dew.
Indeed, the morning dew. The little ice on the grass. No, yeah, so Hex actually is going for a spawn which is directly on top of one of the only one of the only rage charge stations. Because
the
there
Firefly cave.
Yeah, there aren't all that many on Bedoria, not as many as Holleroth, so they're going to be going for that, but we'll see if they're able to translate that into a timing attack. For now, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, on the field, boots on the ground. We've got GG going head-to-head with ARS. A big Dragon Slayer coming out from ARS. The overhold coming off through, baiting out that parry. Both parrying now the jump. We're going to bait it out. We're going to bait out that combo breaker as well. But oh my goodness, no. They're not going to be able to take advantage. But wait a second. I think I spoke too soon. Oh, the release! Oh!
Into the F2? And then we've managed to pick up the Soul Bloom and get the Eno ultimate off? Oh my goodness. I mean, Valda V2 was also on the field, but it looks actually like... Yeah, they did. ARS actually spawned back. Miss You is sending it back into this fight when they still have this Eno ultimate up and available, because CJS's Valda V2 is about to be run through, which means that if the Tianhai ultimate comes out, it's going to be the Temi ultimate that they look to use to secure any of the grab potentials for this Tianhai V2. AJ unfortunately is already down, and that death will potentially be permanent, as Frio is looking to find some of these scoops, but without that Valda to be able to set it up, plus the Yushan as well in the Terracotta Warrior form, there's one less player to be able to grab on the field as Yushan just takes cover inside the house, and Furio's hitbox is simply too large for him to be able to fit through.
Was this my house? This is my cave. Get out of here. But they are going to res as well, this full salty run back. It was justifiable, absolutely.
Yes.
It's not just a full salty, you know, tilted res right here. There was reasoning behind it, but unfortunately, I don't think it's going to pay off unless Yishao is gonna
the jellyfish
escape. Oh my goodness. Oh no!
Oh,
the grapple LMB.
Yeah. I mean, he's got the F1, but that's only going to create a little bit more distance, which is immediately going to be equalized by that grapple into LMB coming up from the staff. And that is ARS out of the lobby. GG going to be very happy picking up 6 eliminations at the cost of the early rebirth charms. So we're going to be seeing BBE finishing up now. HYG just having to deal with this Justina ultimate, but Roy, he's still got his own. Will be able to find the dash into the freeze. Now looks for the uppercut into another dash before we can see the peel coming on through. Taking the 2v2 into a 2 versus 1, just waiting out that Justina F2 to be over before we get the uppercut into follow through light attacks with those flying knives, and BBE will be able to find the elimination and the revive without burning a revive.
That is highly unfortunate. They had the initial kill as well. They were doing alright, but those Justina dashes didn't pay off, unfortunately. Now heading on over to JL and SR, who I believe are here for the sole reason of contesting that floating pile, as it is going to be spawning on in relatively soon, I believe. Got JL not popping that ultimate yet on the Juan. As I say it though, we are going to see it come online, pulling the trigger. Rico is going to eat the brunt of that damage, and he's just got nowhere to go. The Transformer Ooglers from JL are just making this so obnoxious to escape. It reminds me of the ravine in Celestra.
Oh yeah.
You know, if you ever get if you ever go down there and you're in the middle of a fight, you are stuck. That is just fight to the death. So that is exactly what happened here, and JL are going to be coming away with those kills and looking pretty happy with themselves, as they also have quite a bit of money to do some shopping with.
I mean, the vulnerability state as well that Shen Huan Li ultimate applies to these players is absolutely no joke, as we can see OUG have been able to walk away with the Volpine Essence. I believe it did come at the cost here of no eliminations for this team, but they are just playing the long haul right now. Volpine Essence uncontested to be able to have to carry into that first realm of Yang. Looking for a little bit of a slower approach to making sure that they can stack as much loot onto the team as they possibly can before they go into that free versus free, 1 team versus 1 team, so that the Decatur ultimate with the Furin shoves has as much reach and stagger as it possibly can, because you're going to be using that Decatur in place of the Volder, which means it both has to peel but also potentially set up for a Tianhai to look for a scoop or grab.
Yeah, absolutely. PBE, not too shabby. 4 eliminations under their belt. 4 for STG as well. Both of these teams trying their very best to get into that top 12 right now. TWSS, unfortunately, I imagine will likely be dropping out of that top 12 by the end of this game, as they are only 1.5 points ahead of BBE, which is, you know, in solos it's a little harder to get that, you know, get that point, but in trios it's a little bit easier. Can be done. Can definitely.
Yeah, you just full send a fight to be able to guarantee 1 kill. Like that's
exactly.
that's all you have to do, and you've got 2 opportunities to do it with every single one of your players. Like, there are going to be times where these players, they're just looking for the min-max of those points. And speaking about min-max, here's the min-max strategy coming on through on Fedoria, as HYG are going to be going underneath the Mercury River. There are still air bubbles, so you can still tell that there's a player there. There's another min-max strategy that we're starting to see more and more, both in solos and trios, is the soaring arm. You don't like the skin?
The frog.
Frog with the horse head.
With the horse head.
I know, right?
So funny looking.
Do you know what? That's what I call a horsefly. Like, I had to get one in, okay?
Yes.
Everybody knows I love my puns. I broke Raven with one. That's mine for you, Dunk.
Excellent. I enjoyed that one. That certainly must. I mean, we are English after all. We have to throw a few of them in there. Moving on, though. It looks as though we are going to get our first look at Hex this game. I don't think we saw them so far. Looks as though they've been playing the scaling route themselves. No eliminations, unfortunately. And they've got some decent weaponry, it looks like. They've got...
Do they go Yang, though? That's the thing, because, I mean, I asked Sachiko, and I was like, look, this lobby is incredibly stacked in terms of teams. Are you going to go Yang? And he was like, no. Because you just have such a high chance of running into one of the top tier teams. I feel like you still have an opportunity to be able to scale in either by opening a stash or going over towards a spirit well. However, the caveat with that is that they made a change pretty far back, actually, where when one of those caves opens, everybody on the map really gets to see it and will be able to camp out the opening of it and potentially get griefed. So it's not a full freebie. And you also have to worry about some of these Realm of Yang fights being finished pretty quickly, and then with the team with the buff going for the rotation either onto Spirit Well or the stash.
Yeah, I have to say that the stash is pretty OP. It is pretty insane. So we've definitely seen more teams, more players look to go for that as opposed to just like scrapping, you know, to try and get into the Realm of Yang. Because although the Realm of Yang does give you the buff, gives you the loot, and gives you more eliminations potentially if you win, that stash does give you guaranteed Jades, and it's really, really solid. But
and no Yang depletion.
Yeah, and no Yang depletion. And it gets contested more now, so it's not as safe. But regardless, we're going into the Realm of Yang, ladies and gentlemen, and we've got GG up against 5-2-1, both of the monks posturing, getting up there. Virtual state, let's go. And wait a second, 3-3-0 opens up with a very nice grab on the Fat Milk.
Yeah, so far no Valder ultimate. Now we're going to be seeing it coming on through, just looking for the stun out onto 3-3-0. The Valder will be able to dodge away with the flying knives, that scoop that 3-3-0 was looking for to catch on the disengagement. Semi-ultimates have already been over with as well, as we get the charge RMB from that whip, so just putting so much pressure. 3-3-0's team still has their Valder V2 up and available, as well as the parry forces out that Valder F2 combo breaker, meaning that GG now gets posture up for a potential 2 versus 1. Looks for the wisp, looks for the parry after he drops down out of it, as 3-3-0 were looking to try and find an isolated player that they can take out and find a numbers advantage into this elimination. 3-3-0 doesn't manage to find the toothpick, forces out the combo breaker from the Tianhai though, and takes the opportunity to just go for a cheeky armor powder behind one of those pillars, entirely uncontested, will be able to get it off. Charge RMB, jump LMB with the whip, so to be able to auto lock onto the hitbox, and GG will be able to walk away with the win, as I believe JL and OUG both went into a Realm of Yang but are not currently going to have a winner determined. I'm sure that's going to be a replay that will be popping up in a matter of moments. However, it going so long means that the team that does manage to win it is going to have the buff lasting so much longer, as we might not see one of these familiar birds might last any longer. GG, they did this on day 1 too. They camped the Realm of Yang and used that buff to fight the winner.
Just straight up, if you see another team go into the same Realm of Yang as you, you can just wait on the outside in the hopes that they too will win their Yang, and you've just got that straight up 3 versus 3, and it looks as though 3-3-0 is going to be able to get that double grab, the kablam coming through into another one, uncontested. Oh my goodness, 3-3-0 is throwing hands today. Dofu, unfortunately, is in a very bad spot. Not going to be able to make it out of that one. He's going to go down, and GG securing another 3 eliminations, going all the way up to 12. Absolutely huge for them, and it looks as though OUG was victorious in their Realm of Yang. I believe you said that it was JL they were going up against, and here we are with that replay. Xinyu going to be knocked up, using the combo breaker into that ultimate cast, be throwing the hands, trying to find something, but not able to find all that much just yet. The transformers are obviously not grabbable. He can do a bit of damage, but not much else than that, and we have the Shun 1 hopping around, trying to stay out of line of sight, and doing so quite well. One thing weaving, going in and out. He's going to be using that ult reactivation again, and Xinyu unfortunately has not managed to find a single grab throughout his entire ultimate here.
I mean, he's still alive though, using the scale rush with those halberds to be able to gap close and keep up that pressure. One thing, unfortunately, doesn't find the parry that he's looking for. Xinyu continues applying pressure with the RMBs coming up through from those halberds, looking to just find a player dropping down. But speaking about drop down, charge LMB drops down with that whip sword, but OUG have been able to knock one player out. The Eno is down, which now means that they get the opportunity of finding the 2 versus 1 into the full follow-up finish. And I mean, they potentially kited that out for a very long time too, to guarantee that they had the last Realm of Yang win to get the latest Vermilion Birds Might, because they knew that team's strategies with the Vermilion Birds Might buff would be to fight other buff players, so staying in the Realm of Yang longer means that the other team had already rotated away.
Yeah, absolutely. The longer effective duration in the little min-max that you see here on the Chinese stage at the height of this game, the pinnacle of NARAKA. Now we're taking a look at JL. Struggling here, but it looks as though they're going to be able to close it out regardless. It was looking a little close there for a moment.
Yeah, especially because One Feng actually spaced out of the fight to be able to get the Vitalia so that he doesn't go down, and then that, they've got Yang depletion, that third player still keeping the attention for the 1v1, so that One Feng wasn't punished and was able to create distance. Went pretty low and could potentially have gone into another 1 versus 1 situation. However, we can see Hex here did not go into a Realm of Yang, did not have Yang depletion, fighting on the outsides, did manage to get a grab, but won't be able to translate it into the slam for the V2 healers. The Wuchen teleport is called in, and the player is immediately recalled out of the Tianhai's hand.
Unfortunately, Squeaky, I think he was hoping to potentially chase there, but he doesn't have his armor, and he sort of bumped into SR. I was like, oh, wait a minute, okay, I'm going to immediately run away, but I don't think he was able to run far enough. Unfortunately, he is going to get hunted down, taken down. Got Alliance and SR both in the mix right now. BP, no ultimate, I believe, and now a Viper coming out of nowhere. HYG with a third party. Are we going to be able to get the CC, the stuns? God7 jumping in, trying to find something. PP is going to go down to Leng. Rico going to be using that reactivation once again. Only at 10 seconds left on the Yang depletion. Will he be able to cleanse in time, or will he go down to the zone? He is going to be able to cleanse. One of his teammates still has it on him. He's still afflicted, so he's going to lose a teammate, but they are going to be able to secure a couple of these limbs. Will they be able to make it out with their lives, though, as there are a lot of players in the vicinity?
Yeah, SS1 just invited themselves to the party, coming on through with that Tessa ultimate enchant, catching onto so many players. SR do lose 17S, however, I do believe Rico is still going to be around. With the Cavalry Bloom, he was able to claim the elimination as well as the Soul Bloom, which was able to cleanse the Yang depletion, but also give him the much needed heal to be able to survive a little bit longer, as OUG's Baby U is going to end up getting hit by that Akos F2 into the full send of the B2 cage. Out comes the Takeda ultimate. The Furon Show is being utilized to fully peel SS1 out, allowing OUG to go through the 2 chain snaps needed to be able to walk out of that Akos V2. Unfortunately, Baby U has gone down to zone damage, and Jinyu now out of that Vajra state is going to be incredibly vulnerable to an SS1 team who saw the Tianhai drop that ultimate and are immediately taking the 2 versus 1. The scale rush is good. He's able to get outside of the building, but is he going to be able to escape? No. Tessa ultimate enchantment into Akos F2, managing to secure the connection off of the Tessa ultimate stagger connection, and we head into a second realm of Yang fight between BBE and JL.
We do indeed, and One Fang going to be popping at that F. Going to sit on the outside. He only has a white musket, so not all that much damage to be had, unfortunately, but he does need to stay on the outside, avoid getting hit by this CC. He's going to be going up to the skies, up to the clouds. He's got that ultimate. The reactivation is good. He is going to be able to secure a little bit of damage, and there you have it. Asbon is going to go down without having even utilized the Viper ult. Not ideal at all. They were trying to hold it as long as possible to avoid it getting mitigated, but it was too long, too little, too late. Unfortunately, not able to survive the onslaught that is JL at the moment with that Junhuan Eno Yushan composition just mashing their heads into the keyboard.
You know what's wild as well? By the time we saw the gate open and JL take the fight, GG had already won theirs.
Oh, really?
Against HYG. Don't know if it was a 3v3. Don't know whether or not one of the Tessa compositions was able to grief out the portal entrance with either a Tessa ultimate snap or an Akos V2 connection. But yeah, no, GG literally won theirs in about 10 seconds.
I think if it was against HYG, because HYG had lost a couple members in that big scrap-off, maybe the 1 or 2 remaining members of HYG jumped into the Yang and were at a numbers disadvantage, and they
they
just did it to escape, essentially.
It's a good idea to go for, right? It guarantees that you get a second lease of life, potentially as well, like so many players. Yeah, there we go. It's only one of them on Yang depletion. Rather unfortunate. Surprised that GG didn't kite that out a little bit longer, actually, because it was immediately from the get-go just a 3 versus 1. But it makes a lot of sense, right? You're trying to escape all of the fighting that's occurring inside Imperium, as we had about, what, 6 teams? All showing up to the party with compositions that are designed to look for the third parties, and now SR are going to be going into that zone so that they don't get noticed, grabbing one of their players back. Actually, the entire squad is here. That's the thing about these players. You let one go, give it enough time and enough Riptide coins, and they'll be able to buy their players back. Unfortunately, they can't buy their loot back. What they can do, though, is get their hands on purple armor with an armor swap.
Yeah, it's definitely something that if you let one go, it's pretty safe to assume that they will likely be able to get them back. But unfortunately, yes.
Grieved by the Mystic Might. Oh.
I was going to go on to say, I think this could be a perfect example, is that although they could have, stalled out that Yang and tried to extend the effective duration, it's also possible that they see a lot of value in getting it a little bit earlier, so being able to get out there on the field and start hunting people down, hunting down these recovering teams. So there's definitely value in both strategies.
Yeah, especially because buff teams won't fight each other in second realm of Yang After Effects, because it's not Vermilion Bird's Might. It's not like a 1 versus 1, and both teams will continue in the lobby regardless of who wins. At this point in time, if one team goes like Mystic Might and then another team picks something like, say, White Tigers, then all of a sudden you're at a huge deficit in terms of the damage reduction as well as the information, but also everything that White Tigers is able to do when you find those eliminations looking for the chain reaction.
Yeah, and the damage reduction buff as well, the increase in stats, always very nice indeed. And now, speaking of stats, we did get a cheeky look at those Soul Jades. Oh my goodness, they are juiced. But we're going to be heading over to a fight between JL and Hex. And Hex, I believe, unfortunately, has triple blue armor. The blueberries have been spotted by JL, who are very, very stacked indeed. Squeaky trying his best to hop, skip, and jump away, but oh, finds one. Oh, he's gonna get the double, he's not gonna get the double slam, the double grab slam damage. He's gonna get the single grab slam damage on the two, but it's not gonna be even remotely close to enough right there. It's just too much health, not enough damage to do anything really.
One still lives though.
Yeah.
And I think that was the strategy, right? Take as much time as possible so that you can create as much distance between that third player and JL, who are going to be dropping their ultimates as well, and could potentially not go for the chase down, which does mean that you get to play for survivability, something that we've seen Hex do very, very well, managing to pick up second place multiple times in their stay here at the 2025 J-Cup. And it also means they're very far away from all of these fights, where teams that look like they're in the lead and super stacked can very quickly fall apart under all of the pressure from the teams around them. As BBE have already been pressured into burning all of these ultimates. It's up to Asbel now, coming on through with that Viper V1, looking to create as much zoning as they possibly can, setting up the isolation, but they just don't find the elimination until now. Royhihi will be able to claim it with that musket. One Soul Bloom going to be picked up, but unfortunately for them, they now have to take a fight against two Transformers who still have those ultimates in hand, and that Yushan is going to just keep applying the pressure, setting up the stagger into the full follow-through with Unique and that legendary Pulsar Twin.
Oh my goodness, wait a second. He's gonna be able to grab it, and... Ooh, wait a second. Did we... Oh, we trolled. I think we trolled, Moxie. Oh no, wait, no. No, we didn't. No, we didn't. No, we didn't. I got a little confused there. But the player who had cleansed previously was then re-afflicted by Yang depletion because of the Yang Spirit one.
Yes.
That's what happened. I thought we griefed it for a second.
No, they still have one player.
Yeah. I thought one of them took two Soul Blooms by accident, but no, not gonna happen this time. And we are now taking a look at GG, who did get that buff, but they're in a lot of danger right now. This is not ideal. Where's our ultimates?
Oh, the parry!
Getting cooked. Alliance. Massive.
Oh, that's, like you said, absolutely.
No, wait, GG don't have buff.
No, GG don't have buff.
Wait,
I was going to say, if they had buff, then they would have second cycle.
I saw the little thing on the left. I thought the gold little banner was the...
Alliance and SS1.
Yeah, I think I just got confused.
Are the ones currently in control. And unfortunately as well, that means that GG weren't able to go for the Gambit secure of the buff, which means no second ult cycle for the Tianhai, and all of the investment of those ultimates just leave them too vulnerable once they've ended out, especially because all of these teams, they want to take the Monks out of the lobby. Monk, when zone closes, you get the heal reset, you get the opportunity to slam dunk players into corruption tick damage as well, and with the addition of flying knives and the level of tracking attached to that weapon with the new aim system, it becomes even easier to be able to follow up on whoever gets grabbed out, as we do still see SS1 with Yang depletion having to find eliminations to be able to cleanse that off of them. Luye looking for that instant chunk of damage with the scale rush of that legendary pulse sword on engagement. Has been able to find the connection onto Alliance. We hit a Tessa ultimate going on off as well, but the Aegis is still out, not out for long. Musket shot comes on through from SS1's Yuan. Unfortunately, the body fell so far away, I don't know if it translated into a Soul Bloom grab.
No, I don't think he did, Moxie. And JL was rocked up, and they are ferociously tearing through at this. Oh my goodness. Okay, guys, calm down. Gonna let him play a little bit.
Oh no,
oh.
Blade!
Oh.
The vulnerability into Musket headshot when he was looting the body? Okay, well, we don't have Merciless Havoc, but that was absolutely merciless coming on through from One Fang.
Buddy, oh my goodness, this is very, very diabolical. That's a lot of damage, and we might see a lot of damage come on through right here as we got SS1 fully sending it. We've got that ACOS ult down. It only had one inside, so only one that was chained. We're going to be chasing down, but JL, they're going to be jumping in as well. We've got TXJ, he's going to get hit by the charm. He's going to get forced to use his ultimate.
The iframe!
Iframes it perfectly. Beautifully done by TXJ. The GOAT indeed, and he's going to make a kebab out of SS1 Tron.
Oh, the Thunderlord is out on the field. The drop down RMBs. The amount of stagger that it's setting up for the Yusham Terracotta Warrior to be able to follow on through. Placing Cyclone as a soldier that they're currently contesting, and they just don't have a care in the world about it. Now they might care though, as you're not going to be able to iframe the Tesla ultimate this time, which means that TXJ is going to be dropping away from the fighting, so that when he gets hit into that 3-second enchantment window, no one is close enough to be able to follow up onto it. And like a bandit in the night, JL get away with absolute murder. No one chases them. And yeah, Wooey, he's getting away. There's no way he gets away with this.
No.
Surely someone rolls up and contests the Volda.
Wooey, just dude.
Bro, what? The spear! He got 3 players with 1 Volda V2 spear!
I respect it. I think we all respect it, but that was a little greedy. That was a little greedy. He had it to himself, he ulted, and then he stepped out of the circle to get a little bit more time. The 2 seconds that he wanted cost him the buff entirely. That is rough indeed. But, hey, respect.
They're not fighting him though.
No, they're not. They've spotted out these other players. STG Akame is going to get spotted out. He's going to get taken down by JL, and now Wooey.
So, dying to zone to stop JL from getting an elimination. Yeah, he got the musket shot, which means that One Fang is still going to be able to have the kill counted their way. And JL, I'm pretty sure this is going to be a back-to-back MVP, and yeah. There it is! JL did not come to play when it came to qualifying into the Grand Finals today, Dunk. Oh my goodness. The Innovation team making the Shen Huan Li composition look absolutely bonkers in terms of damage potential.
It's a little diabolical, that one. As is every comp I feel that TXJ comes up with. They're all just absolutely they're just going on a rampage. And then I love how everybody else then just follows suit, and then they play a different comp, and then just dumpster them on it, you know, like, yeah, you don't know how it works just yet, buddy. I came up with it and I know how to beat it.
See, I guarantee you another team in Phase 1 is going to pull the same strategy that JL did. Maybe not in the next 2 games, but on Grand Finals Day for sure. Viper Syra Justina composition might finally have been dethroned in terms of our Phase 1 pick, because it's not just such a risk, right? Do you want to be the team that locks Viper Syra Justina while thinking, hold on a minute, another one of those teams might go for the Shen Huan Li? And if everybody thinks, wait a minute, someone might go for the Shen Huan Li, everyone's going to be locking the Shen Huan Li instead.
Yeah, everyone's just going to be mind gaming themselves into oblivion, just like, but what if he does that, and then I do this, and then but then he knows that I do that, and then he knows that I'll know that he'll know that I'll know, and then we all know.
Option selection in phases.
It's
boy.
Just brain explosion. But hey, speaking of explosions, TXJ explosive performance alongside his teammates. JL are popping off. Props to them. They certainly wanted to show up OUG after their previous day's performance, but here we have it once again, ladies and gentlemen. You know the drill. Answer for treasures. If you want to get your hands on a special gift, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. And the question is, which team currently has the highest points, the highest number of points? Is it A, JL, B, OUG, C, CDGG, or D, Bowder? Make sure to get your answer in the chat and to stick around, as only one lucky winner will be chosen amongst those who answer correctly. Added and whispered in the chat so you can claim your prize. But back to what we were just witness to. What a banger game. It was solid. It was solid across the board. Unfortunately, those teams in the bottom, they didn't really do too much. I believe that HYG did okay, but they fumbled in the mid game. They got 6 kills or so. ARS, unfortunately, with that run back at the beginning,
Oh, yeah.
it was justifiable.
Yeah,
there was a logical reason.
GG could have gone out, ARS could have gone out. It really was one or the other in terms of that fight when you decide to full send it. And like we said, justifiable reasons for sure. That Eno ultimate was lasting super long. The Valda had already invested the V2, so if the Tianhai utilizes his ultimate, everybody knows the only way you're getting locked down into the grabs is with the commitment of the Temi ultimate, so you all just make sure that you're split and the Temi doesn't manage to lock down everybody. You grapple away, you wait for them to have to cancel the Tianhai ultimate, you go back in, you win!
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that didn't quite happen.
No, it didn't. there was also a Soul Bloom that he didn't pick up from the enemy team, so that could have been there. There was lots of reasons, but it didn't work out. It is what it is. But let's take a look at the scoreboard. ARS, indeed, as we were just talking about them, not getting anything really. It's just rough. They got 1 kill, but that was it. 5-1 also in the same position. Hex with 3.5, OUG with 4.5, HYG with a few, but at the top we've got the GOATs. JL 6 for 21 kills.
You know what really surprises me as well? That Wanfeng doesn't have more assists. I thought for sure we would be seeing the Shen Huanli with the vulnerability attached to the ultimate state, providing more assists for his teammates to be able to follow up onto. But it's actually June X who comes on through with the majority of them, 14.
Yeah.
With the second highest being 11 coming on through for that Eno. And the Eno are also having the most amount of damage, which means I feel like we're going to be seeing an Eno Thunderlord pop up on that MVP stage in a matter of moments.
We shall see, but for now we're looking at the total standings with all 3 days and the games that we've had so far today all added up together, and the BBE currently sitting at that 12th place threshold. They are currently holding strong and are going to try and keep going further and further up. Hex in 11th, 5-1 there in 10th. It's all relatively close, but it's a different story in the top 6 because that's a lot of points.
Yeah, 103 picked up for the side of JL. We said, you know, OUG had an insane performance on day 1 with 117.6. That was in 6 games. JL still have 2 more.
I reckon they can manage it, you know. 103.8 to 117.6. I reckon they can surpass that. You know, it's the bragging rights. And also, of course, getting as many points as possible has value because you take a percentage of the points from the group stage into the grand finals. There's no pre-finals. So all the points in group stage matter.
I do find it a little bit concerning though, because like there's a lot of curses attached to the NARAKA esports scene. One of them is the JL curse, which is where they do incredibly well in qualifiers, and then when it gets to grand finals, everybody just looks at JL VODs to see how exactly they pulled it off, and they just copycat. As we can have a look and see our highlights brought to you by China Unicorn. JL, not a 29 elimination game, but a 21, so still surpassing that 20 bomb as we get that Shen Huanli V1 ultimate coming on through. And that's something that we're going to be seeing a whole lot of, especially when it comes to being able to deal as much damage as possible, making sure that the follow-up from that Eno and duration, even early on when the weapon scaling is not quite as adept as it gets when we have things like Realm of Yang rarity, is enough to be able to find these eliminations quickly.
Yeah, and there we saw them fighting in the zone against, I think it was either BB or 5-1, I can't remember. But it was certainly close, but they clutched it up, and then going into this next realm of Yang, the second set of them. Nice little grapple combo, and nothing too fancy, no need, teammates coming in to follow up the Dreadful Whale, leaving no option, and then here their fight against Hex out in the open. Hex severely unlooted, unfortunately, and nowhere to really go. And JL just on a rampage. The carnage that ensued here at the end was able to control it all and navigate the chaos beautifully. And then right here with the reactivation of the guy sitting in the bush, and then right here the quick snipe.
Clean. Clean with it. I mean, GG used to be the team that we would see coming on through with the insane musket shots, but JL showing that they're no slouch with the ranged weaponry either. as we get ready to see which of these three players is going to be walking away with that MVP. It's not the Ino, it's not the Yue Shen, it's going to be our latest hero, Shenhuan Li. Daintily stepping through the air onto the MVP stage. One Fang picks up his second MVP, and we can have a look and see. He had Palm Lightning! We didn't even get to see that come out!
No need when you've got the skills and ultimates doing so much damage, 11,000 coming out there, and then he had the slow shot and Sunwing shot. So he didn't actually get all that much damage with the musket, but I think that could have potentially been because he had a white musket for a long time.
Yeah.
Could have done more, but still a significant amount. 22,000 damage in total, 11 kills, 6 assists. Pretty solid. Not too much cohesion in terms of the Jades, you know. It was just Junhwan and him and the rest of JL popping off.
And staple as well, like when we had a look at those replays from the Realm of Yang, no Soldier of Destiny, no reliance on something like Blazing Cyclone coming on through from that whip sword. It's literally just the setup window from the charge RMB connection of the whip sword into full follow through from the teammate, where in terms of comms, like you're just calling, hey, let's take the 2 versus 1, we're going to be able to find an elimination, and then we can continue taking a numbers advantage. And if the fight starts going a little bit south, one of your players can just hold their attention long enough for your other player to space on out, get a heal behind a pillar, get that reset, and come back in.
Yeah, it's being able to navigate those pillars is very, very important. We've seen the pillar gameplay, just the strategy and the finesses, just those little nuances. It changes everything. It's just, especially in solos. You know, solos,
yeah.
It went from, oh, it's just a pillar, you know, you just use it if you
it's
like.
Just 4 pillars,
to
actually.
now, yeah, it's just to now. You're just like, oh, you've got the specific timing on this specific pillar, and you sit right there, and then you can scale rush around, up, down, all around, and then manage to catch the guy on the other side, and then you can heal at a specific timing if you hear the scale rush. It's just
the nunchucks as well, like throwing out a
craziness.
focus strike as they try and swerve around that corner. But I feel like that's another real like big strength of the Yushan, Ino, and Shenhuan composition, right? It denies pillar play.
Yeah,
because
surprisingly.
He just gets to play above it.
Yeah,
fully above it with the full duration of that ultimate. And I mean, if we see a nerf coming out onto him, for sure it's going to be the duration of the ultimate. For sure, right?
Yeah, I mean, potentially. One thing that I was considering when he dropped was that his ultimate reactivation, you know, the fact that he's able to immediately do it the moment he casts his ultimate, maybe that's, you know, not the best way to have it. Perhaps it could be something more like Yoto's. With Yoto, she has to charge it up initially.
Oh, yeah.
And then depending on how much value you get initially, I mean, you can charge it up pretty quickly. Maybe not have it fully depleted. Maybe have it around half or 3/4 the way full, and then be able to then use it a little bit into the ultimate, and then still potentially be able to get a recast later on. And then I think one big thing that certainly needs to be nerfed is the sort of the jumping crouch.
Yeah.
The startup time on that is insanely fast, especially when you do the mini jump, the short hop into the crouch. It's at short range, it's just unreactable. I think when you're high up in the sky, or if you've double jumped and then you do it, that's all right. But if you're point blank, it's a little bit too fast to really do all that much about it.
I wonder how they would be able to implement that though, because that's like a very specific thing,
niche.
other than, like you said, just like really pushing the starting frame rate of the animation up.
Yeah, just
potentially extending it so that there's a little bit of a counterplay potential where the players are able to react and frame dodge out of it so that they don't get fully hit up into that absolute monstrous amount of damage and setup. Because I mean, getting hit in solos, it's like, okay, it's a 1 versus 1. You're going to be able to save your combo breaker for a very specific moment to dodge out of the most lethal part of the combo extension. In trios, getting hit into a stagger window, it's not just a 1 versus 1, it's potentially a 3 versus 1, and we see it so many times. I mean, that's why the hardy composition is a thing, because Zip alone was just a little bit too easy to run down.
Yeah.
So giving Zip an actual combo breaker attached to that Hardy ultimate where she can just hit the cube, fully be out, was because so many teams, they would just see the Zip, know that she didn't have a full combo breaker up, full send it on one of the most pivotal aspects of that composition, and there would be nothing that she would be able to do about it. So you can see that a lot of positioning and spacing from these fights is so important, especially for the players who are going to be high target priority, things like the Zip, things like the Wu Chen, the Syra as well when it comes to the Viper Justina Syra composition, because we see so many teams use that Syra ultimate to be able to recover, right? They don't open with it, they use it later on so that one of their players gets low, they can immediately start gleaming some of that heal back with the V2 while also having that full application of pressure, because you know when a Syra pops the V2, 8 seconds and powerful Dazzle's coming out, so you better not be anywhere near.
Yeah, you have to be on point with as soon as you see that pop. Take a quick look at the top right with the timer. That's a nice little finesse you can do. If you can just do some quick maths, you know, and then subtract 8 from the number in the top right, you'll be able to tell. You can just take a quick look, and then you'll be able to not actually have to count. You know, you hear, okay, 8, 7,
1 Mississippi.
Yeah, while
2 Mississippi.
You're trying to fend off the Viper and the Justina, and you're just sat there counting. It's just
Sorry guys, hold on a minute. Was that 4 Mississippis or 5 Mississippi?
I don't care. I'm dying. Help me. You know? But yeah, no, that actually, it brings me back to what you were saying before, how it's not just a 1v1. If you don't have a combo breaker, you're going to get target fired by a lot of players, by all 3. So but that sort of brings me to the topic of how well these players have managed to, you know, fine-tune their target priority and being able to target swap at the drop of a hat.
Yeah.
You know, being able to set up after, you know, I can't remember who it was, but Taki was telling me that there is a specific player who will always call his parry that he's about to hit or that he's about to do before he even parries the person, just so that his teammates have enough time to get there and to be able to consolidate as much damage onto that one person as possible, and being able to drop in and out, one person having the role of parrying, one person having the role of doing as many jump LMBs as they can, you know, and then creating as few options for their opponent as possible. And the objective is to not let them play the game, and being able to do it so well shows how much work they put into like building up this synergy and getting it to a point where it's nigh impossible to do these 1v3s, 1v2s, and that's why it's such a big deal when they do actually happen.
Yeah, that's why so many teams as well, especially on the MVPL side of things, they practice 3v3s. I was talking to Hex actually a little bit earlier, because I was like, in game 2, why is it that 5-2-1 take fights against JL inside Realm of Yang, even though JL finds the MVPs? They lost Realm of Yang fights against 5-2-1, and Hex were actually telling me, well, they scrim 5-2-1 all the time in a 3v3 capacity, and it's a sort of like pendulum swing of who's going to be able to walk away with that win, but it means that they get to practice looking for those opportunities, those setups. But where JL is able to pull ahead in comparison to the rest of the lobby is their rotations.
Yeah.
And when we get to those end games, being able to rotate around the teams who are more skilled up than you so that you don't get picked early on, being able to rotate into positions of power as well if you are more skilled up, to be able to flex the equipment and gear that you have picked up from mid-game and translated into winning out that full zoning potential of endgame, to take a couple of eliminations into a lot of eliminations as well as the kill score multiplier. That's where JL really do excel.
Yeah, absolutely. It's GG as well. They've done it in the past. They were known for how they were able to navigate those end games.
Yeah, but it was Sand Siphon was the thing. GG's like the crown for GG was Sand Siphon. And unfortunately for them, Sand Siphon is entirely out of the meta, and Temi is now played with an entirely different composition, and Zip as well, which was played with Sand Siphon originally, now gets paired with Kylan instead.
Yeah, it's all these, you know, comp relationships have all split up, and they've gone and, you know, they're meeting new people and having a good time with different compositions. I wonder what is going to be next, because I'm sure there is something. I want to see something different, something interesting, but we shall see. first round selection for our
It happened.
day.
It already happened, Dunk.
Get back,
you just know that every coach in the game, like when their teams came back in and they had that opportunity to talk to them, were like, hey, JL did this in first phase. We should do that. Now, the question is, does ARS go for it as well? No, they're going to be going for the Justina Viper Syra. It would have been so funny if we just see 3 locks of the Yuashen composition in first phase, which entirely nullifies the effect of getting a potential 4 of them because it's just made more expensive and all it does is push the Viper Syra Justina composition down to second pick instead.
Yeah, this was potentially done, or some players I believe were thinking about it for the solos as well, in that sort of pairing. You know, with Syra being the #1 pick or the typically first pick character, there were some who were considering not picking it, allowing the second person to pick it instead, and then essentially pretending as though, you know, they're somebody else, or to try and trick the rest of the lobby into thinking that that Syra is them when it isn't. And yeah, the Jiang Akos alongside the Yushan Eno, then the cheeky little variation here, the Akos, the Tiger Man himself. Speaking of, it looks as though Sachiko is going to be locking it in, along with the rest of Hex going to be securing that Tessa, Akos, Wuchen. But OUG and GG, they're going for the Kylin Hardy zipping cube comp instead.
Yeah, Hardy's back. He brought the milk. He's no longer on the milk carton. He is back with the milk, and he will be played in this round. Now, the question becomes, what is going to be played on the last round? Is it still going to be the Tianhai? Yes, it absolutely is, as we just have to see what exactly HYG is going to lock. As there's a little bit of a debate. It's not an immediate lock, which gives us the opportunity to talk about this alliance composition, because I kind of like aspects of it. Obviously, with both the Eno and the Yuashen, one of the main counters to the composition is just running away. Akos with the V2 does prevent that. Oh yeah, wait. It's locked. It's locked. I know, it's
locked. Buddy! That's what I like to see, boys. Yeah, buddy. So, you know, funnily enough, I said this to Raven the other day. I said, you know what? It's possible we might see HYG play Taka, Karumi, Monk, because they like playing it. They played it in EU. They played it a decent amount in the past. I'm glad I was right. Yeah, buddy. Where's the cat? I can imagine one of them just looking at it, just like before
like full
Machine did yesterday.
Just like, yeah, this is for Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah, my boys. Thank you very much. At least see one of them in trios.
This goes out to all the Taka mains everywhere. Oh boy, what loadout is it going to be though? Fireball?
It's going to be V2 certainly. It depends on how he feels though. With Fireball, it makes activating the fire circle for Karumi much easier instead of having to sprint over it with your ultimate, because that's the only other way to do it.
Yeah.
The Fireball is definitely solid with the Monk, because you can throw it at the Monk's hand when he has one of them grabbed.
True.
Or you can throw it at the ground once the slam comes through. There's definitely, you know, different uses for it. But
hold on a minute. This could be used to throw at players when they use the Hardy Q as well to potentially disengage.
Possibly if you're close enough. The only trouble is that depending on how far the cube is, it could be a little too slow. But it's definitely possible. Definitely possible. But with F1 here, it gives you that stam reset, and it looks as though the F1 is going to be the choice. That's the setup, buddy. I like it. That's my setup right there. Let's go. I'm very happy right now, as I'm sure everybody can imagine.
It's been so long since we saw Karumi as well, to the point that we should probably explain why we're talking about Karumi and fire interactions. Karumi's ultimate actually has elemental interactions from certain players, Temi, Taka, Valda, to name a few, where it has unique interactions if you commit another element, so like Valda F2 or Temi potentially as well with a Wisp, where it's going to be able to give additional effects to that Karumi, as we're going to be seeing where everyone is going to be spawning. SR and JL JL going to be scrapping it out for control of Salvation Podium right off the rip, as we do have a free stack of teams going directly for the drop fight on Matab as well. And I mean, Matab is incredibly hard to be able to lock players down simply because of the sheer amount of verticality that is afforded to the area. I refer to it as the wedding cake of terrain because it just has so many different tiers.
Yeah, it's like so many layers, like an onion. Onions have layers, cake has layers. Okay, we're going down that path. We're going into game number 5, ladies and gentlemen. Our 5th game on our final day of group stage completely, and trios group stage. This is make or break for all of these teams who haven't made it into that top 12 just yet, and we're getting on the field. We've got JL SR contesting Salvation Podium, hoping to get their hands on that legendary weaponry from the puzzle box, but the ballista, is SR going to be able to avoid it? RJL going to be able to make use of it is the question. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. And 17
Wait, are JL on both?
I think they might be, yeah.
Oh my goodness, JL are on both of the ballistas, which means, yeah. That's the thing about ballistas too. They do lose one thing, but you don't need to have a weapon equipped to be able to fire off the ballista, which is actually why we saw initially, there's no way. Hold on a minute. Are we aura reviving through a Yushan ultimate? I mean, TXJ already managed to perfect dodge the first swing of it. And that tap does mean that Wonfeng now gets more time before his Ken resets and he has to burn one of those revives, which means that Yushan ultimate's gonna be over. Drop down with the focus hit. We get to see the revive being full sent onto Wonfeng. And even for the Yushan pressure, JL are gonna be able to grab that player back.
They are indeed. He's back up and running, and Zhao gets put in the ground, unfortunately. Not able to survive, and it looks as though heading over to a fight, the tail end of a fight, with BBE and Hex going head-to-head. Unfortunately for Hex, they do go down, but BBE looking good. 3 kills under their belt already. Very solid indeed. Now moving over to Yushan Ruins, we have Alliance against ARS. Yi Xiao is going to be popping that Syra ultimate. He was very, very low, so definitely needed to do it regardless. Yuma going to be able to kite away alongside PB. Going to be jumping back in though. Wait a second. Justina, boom, big damage. Can we get the kill? We can indeed. No transformation for Yuma, and now PP is like, wait a second. I'm alone now. This isn't good. I feel like we just watched this fight. The solo Yushan ult. It's literally the same.
I mean, he's gonna just de-transform. No, he's not gonna de-transform. He's gonna hold on to the transformation, full send it, and just try and disappear off into one of the many different areas that you can send yourselves into Yushan Ruins to be able to regroup with his teammates, who have already respawned, and they held on to their ultimates at least. So if we do see ARS try and close up the distances, well, that's still pretty close. We could still see a punishment as, ooh, someone's on Ballista and someone's a burning. Fat Milk on that, gonna be out of that ultimate, but still having the upper hand in terms of fighting SS1 because of those ballistic connections. And Fat Milk is gonna be more than happy to full send it with that Yushan, looking for the drop down RMB. However, the Yushan running after the low health bar SS1 player did mean that Fat Milk was a little bit undefended. Now he gets to break away from the fight, the Yushan peeling for him and allowing him to try and close up distance to find the elimination with the repeated crossbow, but the shots just have not been able to connect. And 5-2-1, the elimination slips away from them. Xuan's gonna be able to make it behind a tree, get a Vitalia off, get another skill rush, and he's just gone.
That's crazy. He's ever so slightly hesitated with the RMB and held it to blue for a millisecond, and I think that's what cost him a kill. That's so sad. He had no
it cost them
either.
a player too. They get so lost in going for the chase down and finding that one elimination that SR come in and scoop up 5-2-1 when they're 2 split.
That is rough. Now you've got 5-2-1, JL and ARS right here. There is a bounty currently on the field as well. I don't think JL is involved with the bounty. It's a bounty between ARS and 5-2-1. I'm not sure who has the bounty on. Oh, it is ARS. ARS has the bounty onto, oh my goodness, beautiful parry onto Pampy, and he does go down, and they're going to be able to claim that Moni. But wait a second, are they going to be able to live long enough to spend it with JL encroaching on their territory? There is a white armor Syra, less than ideal. Could fend this off. JL going to pull the trigger on the ultimate, send it. They do have that legendary weapon as well for the damage on the Monk, and it looks as though AJ, I thought he was going to be the sacrificial lamb, but no, he's actually going to get healed up by the Syra ultimate. He's going to be coming through, popping his own Viper as well. Will he be able to get any value? Not sure if it's significant.
AJ turns around, sends out the F, does find the connection, but his health bar is just too low that he still goes down. Missy does find an elimination onto June X, however. TXJ, I was about to say, this is really risky. Fighting on Frozen Lake with Transform Ultimate's Forbidden Seal hadn't been procced. Now it's going to be used, which means that the spaces these teams can fight is going to be minimized drastically as everybody is out of the Forbidden Seal and into places where they can still access those ultimates. TXJ doesn't have the V2, but does still have those flying knives, as well as clanking and holding Pampi to death in stone form. As JL have a Valda who's just having to play for every elimination possible. Puts himself actually on top of a tree, which means, hold on a minute. No, SR did scout out TXJ. There's no way TXJ is going to be able to walk away with an elimination here, surely. As SRD just have two players directly on top of the Valda, the drop down parry. The F2 is going to be there, but TXJ is still surviving for a very long time.
He's putting in the work. Unfortunately, his Monk did get isolated, and they do lose the legendary weapon. I'm not sure who ended up getting it, but somebody got it. Somebody's got it in their inventory. I'm sure we'll be able to spy it out before long. The classic, the legendary weapon from Salvation Podium, just changing hands about 6 times by the end of the game.
Puzzle. Oh, there we go.
Oh, it's 5-2-1. They've got it. He's got his prize. My precious dual helmet's beautiful, but
yeah,
he's got
but
no teammates. I got the thing though, guys. It doesn't matter. You're gonna die with it. So, oh wait, he's from Bush. Alliance is close.
No. He ran past a bounty scroll. That's the problem. If the Lions find the bounty scroll that he left behind, then they'll be able to immediately track onto his location. As GG gonna be taking a fight, coming on through with all of the transformations right now as we get Alex, and does not have the Hardy ultimate, which means no combo breaker up for 3-3-0. Instead, it's just going to be 2 versus 1 Peel, full sending out the LMVs with that pole sword. They find the elimination. Luye on that Yushan, going to be trying to slide out of the fight with the staff for the mobility, but he's being fully chased down and tracked by this Kylan with that B2 coming on through, and he doesn't have another player to be able to peel the Kylan off of him. Still, the Kylan actually goes off into a different space, waits for the regroup so that GG don't trade a player out and give a kill away to one of their enemies. And that did allow enough time to pass with the Yushin ultimate to be able to bolt up. And now GG are at a massive disadvantage in terms of ultimate economy.
Yeah, they do need to try and get a reset. CJS not having big armor powders is going to make it a bit slow as well. Laurier going to turn his attention over to the other members of this team, protecting Yuan. Oh no, the ultimate just expired. He's not going to be able to get the peel and save his body. And GG are going to come away with the win in that 3v3, going up to 5 eliminations. Very solid. Not all that much in terms of loot, as the team they killed weren't all that looted either, but I'm sure they've got all that money. They might be able to translate that into a couple purple armors and weapons. But going into the realm of Yang here, we have BBE going up against ARS. AJ going to be jumping right in. That goes for the F. No stamina, unfortunately. The combo. You can't dodge monk grabs if you don't have stamina because Tumulk ulted you.
I mean, not just that, Valda V2 spid as well. However, BBE force ult every single ultimate. The iframe, are they going to be able to iframe? He looked for the grab to stop the Viper V1 stagger instead of iframing with the cancel of the V2, which means that everything gets put on pause for a couple of moments for that Viper V1 to be over with. And unfortunately, that comes at the cost of the Temi, which now means that the Syra composition is going to be able to hit its stride in terms of the neutral, as well as hitting the charge RMBs coming on through from that staff. ARS will be able to walk away with the win. And that's one of the drawbacks of the Tianhai composition. If you commit all 3 of your ultimates and don't win when those ultimates are active, you have nothing left to win out the resource trade when it comes to the cooldown stage of the fight.
Yeah, it is a bit rough at that point with, you know, Viper's F being so impactful. You know, even in just neutral, it's like a very long silence and it has so much potential setup. Also, I think STG and Alliance winning their Yangs, I believe Alliance may have beaten JL and
yes.
STG, I'm not sure who they went up against, but I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. OUG also winning their realm of Yang, getting their hands on a million birds might. Alliance.
Now, do they fight each other is the question.
Yeah. This could be a big game for STG as well, because they are currently on, thank you production, 64 points, which in the grand scheme of things is not that far behind the likes of BBE and Hex, who are currently 11th and 12th. So definitely could be really good for them. Alliance, though, it might be able to slow them down right here as they're fully engaging. The ultimates are on the field, locked in the cage with the Enor. How crazy is that?
Yeah, but locked in with a Syra VT.
Yeah, run away. Okay, I did my damage. I'm done. I'll be back.
Get out of the cage before the Syra V2 procs that stun Dazzle. As I hope we get to see a replay to see how exactly Alliance were able to beat JL with that ACOS composition, especially because it's Realm of Yang.
We'll see. Oh, wait a second. Jang. He's very low HP right now. He looks as though he got parried, and STG is cooking right now. This is exactly what they needed, but OUG arriving to the party is exactly what they didn't need to happen. The Viper ultimate is going to be able to fend them off, or at the very least slow down the aggression. Baby U is going to get shredded through. The Kyling Guard is going to get activated. Yin, he's going to try and close out this kill onto Yuma. The F2 comes through. I'm not sure if it connected. It did indeed. The follow-up comes in. No F for Yin. He is unprotected. He's unable to get out of there, and now Yuma is going to try and make it out like a bandit, disengage, and hopefully keep his life and loot.
Hex
he doesn't have red buff, so it's okay.
Everyone who died basically gets to come back and continue in the lobby. In fact, we had 10 players in soul form after that fight went down. However, Hex perfectly third-partied on the teams that had Vermilion Birds Might, knowing that there was a high potential that the red teams would take the fight against them, and picked up 2 eliminations and are now looking for even more. As Sachiko full sends out the charged RMB on that longsword, everybody just locked down inside the ACOS V2, which means that Hex managed to go from 2 eliminations, now scooping up an additional 4, taking themselves up to 5 in this round. As someone's on Ballista at the moment, and everybody's going to be rotating away from it because of that. We even get to the Temi ultimate invested to try and find the lockdown and also block out that range pressure, as JL's one thing is going to be dropping out onto his teammate with that F1 combo break appealing for him. Still has the Voucher estate to be able to use if JL find themselves going a little bit too low, as ARS back against the wall, gonna be popping that Viper V1 as a last effort to try and prevent as much damage coming through from AJ as possible, but SR just find that full connection with the elimination, taking the Viper out before it can proc.
That is so sad, though. We saw HYG just getting savagely picked apart in that multi-way. Speaking of, TXJ getting savagely stomped by that Yushan F2 into the ground he goes. And it looks as though this might be the end for JL here. If these teams follow up, they look to chase it down. I'd be surprised if they didn't. There's a monk that's used his ultimate, but wait a second.
They turned on the
distraction, Justina.
Hold on a minute. Are we kiting to Ballista? Oh, we're kiting to Ballista. SR have to be very careful now. They have to go to the base of Ballista Tower, which means they've turned on the Justina. They'll let the Tianhai out.
That's craziness.
JL gets an opportunity to recover. Miss You, however, goes for the Duke. Hasn't gone for the heal just yet because they'll hear the sound cue. Oh, they hear it. We hear it, which means that SR hear it too. And now the chase, or rather the kite, is going to be on. Round and round the wall will go. Whether or not SR will be able to stop Miss You, we'll never know.
Find out on the next episode of Chasing People in Towers. Oh my! No! Guys, I think you just walk away now. Just walk away. Just walk away. That was. Yeah, that was sussy. Yeah, I think they are actually just leaving.
Yeah. They're like, I hope broadcast didn't see that. Don't worry, we caught it. We saw it in high definition. We're going to be moving away from the brain freeze and going into the realm of Yang as we're going to get, oh my goodness, we're getting it, Dunk. Alliance with the Akos, Ina, and Yuashen versus the Cube composition. Is this going to be enough, or is the Cube comp just going to allow everybody to disengage that ultimate, though? Out comes the Akos F2, doesn't find the connection, gets fully hit as well by the follow-up of the LMV swing coming up from the pulse, but here we go. Akos V2, Zip's already used her ultimate as well, so we're getting a little bit of that heal fully coming on back through so that we can keep this Kylan ultimate going because everybody's just fighting inside the cage.
That's craziness. Oh my goodness, they are able to do so much with that cage right there. Something I hadn't considered and I'll cover in a moment. But Jang, he's savagely chasing down this Zipping, trying to hold them down. The Yushan is going to be dropping in the Enor, trying to get as much damage as they possibly can before those ultimates do expire, as they will be doing so relatively soon. That Zipping is doing an excellent job of staying on the move and staying healthy, but not enough. Not healthy enough to survive. LXM is going to be the next one to go down, and CJS, it's inevitable. But something I just want to quickly say, that was very nice. They managed to get the knockdown onto the Hardy and then immediately drop the Akos cage on top of him. And then when he uses his ultimate, he actually gets pulled back to the ground
and
after the cast.
And then you can do enough damage to be able to keep him grounded.
He wasn't even, no, he got pulled out of the flight mode.
Oh, wow.
Fully pulled out of his own ultimate, and then he needs to get that second chain procced
before he can go back up, which means that he's vulnerable.
So he can't use the cube.
And he can't use the cube to get the zip out.
Huge.
Oh, so clipping the wings.
Yeah.
That could
the
also...
The cat finally caught the bird.
Hey, the cat got the canary, and unfortunately, OUG, they get the buff, but they don't get the kills alongside it. No one else went into that second realm of Yang, and OEG are able to pick it up for free. But not claiming those eliminations is going to impact the amount of game score that they can pick up in this game if they don't manage to use that buff to convert into controlling and possessing out things like that Spirit Well when we go into the late. As Alliance are going to be rolling on through with Mystic Might, trying to get a read whether or not they can find some teams looking to hide away, potentially with players missing and vulnerable for this Akos composition to just fully drop on their heads.
This Akos composition, the frog horse, the goat, the chimera. Jang, ready to pounce. I'm just moving at this point. JL looking good. I have to say I'm surprised they were able to recover there because it was looking rough for them. But they able to the distraction Justina from Miss You. Just chef's kiss for JL. They're very happy about that one.
They got that team back.
Yeah, they got him back.
They were able to get that team back, probably going for those revive and rebirth charms when everyone's attention was turned looking at that realm of Yang. That's also probably another reason why OUG didn't get contested, because no one wants to go into the realm of Yang in case you run into a team like JL. But JL just weren't in a position to be able to go in.
Yeah. I think also second realm of Yang has become less and less, worthwhile in a lot of teams' eyes because it is very, very scary. It can be recovered. We've seen it happen plenty of times.
True, but you have to fight. Like you have to wait for your Yang depletion to be at about 1 minute left, and then you have to gamble on Spirit Well, where you know that players are going to be fighting, but that also means that you could potentially get caught in the crossfire, especially if teams do the min-max and look at the kill feed of which composition lost the realm of Yang and target you out specifically. As we can have a look and see, 5-1 have been able to find VBE. Roy Hehe very much not wanting to commit into this fight against the Shen Huan Li, just utilizing that pulse on the charge RMB to keep himself as far away as possible. Semi-ultimate, last desperate attempt from BBE as well. Create as much space between between themselves and 521 as possible, will not be able to find the connection that they're looking for, and 521 will be able to find the elimination onto the last 2 players from BBE, who were looking to just play for survivability.
Not able to survive though, unfortunately, and I don't think many will be able to survive here, Moxie, as this is just a mosh pit of chaos. GG is going to be able to pick up 1 elimination onto 1 Fang. Alliance, you are stuck between the pillar and the staircase right there. Not just get me out. All right, okay, thanks.
We go up.
Bye. Bye, CJS. He has committed his ultimate. His team, I believe it is him and the Zipping who still have Yang depletion. Jang finds himself TXJ with no ultimate, no armor, and it's looking pretty cooked for him. I don't think he's going to be making it out of this one. He might be able to break line of sight, but it's still...
The scale rushes.
Into the zone, though? I'm not sure if he's going to survive. Yeah, no, there it is.
He doesn't
SR
go down. Although I believe, yeah, JL still have players. It's not a full elimination.
Yeah, they still have their Tumulk.
But it's highly unlikely that, well, I mean, there's no chance they're going to be able to revive the Valda, as the zone just moves away from where that Valda went down, and so too does the fight move away as well, as GG, they catch the rotation of SR. They do have Yang depletion, so their hand is going to be forced, but you don't really want to take a fight against a team with legendary armor. Never mind, we've got Palm Lightning, we're going to start frying that legendary armor right off of their backs. Parry does come through, but it's max distance, which means that LXM is not going to get hit with the follow-up damage from the Pole Sword. We'll be able to come through with the Hardy ultimate this time. So far, no Akers V2 to fully tether him to that ground, which means we've already set up the cube, as a 3-3-0 on blue armor is going to be very vulnerable on the low ground. LXM going for the cube activation, dropping down into the RMB, coming on through from those knights before swapping on over for the Pole Sword to be able to set up Scale Rush into Scale Rush, sweeping on through onto all of the bodies of the players stacked on up, but CJS is down, 3-3-0 about to go down alongside him, and it is just the Hardy currently left on the side of GG, and that is not going to be very long that he gets to survive, as Alliance will be able to find the team wipe.
That is rough for them. Good for Alliance, though. They are going to be able to grab a Soul Bloom or 2 before, well, after having been afflicted by that Yang Spirit Well, Yang Depletion. But now look at here, we've got Hex going full ham against SR. Sachiko has dropped down. That Akos ultimate is now going to be pouncing away, trying to disengage as he's bitten off a bit more than he can chew, it looks like. Squeaky is going to be pressing that V button and teleporting himself and his teammates to safety. Or at the very least, hopefully it's safe down here. Oh, there's a little pocket. Wait a second.
Oh, no.
And there's a Yushan, though. Oh, no. Oh, and it's gone.
Oh, the pocket's gone.
No.
I think they lose. I think they lose Squeaky here.
Yeah.
And I think 521's Pampy finds the elimination. Credit for it as well. And now, potentially, it looks like Hex tried to use the Tester ultimate to catch 521, who are holding them to the zone, because Pampy calls out, obviously, that they're going to be rotating from underneath Salvation Podium to try and escape out of that zone damage, and 521 just turn around and hold them in zone.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to note as well earlier on, as we were watching Alliance fighting it out against GG, we saw a bounty pop up from 521 got a bounty onto STG, but nothing seems to have come of it just yet, as there's just been so much action elsewhere. But that could be detrimental for STG. I haven't seen them on the map. Oh no, wait, as I say that, I see them. They're there. They're close. They're ready to pounce. They're going to look to try and find a way in with the Cacti. And this Draco Storm is very ugly on the side of OUG. Baby U's just running Alliance down. Come back here, Zipping. Yeah, buddy. Getting more eliminations. Got to catch up to JL. It's, I don't know if it's going to happen though, we'll see. But they want the bragging rights. They want to be able to get as many points as possible to take forward into the grand finals. Alliance seems to be going down fully. I believe that is all of them.
Yes.
That is indeed. Very sad for them. 12 kills though. Really solid for them, regardless of having been eliminated just now.
Yeah, I believe OUG actually gets all of them as well. 3 eliminations picks up when Draco Storm is going on through. as we have our 80% Moonbane coming on out. Randomly generated, and unfortunately for SR, generated almost directly on their position. They are able to at least escape it before it becomes a Venn diagram of all of the circles on their exact location. Unfortunately for them, though, that rotation is a little bit late. STG's already been able to claim control of the high ground from these buildings, which does mean that they get a lot of terrain to be able to hide away from all of the teams and range pressure, not from the cannons, but away from all of the fighting currently going on with Soul Jades. We've got Merciless Havoc, we've got Moonshard Storm. OUG are showing their strengths to make sure that they can control all of the points of interest and scale on up. However, SS gets caught a little bit mistimed there, gets hit by a different Moonshot Storm coming on through from the side of SR, as Baby U is going to be able to step up to the plate into the Spirit Well. SR, though, investing a very early Shen Huan Lee ultimate, now potentially punished for investing it so early on, as OUG contest combating it with a Kyle MV2.
They do indeed, jumping in, just dropping it out of nowhere. The Junhuan doesn't know what hit him. He's going to try and stand tall and stay inside, but it's going to be tough. The reactivation might be able to come through. Maybe you is going to have to disengage, use that cube to get out of there and heal up. But the problem for one of these teams right here is that two of them have Yang Depletion. SR, they need the cleanses. I don't think they're going to be able to do it, because they're both really, really low, and Baby U might be able to just clean up those eliminations, and I think that might be exactly what happens.
Wait, 5-2-1 though, they're getting the buff. Everybody's fighting in zone for the eliminations. 5-2-1 just got the buff for free.
What on earth is going on? STG, I think they want, they're trying to get as much as they can. 6 kills so far. If they get an MVP here, if they get a really big game, it could skyrocket them up.
But they now lose out to 5-2-1 because 5-2-1 have the buff, and the zone, it's just like there's not enough space to be able to disengage. The composition, like the Yushan, it's so late that there's no way that you're gonna escape and utilize verticality to get away from both the and Yushan's tracking potential. Wait, did they revive? They got the red. Oh my goodness, they got the revive. That's huge because the fighting just moved over to the other half of the zone entirely. 5-2-1, looking to try and run the momentum of the lobby with the Draco Storm. SCG just gonna be as silent as a mouse, not revealing that position. Wait, someone ran towards them. Oh, Fat Milk found them.
Oh my goodness, this is so oogly. 5-2-1 having taken a player off of STG, turned their attention over to OUG to see if they can potentially take them down a peg, and that's exactly what they managed to do right here. Baby U gets eliminated, he's down for now, but STG jumping in, they're going to try and take advantage of this too. The Viper ultimate is going to be coming through. Not sure if we got a significant connection though, unfortunately for STG. The parry's going to come in from the back. Yin not going to be eating that follow-up. Instead, Akame is going to be picking up a kill onto SXJ. Akame though, he might pay for it with his life. He almost has ultimate. He might be able to survive, but no, he doesn't. Fat Milk takes him down. And now 5-2-1 looking as though they're in full control of this endgame, with both of the remaining other teams in the lobby down a member.
Ivan's gonna have ultimate up again as well. I'm pretty sure they ferried all of the Soul Blooms over to the Shen Huan Lee so that they can get that V1 cast as quickly as they possibly can. Zone's gonna be closing too. Guarding the edge with the RMB coming out from those legendary harbors, getting as much damage and knockback potential as possible. OUG, is that the last player? I think they've still got one currently up. No, two currently up. Looks like they were able to pick up one of them when the fighting moved over to a different team, as a Syra V2 is going to be forced on the side of STG. Akame trying to close up the distance so that when the ultimate expires, the powerful Dazzle is going to be able to find an opening, but it's just 5-2-1's Pampy getting to use the opening to find the elimination onto OUG's last player, and we now go down to STG fighting it out with 5-2-1. Akame trying to get some of the damages on through, utilizing the Syra F1 to carry himself off of the low ground onto the high, away from the focus fire coming on through from Pampy, but that's just delaying the inevitable dunk. Surely 5-2-1 are able to find the cleanup here.
Potentially, it's definitely possible. Pampy doing a good job with this Yushan ultimate, but it's about to expire, and that Viper, I believe, has ultimate ready to go. Fat Milk, no ultimate. He's trying to kite away. The Viper ultimate is going to come through, but it's not looking as though... Oh,
double jump!
Oh, he got the double! Insane! And there it is, STG. Like I said earlier on, if this ends up being a big one for them, it's going to be massive in the end. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. STG, the game they needed in game number 5.
Oh boy, we're going to have to see how that impacts the overall standings. I believe, is it OUG still walking away with the MVP, however? Or do we see, I mean, 5-2-1, yeah.
Oh, they do!
Yeah.
Oh, my mistake. I thought there was enough, because there was a lot of kills.
There was a lot of kills, but it was very split between 5-2-1 and STG.
That's true.
And also, like, the kill score multiplier doesn't go to 5-2-1, it goes to STG because they were the last team standing. That double jump with the Viper V1 stun connection was absolutely huge to be able to find the connection onto the 2 players left over on the side of 5-2-1. Catching one and both of the players as well from STG were close enough to find the conversion of the charge RMB from that fan when the stun activated before they were able to take out that last player with the Yushan who was up on that rooftop with the 2 versus 1, and that Viper finding the F connection as well to set it all up. However, OUG still walk away with the overall MVP as they, I believe, had a lot of eliminations when we started to see them really trying to contest and hold that space with the Spirit Well. Where it all started falling apart for OUG was the grief coming on pro from SR, who just showed up to the plate and saw OUG trying to hold the space down to control that buff and said, you know what, we've got Soldiers of Destiny too. Let's just exchange those. And then everybody was trying to run away and recover from all of that fighting that occurred with the health bars going so low. 5-2-1 just get control of the buff for freebies.
Yeah, and then they're able to dictate the pace of that endgame. Unfortunately, it didn't fully pay off for them. They almost got the result they wanted, but it wasn't enough for them in the end. Like they managed to take down Akame on STG, and then they turn their attention to OUG, try and take down one of them, so that they're the only team with 3 people alive. But going into OUG, they had to fight tooth and nail to achieve that. They did manage it in the end, but in the meantime, STG
just rezzed.
The res comes back, and then it's just back and forth between all of these teams. Rough, but props to STG for recovering and doing it well. They don't get the MVP, unfortunately, but they definitely got a lot of points. But once again, it's time, ladies and gentlemen, for Answer 4 Treasures. If you want to get your hands on a special gift, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. On which day does the 2025 J-Cup Trios Grand Finals start? Is it A, December 21st, B, 4 days before Christmas, C, 3 days before Christmas Eve, or D, 1 day after Solo Finals? For those of you at home who are, you know, on the ball, perceptive enough, they're all the same answer.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you pick, you'll be alright.
Wow.
But,
that's wild. You know what? Forget your partridge in a pear trees and your 12 ladies a-dancing. I want a J-Cup Grand Finals for Christmas, and Dunk, we're lucky enough to get just that.
We are indeed. But which one of these teams is going to be there with us, Moxie? Because that's the question on everyone's mind. I want to see how many points STG was able to put up. Did they overtake these teams lurking in 11th and 12th?
I think they overtook TWSS.
16 is quite a bit.
Yeah, I think they overtook TWSS. As I remember looking at the leaderboard and being like, TWSS are now knocked out of the top 12. So we do now have a new benchmark coming on through from those teams, but we'll have to see. We'll get our answer in a matter of moments. We just have to be patient enough to wait for it to come our way, as OUG will be walking away with a 17 game score in terms of the MVP that they're able to pick up. There it is. Even though they didn't get the kill score multiplier, they still had the major amount of eliminations headed into that final zone. As we talked about, it was sort of cannibalized of an MVP opportunity between both 5-2-1 and STG picking up those eliminations between themselves to So we can have a look and see the full statistics coming on through on the side of OUG. A lot of damage, lots of healing coming on out from SXJ, which means I would imagine group heal, advanced heal, helping to bolster up some of those heal stats.
Perhaps indeed. I reckon Baby U with his 8 eliminations is gonna be appearing on that MVP screen, but we got what we asked for, Moxie. This is the total standings.
Oh.
And they managed it.
BBE knocked down.
In 13th, STG up to 12th, and they're what? 8.5 points behind Hex.
Yeah, I mean, oh boy, this last game, it's all on the line. I mean, that's gonna be a major upside if BBE don't manage to make it through, because like, the SEA teams, they're all really, really strong, but BBE and 521 specifically went into the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League to be able to boot camp and prepare better for the J Cup title chance. So if they get knocked out before they even make it to Grand Finals, that is a statement coming on through from the side of STG. But like we said, it's all going to come down to this last game. There are so many teams so close to that cutoff point. It's potentially going to be 2 SEA teams able to knock Hex out. It's potentially going to be Hex holding onto their lead. And then it comes down to BBE versus STG for who manages to walk away with that 12th and last position.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see. JL, though, still sitting at the top of the mountain. Very nicely done. But we're going to be taking a look now at some highlights off of game number 5, ladies and gentlemen. Brought to you by China Unicom, MVP'd by OUG. Take a look at that. SR on the frozen lake, taking it down at GG, and then having to deal with this fight right here, jumping in onto 521, as 521 had also third-partied. They did, 2 of them went down, but one of them got out with those golden dual helmets. And so somehow they managed to full recover and then make it to the endgame. Craziness, craziness. And then later on in the deserty area, close to all of those cacti, the cactuses, the grief plants themselves, OUG just obliterating Alliance. Just trying desperately to run away, but you've got nowhere to go with OUG on your tail.
Yeah, the full send of the charge LMB, both focus attacks because you're safe in knowledge that you have your Hardy looking for those stagger windows with a triple charge of the ultimate. As this is the moment, like OUG were able to walk away with the MVP because all of these eliminations are split between 521 and STG, but 521 with that buff as well as the Shen Huan Li V1, keeping up the pressure, keeping up the damage, and fully allowing Pampy on that Yushan to find all of the setup into these eliminations. That Fat Milk with the halberds is going to be able to follow. However, they took their eye off of STG. They locked into the eliminations to make sure that their position was locked in, which means that STG were able to fully recover their third player, pick them up, still have that legendary armor, and still have that Viper V1, finding the stun onto the 2 players left over on the side of 521, and then managing to just come on through with the 3 versus 1. That double jump there, just being able to connect onto Fat Milk, so he's not in a position to be able to peel for Pampy, which means that once the stun is done, it's just a 3 versus 1. Finished up with that Viper F.
Yeah, you can see though that OUG was certainly disappointed with that game, even though they got the MVP at the end. I think they were a little peeved that they didn't do it in style.
No kill score multiplier.
No, they could have gotten quite a few more points, but they weren't able to stay alive against all of the griefing that happened in that end zone. But here we've got the MVP, and it is indeed going to be Baby U with 8 eliminations, 28,000 damage, the majority of which with nunchucks. Actually, not the skills and ultimates. Very close, very close, but it's not there. The nunchucks do a little bit more damage. They had Juggernaut, Cyan Fang, a Blazing Cyclone, 2 damage reduction Jades, and Storm Stride to lead him to victory. Very well done indeed. Kylin is, you know, it's surprising though. I'm surprised he didn't do the most with his skills and ultimates, but
was that 2,400 damage from Storm Stride? because that was a 2,400
You might be
damage
right, actually.
without weapon. 2,400 damage with Storm Stride?
Storm Stride is pretty good.
That is absolutely wild. But as we said, game number 6, it all comes down to this. So many teams are going to be looking to lock it in. We'll have to wait and see what the top 12 is going to be locked. We'll be back after this short break. Do or die, it all comes down to this. The battle for the 2025 Trios J-Cup trophy that you get to see there. It looks so shiny, but Dunk, some of these teams, they're not going to get to look at it any longer as we have to cut our players. 12 teams will be able to make it from Shanghai to Shenzhen. And now we have to find out which will be the last teams to lock up their position, because it's still all up in the air.
It certainly is, and we'll get onto that very shortly. For now, we've got another one of those comments from the official NARAKA Discord. It never says all Alliance. I wasn't sure if that was all or Alliance for a second. Alliance, get those third parties, get those squad wipes, put in that work. And those exclamation emotes, yeah, exactly. They have been doing pretty well, Alliance, I would say. Well, congratulations to you, Neva, for getting that that choice gift. Hopefully you get something good out of that one. But oh my goodness, it's coming down to the wire, isn't it, Moxie?
Yeah, I mean, it always is. It feels like it always does. Like these last games, even the qualifiers as well, always come down to the wire. Like if you were keeping an eye on the mainland qualifiers for China for solos, everyone will remember, right? The Hail Mary that HM was able to pull off. But these teams, they're going to have to pull off something special if they want to be able to make it all the way to Shenzhen, because we have 3 teams that could make it. 2 of which, well, they're already in the top 12. 1 is looking to elbow their way in as we get the split cam, and you know what that means, Dunk. Only one of them is going to be able to get through, potentially, unless both are able to get enough points to knock out Hex.
It's going to be tough. It's going to come down to the wire. It could be 1 kill difference. It could be 0.5 difference. We will have to see, but hey, may the best man win, you know. All of them have put in a lot of work to be here, and BBE has been fighting tooth and nail throughout the year in NBPL to prove themselves and to improve. STG, they've certainly put in the work. It's very, very evident. Hex as well. They've been at the top of EU for a long time. They've been doing very, very well. They've putting in a lot of time to get to where they are today. And they said it themselves, is that if anyone's going to do it from EU, it's going to be them. And I hope for their sake and for the sake of EU that they do manage to do so. They're looking pretty locked.
What phase is Hex in as well? Because like talking to Sachiko, he was saying they don't play the Yushan comp currently. If they make it to Shenzhen, they said that that would be the time in between they would take to learn. And I believe Sachi as well is going to be playing the Yushan. But if they get put in the same phase as everybody else locking the Yushan, that could be a major disadvantage because they're not going to pick that comp.
Potentially. But they could still do the the cheeky one and then do the same thing that was done to them. A team in the previous phase picks the comp and then they do the same thing that they did for the next phasing. It's possible, but we'll see. Oh my goodness, the posture. He's got his sleeves rolled up to the maximum. He's fully locked. But HYG here, they went for it. I respect it. They flipped it. I think that they are playing for the MVP, certainly. I mean, because getting an MVP on its own is still very good for them. You get the bag for the MVP. It's definitely worth it.
It's the respect as well, right? Like all of the global players, it's not just the money that they're coming over to fight for, it's also their respect and potential as well to go into the MVPL. As we've seen countless times in J-Cup, global players make their debut, do incredibly well to the point that they get offered positions inside the MVPL and get the opportunity, to boot camp and spend all of this time so that you have an entire year to experience playing NARAKA at this level and get that opportunity to be able to improve. As only if you're, tested to your very limits and pushed to exceed them can you properly improve. As we get ready to head into our most stressful game of the day. I know a lot of player rooms are going to be feeling the pressure as they look at the screens and look at the kill feed as well, wondering whether or not it's their team on the wrong side of it. As we get ready, we can see 521, SS1 and Alliance going to be locked into phase 1, but the composition that they lock in, well, normally, we would say, oh, for sure, it's a done deal, Viper, Syra, Justina. Now, is it going to be the full send, or are we going to have a little bit of a JL-shaped curveball sent into the mix?
It could happen, and we'll find out momentarily. Game number 6, ladies and gentlemen, getting ready to go underway. All of the players last minute chats with the coaches discussing what they want to go for. SS1 and Alliance look as though they're happy with the Viper Syra. Do you have the Tumult variation 5-1? What are we going for?
It's not an immediate lock.
Definitely thinking about it. Discussing.
I mean, it's Morris. Flat ground, not as much verticality. Places as well that you want to contest on hot drop, like money spot potentially, and there it is. Chen Huanli, Yushan, and Eno are going to be locked on the side of 5-2-1, so that when we go into second phase, potentially we get 4 of this composition coming on through. Or are we going to see teams having picked up how Alliance played it and going for the Akos V2 variant instead? Because, we've also got to think about the Hardy composition. It's the last game of the day, which means that these compositions are also going to be the most expensive that they've been, potentially as well. They're not even affordable, depending on where your phase falls, as this was what I was worried about. Dunk, Hexer in second phase. All of the teams around them are picking the Yushan, Enor, and Chen Huan Li. Do Hex go for a composition that they've never really played, or do they even the amount of Transformers that we have on the field and go for the Akos Tesla Wuchang composition, and instead of going into places like Realm of Yang, just try and grief out the teams looking to take those fights instead?
I think they're happy with this. I think that they were going to stay true to their word and what they decided, and that's exactly what has happened. And now going into our third round selection, we have BBE, HYG, and JL. JL, very happy to lock in at the Tianhai Valda Tamolk. HYG going for the Cube Kylin, and then BBE going for the ACOS Tessa Wuchen, which is interesting since that means that BBE and Hex are now both on the same comp, but they're competing with each other to get that, secure their placement, and now it comes down to what STG is going to pick.
I mean, it's got to be the Kyle and Zip here, right? You can't go Tessa because it's too expensive, so you have your choice of either Cube or Transformer.
Oh?
Miss you, Yoto. Yoto, Tianhai, Valda. So how is that line going to work? And is it going to be Yoto F1 or F2?
I don't know.
Because, like, you've still got the Valda for the spear setup. I mean, maybe use the Yoto. Ooh, maybe it's V1 instead of V2 Yoto?
It could be.
And then you basically use the Yoto alt duration the way that you would, like, a Decatur's?
Well, yeah, you could do that. I think it could potentially be something to try and deal with the Yushans and the Enos. No, because if they do manage to lock one of them down with a Valda Spear, that could be a significant chunk of damage sent their way with the Yoto ult. Could be the V1, or it could be the V2 still, because fighting it out, scrapping with that new ultimate is definitely, it's definitely really, really good. It can be good into quite a few different matchups. It could potentially help against that Tessa or ACOS comp. Could be decent against the Kyle in there. We'll have to see. I'm interested to see how well this does. Regardless, unfortunately, I don't think they have a chance of making it to top 12, but they're still going to try their hearts out, as is every single team who's in a similar position, HYG being one of them. I think, because I don't think it's possible, unfortunately. It is what it is, but it is still possible.
Okay, the drop locations.
STG, BB, and Hex.
The drop locations could be so spicy.
It could be.
Because, like, honestly, if you're in a position of potentially being knocked out by a team below you, just land on them. Land on them so you can just cut the momentum out from their feet, get a couple of eliminations as the round starts, and be knowing as well that you've done everything in your power to prevent them from picking up momentum, finding early eliminations. You get a little bit more control of your own destiny. But it also comes at the cost of, if you know that there's a team contesting you for points, and you drop on them and you lose that fight, the emotional damage that it puts on you early in that round, you might not be able to come back from it.
Yeah.
So there is risks attached to both of these plans as we get ready to head into these games. The heart rate's for sure going to be hitting a new high when it comes down to the most stressful. Yeah, look, there we go. Dofu, 145. Oh my goodness, it's happening. Hexa dropping on BB.
Oh my goodness. You spawned it into existence, Moxie. Whoever wins this off spawn, it could be very telling of what happens at later on.
Money spot and the potential to cut your opponent's momentum.
Ares above them as well, and then another thing to note is that STG actually landing very close to SS1 and OUG, and even Alliance down below them just to the south. We do have HYG and SR isolated, GG fully isolated on their own.
No secret tunnel drop for GG. Shadow Jade instead.
I respect that HYG were
willing to take the
They
fight.
were willing to send it.
I mean, so too were ARS when they took the fight against GG and Twilight Pass. Like, when you drop on those locations, there's like a 99.999% chance that you go into GG off of the rip. But percentage-wise, we don't know. It is uncertainty for both ourselves and these players, which means they have to play the highest level of NARAKA while under the most amount of pressure. And when you're under the pressure, that's when mistakes can happen, and I am so happy that we're going to be starting off by following the fight in Artisan's Grove. BBE full running for as many of those warehouses as possible to be able to get their hands on purple armor immediately off of the rip, but we've got the Tessa ultimate coming on through the Yoto F2 to be able to peel it ultimate. Roy Hee with the greatsword looking to full send one of these major chunks of damage with the charge RMB. BBE have already been able to find one elimination. Can they find more as another Tesla ultimate comes on through? Dofu getting fully peeled by the Akos F2, but now he doesn't have it up. Instead, it's going to be a parry into a potential stone form, and out comes the greatsword.
Oh my goodness, the F2 to stun. They're trying to peel, they get one. They are going to be popping that Akos ultimate though into the response. We've got the Akos versus Akos. It's the mirror matchup. Roy Hee trying his best to get out of there, trying to dash away, not able to do so. The RMB isn't going to be enough to take him down, but he's still so unbelievably low health. I believe that we do see Squeaky. He is taking a little bit of aggro from Yi Zhao on the side of ARS, but the ultimate is going to be coming through, teleporting them away. But will it be to safety, or will it be to the clutches of another team waiting for them to come through? It looks as though BBE is going to be able to teleport away and fully res their teammates. But loot situation is a very scuffed right now, though.
Did they manage to keep the purple armor? That's the big question. Did they manage to keep the purple armor, or was it ripped off of one of their bodies? As it started off incredibly spicy. Hex gonna be sitting on 3 eliminations, BBE on 2. As BBE do everything in their power. STG currently on 0. As OUG gonna be coming on out with engraving already on the longsword. Oh my goodness, we're already stacked. Although we're gonna be missing the Soul Jade as we're starting to lose the fight against SS1, who just come out with the full lockdown. Viper and Temi investing that ultimate and pushing everybody outside of it. SS1 will be able to walk away with the wins.
Massive from SS1. You were commenting on the engraving, but then they just got cooked. They just got absolutely, it just got destroyed.
Normally it's the other way around. You're like engraving early on for the hot drop fight. Surely OG's got this in the bag. Oh, never mind.
Nope. Nope. Never mind. It happens. It is what it is. OUG gonna have to go and resurrect elsewhere and try and loot up so they can start scaling it once again. BBE have managed to find some blue armors. A couple.
So they did lose the purple.
Yeah. Unfortunate. I will say though, it's crazy that he managed to get a purple armor off drop right there. That's actually insane.
I mean, that's money spot, right?
Yeah, but it's even then though, it's still so rare that you managed to actually find it, because obviously in Immortal War purple only comes out of those gold troves.
Yeah.
Very lucky indeed for him, but it wasn't enough to win them that fight early on.
No way, again?
The run back.
Okay, here we go. BBE, 2 players connected with that Tesla ultimate, but we get to see why BBE currently don't have their players fully stacked. The Moonbane comes on through, but they can't disengage. Roy Hee goes so low, and the Akos V2 just fully chains BBE into a position, allowing Hex to just disengage the Moonbane.
Run away! Run away! Oh no! Oh wait, he's not gonna get hit! Oh my goodness, they take down the second into the third. Can they find it? They can indeed, and Hex, against all odds, in the middle of a Moonbane, are gonna be able to fully take down BBE right there. Obviously BBE do still have their reses, and now they're going to be tasked with surviving against the potential third party from Alliance who have turned up. And then in the top right on the minimap you can see GG also looking in to see if they can find any opportunities to engage. But
that's the Moonbane. That is the dinner bell
ding, ding, ding.
Being run, and all of these teams, they're showing up wanting to see whether or not there's a fight going on. However, when they showed up, the fight had already ended. So now they don't have the opportunity that they were looking for. They also don't know the state of the ultimates. Plus, they know that eliminations were found by the team still around the Moonbane, which means that Soul Blooms were picked up, and therefore the Rage generation would already have been started to gain momentum, which means they're not going to take a fight, are instead going to just continue rotating around to try to find where exactly the team that lost the Moonbane fight might potentially be respawning.
And I noticed right there that ARS got a bounty, and they picked it up on Hex. So
yeah.
Hex is going to be potentially fully engaged on, but we are getting to that point during the game where these teams are going to slow down. The early game fights have concluded. for the most part, and we're going to be getting ready to potentially go into the realm of Yang. Or we've been taken down and we've lost our loot, and we're looking to try and recover safely. JL going for the scaling strategy right here. No kills under the belt. Speaking of kills, OUG, GG, Alliance, and STG, all of them have 0. SR have 3, SS1 with 3, 521 with 6, Hex with 6, and BBE with 2. I'm not sure if ARS, I think they managed to get 1 or 2.
Do you think Hex here just griefed out the Realm of Yang entrance with either a Tessa ultimate or an Aegis? I mean, ideally that's the play for BBE as well, but unfortunately for them, they're still in soul form.
Yeah.
They're not getting the opportunity to posture up for a play like that, which means that they're losing out on a potential elimination coming on through, and they do need every kill right now if they want to be able to make it into that top 12. The good news for them is that, like you said, STG currently 0 eliminations to their name, as we'll have to wait and see whether or not STG are playing it a little bit slower, a little bit safer, and wanting to play for survivability, or if they're going to go for the full risk and gamble on that Realm of Yang, as the first portals will be spawning up, which means we will be seeing the minimap very shortly to see where all of these players are going to be postured. BBE, they're in Celestra. They're looking for the full recovery swing, but unfortunately for them, because they died so late, they're just going to be behind an ultimate charge, behind in loot, and behind in an opportunity to, as we said, set up for a Realm of Yang. Well, with that composition, you don't go into a Realm of Yang. You look to play and punish teams that try and take the portal by locking a player out of it.
Yeah, you want to try and go for the grief strategy more often than not. We shall see if they find an opportunity. Where have they gone?
Hexa going Stash.
Where are... Oh, there we are.
Yeah, Hexa going Noble Cave. We've got a BBE actually potentially going to contest it as well.
Is it the third run back? Are we fighting again? I think BBE's about to bump into Hex again.
Again. The problem is that Hex are going to be so far scaled in comparison.
Yeah, I don't think BBE can even come close here.
No. Is this a bait from Hex? I mean, this is smart min-maxing, right? Don't go for the Realm of Yang, go for the cave. But you also know that you knocked out an Aegis Tessa Wuchang composition. You might just go for the cave to bait them into showing up to be able to look for the loot recovery.
This would be a really good fight for them as well. Inside that cave, it would be pretty solid with the Tessa.
And the fire cages as well.
And then being able to just teleport away with the Wuchen.
Yeah, but they do also have to worry about the other composition having access to the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely. But we're going into the Realm of Yang, ladies and gentlemen. Our first Realms of Yang for this game number 6. STG fully sending it. They're going in up against one of the veterans. We've got SS1 defending Uwoye with that Viper ultimate, the Tmog ultimate, and the Blistering Edge. Oh my goodness, the consolidation of damage, so much going his way that Wisp as well, and he's got nowhere to go. SS1 clinically dismantling STG.
Oh, they've got engraving, but it's just not going to do anything. That's the problem about having a Soul Jade with fire tick damage. The Zip even utilizes the F, but because that fire tick is coming on through against the Kylan, the heal cut with the 50% reduction just means the heal is so little as we get the parry into the pulsar follow on through. F1 gonna be utilized, coming on through from Yuan to space out of the fight before setting up another Blistering Edge. Just sent with the engraving jump spam as well, and that is gonna be STG. They went for the risk. They did go for the Realm of Yang, and that's good news to BBE. Because BBE, I've been watching that kill feed, haven't seen them show up both in the left and right side of it, which means that it's likely that Hex uncontested were able to walk away with the stash control. It also means that BBE didn't find themselves getting sent out of that lobby, and could potentially as well find STG on Yang depletion, a fight that is going to be very crucial for them to win.
Yeah, absolutely. I think do they have... Did they win Yang? They did. So I wasn't sure if it was Yang or not, but HYG actually winning their Realm of Yang Very nice for them. 3 kills. ARS still recovering, it looks like. Alliance wins their realm of Yang. SS1, obviously. We just were witness to that. JL and BBE were able to secure the
Spirit Well. Yeah, because they've
the
got White Tigers. Which is huge as well, because like now they get the opportunity to recover in terms of loot scaling as well.
Oh my goodness, wait a second.
Oh, we're full sending it. Scale rush. We caught a player. We caught a player a little bit less attentive than they needed to be. Scale rush, ACOS F2, V2 cage lockdown. BVE forcing out the Tianhai Vajra estate and then just disengaging. They're gonna wait for the Monk ult to be done. They're gonna wait for the Valder ult to be done. All they have to worry about once his ultimates are over is the Yotos.
Oh!
No way does he manage to find the grab! However, AJ doesn't have the Valder V2 anymore, which means it's not gonna be a slam into another slam confirmed. So far, no elimination.
Uh-oh, wait a second. Roy Hee has been afflicted by that toxic shroom. He's ticking away at his health, but no, the teleport away is going to save them.
One gets left behind though. They're trading Dofu. Dofu might be the sacrifice here, but no, he's able to make it out. Another toxic shroom is going to impact, which means that those health bars are going to be hit directly as it ignores shield health. And now we get Roy Hee taking the 1 versus 1, full sends the charged RMB into Yizhao, will be able to find the elimination. And BBE, that's not what STG want to see.
What is this?
Oh my goodness, everybody's there.
We flipped over from just a straight 3v3 to that mess of players. What on earth am I looking at? We've got STG, we've got OUG, 521 Alliance. Because everybody's here. STG, this is what they need though. This is make or break. This is the moment. They have 1 minute 42 seconds on that Yang depletion. They're still on triple.
The no ult zone.
Oh.
Oh no.
Wait, this is so bad for them.
Yeah, and worse for them. BBE's eclipsed their score.
They have.
BBE's in top 12 at the moment. If STG go out now, they don't make top 12. They don't qualify to Shenzhen.
Oh, wait a second. The huge third party coming in from the back. Are they going to be able to cleanse? They cleanse one.
They've got zip
Can
ult.
they cleanse another? They find another kill. Jin Yu goes down.
Do they get the bloom?
No.
No.
521 yoinked it.
521 yoinks the bloom. They've still got zip ultimate. They don't have Kylan. They don't have Hardy. And also, the fighting has stopped, which means that STG has to be the one to stir the pot.
They're hidden. Wait a second. They've spotted them out. They found them. OUG trying to cut noise and hide inside that building, but they do get spotted out. STG are going to be forcing them to try and run away, forcing them to use those ultimates. Akame, he's still hunting. He's still searching. He's trying to stay inside this no ult zone as he doesn't have his ultimate and he doesn't want to potentially get put in a bad spot. SS, speaking of being in a bad spot, he is going to try and run and kite around this building. Going up to the tree, can he disengage? He's trying to make it as far away as possible. SDG and also JL, hot on his heels, might make it an impossible task. But
they're just going to try and lock down SS. 2 players cleanse is better than 1 as we're down to 10 seconds almost on the Yang depletion. The time is in the red. It might be a matter of STG just bails out the player who doesn't need to cleanse so he doesn't get killed right here, right now. As STG lose 1, lose 2. And unfortunately for them, OUG, like, they also burn out to Yang depletion, but it's at the same time. If OUG had burned out a little bit earlier, STG would have been on top of the body to be able to get the Soul Bloom.
yeah, and STG now, Yin, hide, buddy, hide. Do not show yourself anywhere. Now heading over to where the stash was, and still is, technically. BBE, SS1, Hex, and GG, all very close together, looking to contest this Realm of Yang entrance, and there you have it. We do see a few teams make it in. Who is it going to be though? Was Hex in? No, I don't know. No, I don't
Alliance, SS1, GG, SR.
Okay. No, so Hex, I mean, I thought maybe they might go for it here, because they've already got quite a few kills. They were feeling, you know, the momentum. But no, it is not to be. Instead, we have GG and SR on our screens. LXM going up to the sky with the grapple.
No ultimates currently other than that Eno coming on through from the side of GG, so they're really going to be able to last this out for a very long time. Now comes the Yushan ultimate, as they have to deal with the counter burst composition that is the Zip, Kyle, and Hardy, which is why we're seeing the staggered ultimates come through. Use one to force the cube, and then have the second and the third to be able to find the elimination once the combo break has been taken away from that Zipping. As out comes the Shenhuan, looking for the isolation. Kyle in ultimate, though, is doing a good job of keeping up the pressure onto everybody, and he's still got that recast, does come in through with that wind step, managing to find the backstep as well off of that head connection, and we get the full potential Dragon Slayers, or are we just looking for Charge R&B? No, we're looking for Dragon Slayers and Tenezas. The Clank comes out from 3-3-0 though, denying the opportunity from the Shenhuan Li, and now potentially LXM is under damage because of the jump R&B off of Engraving. Jump LB sets up SR Zhao coming on through with that longsword, and in a matter of moments it's just turned on its head. The counter burst composition beating out the Shenhuan Li comp, as no kills were found in the ultimates. We went right back to neutral, and that means the survivability and tankiness of that composition is shown in full.
That is crazy. I mean, it does make sense in a long, drawn-out fight, unless you're able to actually kill one of them at least. It's going to be, you're going to be at a disadvantage because the sustain coming out from the zipping and just the ability to kite the combo breaker on Hardy is so good. But now we're going to take a look at this replay of the other Realm of Yang that took place at the same time, with SS1 and Alliance going head-to-head. BB is stuck there. He did activate his ultimate. He's stuck with the Tumult Wall, but he's not going to be able to tank it. He is going to go down, and then Jiang just in the worst position possible, right inside the Tumult Wall, and SS1 make it look easy. Oh my goodness, that was very fast compared to the other fight that we watched.
They're so close to BBE though.
Oh.
I mean, BBE do again have White Tiger's prowess, as we did see them go for that Spirit Well. They're going to be looking for more eliminations, just utilizing... I mean, safety first, look before you leap. ACOS F2 before you get close enough to one of those invis bushes. Even though, you know, technically you could just subtract your grapple over it to see whether or not the cursor would change color to hide the player. But, you know, safety first, especially for BBE. As they do not have Mystic Might, which means that they would not be able to see those players either. Alliance going to have Yang depletion though, not a buff, very much a debuff, especially because we've still got Eventide in play as well, so locking these players down is going to be very hard to do with all of the scale rush potential and all of the different levels of buildings as well. Something that Mystic Might really allows you to avoid running into problem-wise, as OUG going to be losing their last player. Alliance will be able to pick up one Soul Bloom, but they now have to contest GG. LXM already coming up with a big parry, forcing out that Syra F1, following up with the F of the Shenhuan, keeping up that pressure as GG wants to try and finish out this fight as quickly as they possibly can. Syra V2 comes on through as Alliance's players go a little bit too long, and they have to come back onto PP, peeling their location as well as getting that heal sustainability, and it allowed them to find the powerful dazzle into Viper V1. GG now down a player, going to be at a disadvantage when the fight continues.
Yeah, this is looking very dire for them. They do have 2 minutes 47 seconds on the clock for that Yang depletion, but they want to try and take advantage of these players not having their cooldowns up and ready to go. That ult reactivation is going to be coming through. PP is going to get made vulnerable, but will he be able to actually take advantage? He does indeed, but they trade. CJS goes down for it. LXM now in a 1 versus... Wait, there's another player. Oh, wait,
third party. Everyone's
third party
there.
out of nowhere.
Everybody, it looks like, is here. Yuma turning with the R&B from the Hongsword before committing the L&Bs just to carry his momentum. He's left as well, Jiang behind, which means that OUG show up with the musket and find the elimination. They might be able to find elimination onto LXM as well. He's just having to slide down into the zone, get stunned up by the stagger though on the cliff face. Jukes out the scale rush, turning instead to deal with JL, looking to grief them in the zone instead.
Yeah, there's no way you can go. It's just, unfortunately, you're not going anywhere, my friend. But it looks as though same can be said for Baby U, not able to disengage. Yuma is going to be able to lock him down, and now OGSS is going to be on his lonesome.
Oh, the flame.
Okay. Okay, buddy. That was a parry and a half coming out from SR. Beautiful.
Dunk, you know what's wild? BBE still in lobby, SCG still in lobby, Hex still in lobby.
Yep.
I
And
mean,
HYG with the wild card down below as well.
yeah, like all three of these teams, I feel like they're just going to be playing as safe as they possibly can. Like Hex, like you said, they've got 7 eliminations, but they also don't know the other teams who are walking away with those wins. So just because you have to have that caution, you have to have that voice telling you these eliminations could be credited to BBE or STG, you need to play as safe as possible in these moments right now.
I think they may have been able to deduce that STG couldn't have picked this comp. I think they were probably able to figure it out because they'd obviously know the phasing of and where these other teams are. So I think they may actually know that the other ACOS Tessa Wuchen comp is BBE.
Which is why they've committed so hard to fighting them.
Yeah, potentially.
Both on drop. And then in respawn is, oh my goodness, here we go.
Oh.
One Fang cancels out the Viper ultimate with a double slam. Still has to worry about that Sire ultimate. You can't cancel the Vajra state to iframe that one, which means that JL have to abandon the post of the Spirit Well right now. Forbidden Seal's gonna get popped too. We do have a Temi ultimate still on the field already, which means that it's not gonna get cancelled prematurely. As SR moving into position. Kylan ultimate at the ready. Xiao just wanting to charge up those Dragon Slayers in case anyone tries a late minute contest on that line.
We do see BBE. Wait, are they sending it? Or are they just trying to keep up with them?
Yeah, I think they're just scouting to see what exactly is going on. Wait a minute. Hex is in front of them.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Are they going to send it on them?
Yeah, if these two teams know that the other is playing the mirror comp, it would make sense for both of them to take a fight against each other now.
Potentially, but at the same time, you know, even though there's an upside of taking the other down, there's a big downside in case they don't have enough kills to deal with STG, because there's still other factors involved. But oh my good googly mooglies, Pampy did not have fun there. He did not have fun. That's the.
But if you wait too long, like here's the thing for BBE and Hex, if you wait too long, there might not be enough kills in the lobby. And they don't know. I mean, unfortunately for STG, they've got one player.
Yeah.
And that player even wasn't able to have the distance to dodge out of Yang Legion.
Wait. Did I just read that correctly? Did STG's like lone player just pick up a red bounty? I think he did.
I mean, you get the information.
Yeah, but well,
it does
maybe.
give you a position away, but it could also be the mind games of like a team surely that picks up the Valiant Challenger scroll. One, it doesn't tell you whether or not they're a lone wolf because it's only one player that can pick up the scroll.
Yeah.
And two, people are going to be like, well, if someone picks that scroll up, they're obviously going to be stacked. Like, they're going to be okay taking a fight. So it's kind of a little bit of a fake out coming on through. Plus, it does allow you to keep up with the information potential of Mystic Might to understand if the team with the buff is moving into your position, so you can reposition very, very quickly. Because remember, STG, the player that they have left, it's
Look
Zip.
He's actually there. He's at the top of the temple on his own.
It's Zip. Zip has no good combo break.
Yeah.
Which means if the Zip gets full lockdown, it's over. Like, STG here, their best bet is going to be trying to snipe an elimination and then play for survivability.
Yeah, absolutely.
The problem is, the Zip's gonna have to get close to pick up a Soul Blip. And Zip without a combo break means that the moment you show up to the melee fight, you could just get full lockdown.
That is very true. They can be... Zippings are quite difficult to hold down because of the increased stamina that they have, because of their kit. You know, you activate the F, it gives you a free dodge, and then when you activate your ultimate, it also gives you a free dodge. So they are quite slippery, they are quite hard to hold down, but as you said, no combo break. If you get hit one time, if you make one mistake,
it's over.
It can very well be over. Speaking of it being over, BBE fighting tooth and nail to make sure that that isn't the case for them. We have the Spirit Well spawning in once again.
Who goes for this? Does JL get contested here? I mean, oh, Tianhai ultimate comes on out. One Fang's gonna hold it down. The last time they went this early though, they did get pushed off of it. even full sending the Volta V2 as well. Yeah, I mean, they're gonna get it. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fully picked on up, and the rest of the lobby now just have to play to the tempo of JL's rhythm.
Yeah, and it's I think it's because of the terrain and then just because it's game 6, everyone's spooked. But oh my goodness!
Oh, they turned on BBE.
I see it. BBE in danger right now. But wait a second. Oh no, they've lost one. This is dire. This is rough. They have a minute on the Yang Depletion. They can't res Asbon because he died with Yang Depletion. Right, he with a very nice parry is not going to get much value, unfortunately, due to the combo breaker, but he is going to be able to make it out with his life. The fan scale rush is going to keep him. Oh my goodness, wait a second. Sachiko with the grief. The ACOS ult in the zone.
One Fang, does he get it off? No!
Wait, he went down.
One Fang.
No.
One Fang managed to get the ultimate off with the health reset so he doesn't die to zone damage. Oh my goodness. He almost wasn't able to pull that off. Hex, like you said, gonna be losing one of their players, make that
Wooey goes down as well.
Wooey's gone down as well. One Fang's able to find a grab, translated damage into the Flamer when the player's in the hand. And JL's One Fang now drops out of that Tianhai state. They are up on the high ground and they are being absolutely pressured by Alliance with the cannons. But if you have cannons out, you don't have a melee weapon, which means you can't parry. So Alliance now get hit in turn by the Phoenix Blast attached to that longsword. Roy Hehe full sends it, needs to find an elimination, needs to pick up a Soul Bloom. This could be the moment that BBE are going to be able to turn things around, but I believe he goes down as that Yang Depletion runs out. The kill is taken away as well.
Oh my goodness, but there it is, Moxie. I think it's actually done, it's decided. You can see it right there. All of the members with Yang Depletion being in play. It has been decided, ladies and gentlemen. Our top 12 qualifying into the grand finals is there. Thing is, none of the players in the lobby know this.
No.
So they're still going crazy, still fighting tooth and nail. They want to get as much as they can out of this because no pre-finals, we just got the proportion of points carried forwards. Everyone's still sweating, everyone's still unsure as to who has made it through, but they will soon find out in about 2 minutes and 27 seconds. For now, we've got JL still in there, Alliance, SR, SS1. Alliance SR both on 12, SS1 on 11, and JL on 6. The Yang Depletion is going to outlast, or actually, no it won't. There'll be about 10 seconds left on the game's clock.
JL got the buff, which meant that the timer
Yeah, it's extended, but it's not going to last more than the game's duration in total. So they need to close it out sooner or get those blooms.
Yes, and unfortunately for them as well, if they commit the Tianhai ultimate, the Tianhai has to drop the Vajra state to be able to actually pick up a bloom. So potentially it gets stolen away from them as, oh my goodness, the cannon fires. All you hear is Rupture Gale Flame Breath coming on through as every single team tried to find a pocket of space, but the additional AoE damage afforded to the Rupture Gale means that the cannon fire goes through the wall and onto the player behind it, which means that the health bars, the resources, they're all being melted right now. JL, no. Zone is going to close, Yang Depletion is going to hit. The good news for them is that one of their players was able to find a cleanse. They're only down 2 with Yang Depletion currently, so they can still play the gambit of the heal-off situation. As Dunk, we're going to go to a full zone close. One Fang trying to play outside of it, gets hit by the Merciless Havoc, has to swap to that Greatsword to be able to scale rush away. Gets the purple on the swap, sent out by his teammates to be able to survive that one. As Luye, utilizing that Viper V1, buys himself a full half of the zone entirely to the Viper. But now the ultimate is done. JL make their move. One Fang comes on through for Tianhai, gets stuck on the terrain with the jumps into the corruption, tick damage, and gets fried. The good news for JL is that wasn't the player who was cleansed from Yang Depletion. They can still play the heal-off situation as SR coming on through, having to do with the Viper stun, the Syra stun, the Justina stun, the full CC in effect. SR relying now on the zipping to be able to outlive their opponents. We're going to a heal-off situation. Powerful Dazzler's gonna be ending, sending out that stun onto SR's Rico. The zip above everybody with the Flamer, griefing everybody out when they try and find a heal from the Soul Bloom. And Alliance's PP, I believe, was the only player left standing.
Was he the last? I have a feeling there may have been one more, but it doesn't matter because they get the MVP. I think you are right, though. I saw them dropping like flies. It's so hard in those final moments to even know what's happening, but he does it. He stays airborne, he stays on the move and doesn't get focused down, and is going to be able to take full advantage of all of those kills, as the kill multiplier is only given to the first place team, and there you have it. But not only is Alliance coming away with the MVP, we know who's going to the grand finals, Moxie, and I'm sure as soon as those players find out that they have made it, they're going to be very happy. BBE? Perhaps not, actually, though. Perhaps it was a little too close for them, considering they feel as though they should have done better. But I know for Hex, they're bound to be losing it.
Oh, yeah, to be a fly on the wall of the Hex player room when they secured that position in the top 12. That's what, the first time an EU team has been able to make it into the J Cup finals, I believe?
I'm not 100% sure. I think it's possible that there was one once way back in the very early ones, but I think it's safer to say that you're right, that it is the first time. It is the first time. And, hey, they said it, didn't they? If it's going to be an EU team, it's going to be them, and they made it. Congratulations to them. Unfortunate for STG. They did very well in game number 5, and they were able to get that little bit closer to set themselves up for success. But unfortunately, the game 6, they went for the Hardy comp, the Cube comp, and unfortunately, they just couldn't really get anything early on.
Yeah, I mean, it was a gamble, right? It was high risk, high reward, but also very, very high levels of punishment if it goes the wrong way. Because, like you said, they went for that composition, but they also went into Realm of Yang.
Yeah.
And, like, the big difference for BBE and for Hex was that they didn't go Realm of Yang. We got to see the rotations of Spirit Well and Stashes instead. So even if you got contested, as long as you were able to safely disengage, you didn't have Yang depletion, you didn't have a clock counting down the seconds until you got burned out of the lobby, forcing your hand into having to play too aggressively. And for these teams, like, that's so good at understanding which teams are on the Yang depletion. Plus, we only had, I believe, 2 Hardy compositions in that round, so it became even easier to keep a track of which was the team under Yang depletion, so that you knew they were going to have to aggressively take a fight. You could tail them, you could wait, you could look for that third party opportunity, and if you thought that that was taking a little bit too much of a risk, going for a full 100 health to 0 fight, you could just wait for Yang depletion to time out.
Yeah, they did get close. You know, they were in a good spot. That giant chaotic, you know, as we swapped from the 3v3
into everybody in the lobby.
You know, it's just 2 different worlds. And STG was there. They were very close to the action, and they did manage to claim a couple eliminations there. Unfortunately, 5-2-1. He came in and yoinked one of those blooms. So it was only 1 in total who was able to cleanse in the end. But here is our scoreboard, ladies and gentlemen, with Alliance in first place. With that first place finish, the first place multiplier netting them 23.2 points in total. I was about to say SS2. SS1 in second place with 18.5, SR in third. Very, very good showing from them. And here are the stats from Alliance off the back of that game. 9 kills.
26,000 damage coming through from PP on the Syra, who probably, if he was the last player standing to be able to secure that kill score multiplier, I would hazard a guess and say walks away with that MVP, as we can see 9 assists for both the Syra and Jiang Jiang on that Viper, 7 assists from Yuma on that Justina. So everybody has crowd control. Everybody contributes to being able to set up those eliminations, especially that Viper coming on through with the silence impact of that F1 to kickstart those fights, making sure that you don't have to worry about baiting a combo breaker right before you can just full send it. As we can have a look and see our standings, commiserations to our 4 teams who are, rather, our 6 teams who are not going to be able to make that cutoff. STG, TWSS, HYG, Luigi, DRS and RL all not going to be able to make it from the group stages into the grand finals. But here we go. The top 12 teams have been cemented. BVE, Hex, YZG, 521, OA, and Bauda will all be joining SS1, SR, GG, Alliance, OUG, and JL. And there's the pre-post points that we were talking about, Dunk. JL, 211.3 total. Carried 10% of that forward into the grand finals. And 21.1 game score. That's already an entire full game played.
Yeah, that's just a casual 21 kill game, you know. Just, yeah. Nothing to write home about. But they definitely did show up, OUG, didn't they? They overtook. They beat their record, their second day being 120 point something, and OUG's being 117, so they're going to be happy about that one, I'm sure. There's a lot of respect between these teams, but they're all competitors at the end of the day, and I'm sure they will feel happy about that one. But now let's take a look at some highlights, ladies and gentlemen, off the back of game number 6, our final game of J-Cup Group Stage, MVP'd by Alliance and brought to us by China Unicom.
Here's the Rumble Gang fight as we can have a look. PP setting up the scale rush. Ooh, charge R&B from the whip, so it does connect onto the Syra. Manages to dodge out of the charge R&B coming through from the pulse of follow-up, however. As this is the moment that Alliance's Yuma is able to come on through with the freeze in the zone and pick up the elimination to grab that Soul Bloom and turn things around as we get Cavalry Bloom on those dual blades revealed. Following on up into the R&B coming out from that pulse of damage, Blistering Edge as well to be able to fully control that position. Oh my goodness, Blistering Edge and R&B from a secondary pulse is a whole lot of damage. This is also how Alliance were able to avoid all of the eliminations on the low ground with PP playing full survivability mode. Above the heads of everybody, literally, gets caught inside the Temi ultimate. Does still have the Syra V2, which now expires into the powerful Dazzle, into Blistering Edge follow through. Scale rushes to be able to close himself away from that Corruption Tick damage, and all of the players still fighting. Pops the Vitalia, and just fully is out of all of the fighting going on. Also wasn't afflicted by Fire Tick damage at that time as well, so gets the full effect of the Vitalia, and is able to outlast everybody in the lobby to close up into the kill score multiplier.
Very, very close. That healing from the Syra ultimate, all of it keeping him topped up till those last few moments. It was tough to stay in that safe zone. Every single player was just scrapping. It was just closing on to an actual wall that you couldn't really do anything. And there's the multiple layers, the onion, you know, it's just like, how do you do anything there? It's very difficult. As you can see, staying up in the sky was optimal, but now let's take a look at the stats for Alliance Yuma, who's going to be the MVP for their team for that game. His third MVP so far in the group stage. Props to him. Well done, well played. It was close. There was definitely a few other teams who could have taken the MVP in that game, but Alliance are going to be able to cash in, get the bag, get the bragging rights, and be happy moving forwards into that grand finals with the few extra points they were able to get their hands on.
10,000 damage, by the way. Almost done by that cannon with no surprises, Rupture Gale and Flame's Breath, as we got to see like every single team just had that one joint Soul Jade absolutely stacked for all of the cannon pressure to come on through. But now the pressure is on for the teams that made it into the top 12, because you've qualified, but what's the meta gonna look like, Dunk? What's the meta gonna look like? Because that was the question that we had moving into the 2025 J-Cup. There's always, when we start off a J-Cup, a question in terms of how do you deal with this specific thing in the meta. And now the Vipers are adjusting that was the question, like, how do you deal with it? Is it the strongest composition? Do you just have to win an MVP with that comp, or is there going to be something potentially stronger? And now word on the street is that there's a new composition that some of these teams, they're going to have to learn, especially the teams like going into this. If you didn't have a lot of faith in the Shen Huan Li, they're going to be behind. They might not have been practicing as much, so we're going to be seeing a lot of cramming when we have the downtime between group stage and grand finals.
It's revision time. I know we're all gamers and we don't like revising, but you might have to do it for the grand finals. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, before we end off for the day, we're going to be throwing over to a quick interview. We'll be right back after this.
Hello and welcome, everybody. It's your favorite host and caster, Seb, and I'm joined alongside Squeaky here.
Hello.
Hex just qualified for the grand finals. And first thing I want to ask you, emotions are running high right now. How exactly are you feeling? Tell the fans at home.
It's unbelievable. It doesn't feel true. I don't know. I have so many feelings going on. Like, I don't know. I'm just happy. I don't know.
It's absolutely
I
amazing.
cannot explain.
So proud of you guys, by the way. It is really cool to watch. We got to hang out with your coaches. We were watching the reaction of them. They were celebrating hard. You must be so proud. You're the face of EU right now. What does it mean to get this at this point after grinding for so many years? Like, how much does this mean to you and your team?
It's a dream coming true for everybody. Like, that's it. That's how good it is. It's a dream.
Perfect. All right, I have another question for you guys. I've noticed that you are not running the Yushan, Enor, and Shunhuan Lee comp. Will you guys be maybe bringing that out in the finals when you guys are going there in Shenzhen?
I think we're planning to practice the comp a bit. We didn't practice it because the Yushan pick was relatively new and nobody of us can play it at its best. So we decided to just drop it for now. But now maybe we can think about that.
All right. Finals. That's perfect. And now we're going to go to our answer for treasure really quickly, ladies and gentlemen. Quick answer for treasure. Where does the 2025 J-Cup Grand Finals take place? Is it A, Shenzhen, B, Shanghai, C, Tokyo, or D, Seoul? All right.
Okay.
Don't answer. Don't answer. Okay. So we're going to give them a second to drop the answers in the chat. And then we need you to do the countdown for us, please.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Everybody, drop your answers. What was the correct one?
A, I think.
Yes. You're 100%
I wasn't watching.
Right. All right, and one last thing. Can you give us a message to the global audience? Because you guys are now the face of global in trios. Can you give a message to the fans watching on Twitch at home, to the global fans? What do you want to say to them?
I just want to say that if you, whoever you are, want to try to get to this level, you need to work hard. We did it. Nobody probably believed in us besides our team. EU finally did something. And if you try enough, I think you will succeed too.
All right, there we have it. Thank you so much for coming on the interview. We'll be right back with the casters.
Welcome back. A lovely interview and great to hear from them, and I'm sure I'll be able to chat with them later on. We'll both be celebrating, it's the end of the group stage. One step closer to grand finals, and it's been it feels as though it's gone very quickly, but it's been momentous every day, hasn't it?
I mean, a lot of these lobbies have been closed out very, very quickly.
Yeah.
We very rarely got to see full zone closes. In solos especially, trios, a little bit more that we got to see the zone close and the heal-up situation being taken into account. But aggressive lobbies, Dunk. Very aggressive lobbies. And I feel like when we move into grand finals, that aggression's probably going to be dialed up even more, as a lot of these teams, they want to hit the match point threshold as quickly as they possibly can. 8 games, a maximum of. Potentially, we see even less. EWC, we closed out on 4!
Yeah.
Is J-Cup going to be the same? We'll have to wait and see.
I hope not.
Same.
Because I want to see it go down
the
to the last game. I mean, it'll be a long day for everybody who is. It'll be a long day for us, it'll be a long day for the players, it'll be a long day for production, but it'll be worth it, I reckon. Regardless, here it is locked in, the answer for the prediction for the Ultimate Caster quiz competition for us. It was indeed JL coming out on top with the most points on the day, or the most points by the end of it all, once everything was tallied up. And speaking of tallying things up, we've got our scores, and Moxie is in the lead, and I'm still in last. I gambled and went all in on the boys, but it's just, hey, is what it is. It's all good.
But you're not on 2 anymore.
True.
Because you did, with me and Raven, correctly say that it was going to be JL coming on for with the most amount of points at the end of the day, which, yes, I am going to be 1 ahead, but we do know that there's going to be a potential make-up when we head into the grand finals. So the lead that I have doesn't necessarily mean that I take it. You could potentially come on through with those makeup questions and equalize and then surpass.
Yeah, we'll see. Perhaps it'll be a little, fun competition, or perhaps it'll just be make one grand prediction and then that'll be the thing that settles it. Who knows? We don't know. We don't know yet.
Okay, well then I'm gonna put you on the spot right now, Dunk. Who is your grand prediction?
No. We've still got so much time, Moxie. We got so much time. I'm still reeling from the results of today. I couldn't possibly make a prediction. Because, to be honest with you, I have no clue. I think so many teams have done so well, and plus, depending on their performance, throughout the group stage, is indicative potentially of how well they'll do moving forwards.
Yes.
But at the same time, we're struggling to qualify. And then some who have gotten to that threshold where they're pretty comfortable. They might take their foot off the pedal. They might slow down a little bit or play slightly differently because you play to qualify. You're not necessarily playing to win it all.
Yeah.
So some teams could perform differently on the day, and we'll have to see. I'm gonna abstain from making a prediction just yet, Moxie.
I am very surprised that JL showed the moving away from the Syra Viper Justina composition strat today instead of in grand finals, because we saw the immediate chain reaction. We were like, maybe it will take a day, maybe it will take 2 weeks. Nope. Not even a game. Not even one game went by before everyone was like, wait a minute, JL did this, write that down, copy. And it worked to varying degrees. JL were able to walk away with the MVP that game. The team that copied them did not walk away with the MVP, however, but it does go to show that the Syra Viper Justina composition, it has weakness, it is fallible, and potentially it's not going to be the immediate insta-lock of the first phase pick.
Perhaps not. We might have something split, across the board. It could be. We can't split 3 technically, but we could do in unique all 3 teams, perhaps. Something completely different with all 3. But then that would just be extremely grief, because then unless they share the same characters, then the second phase just has no clue what's going on.
Yeah.
But maybe that's the play.
Maybe that is the play. Maybe, the unpredictability, pushing players out of their comfort zone, forcing them to have to maybe play compositions that they're less practiced on, could potentially be that play, because it means that you get a greater chance of being able to win in terms of the 3 versus 3. And remember, match point threshold system. Teams that are winning are going to be the most targeted in the lobby, so you want to be able to knock your opponent out of their comfort zone, so that, because you're going to be taking fights against them, you have the highest likelihood of being able to win and continue in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. The studying is going to go crazy. Everybody is going to be trying their very best to figure out exactly what all the tendencies of all the other teams are in that lobby.
Yeah, that's where the GG pays off, right? Long con, 2 years.
True.
2 years of landing Twilight Pass, Imperial, and Secret Tunnel on all 3 of our different maps. That's where GG comes along and pulls the curveball, like every single team who wants to take a fight against GG is like, okay, we're going to go here, here, and here. And all of a sudden, GG just sitting for 2 years, waiting for everyone to be conditioned into it, just drops somewhere entirely differently.
Well, that's the ultimate, camping play style right there. The ultimate parry camper. GG, just full conditioning, just waiting. Stubborn. We will not move. You will have to move us. Until... I've activated my trap. We're going that way for no reason. Let's just flip it. All this practice on this spot. Hey, who cares? Let's go somewhere else. It's... Or maybe, they've got Smurf accounts and they've just been practicing something else the entire time.
I just had a thought. Mirror match is going to change.
True.
Hardy comp was picked less.
True.
We're gonna have a new composition for mirror match. Wait, is it gonna be the new one? Is it gonna be Yushan, Shen Huan?
Well, if Hex, was like, they were thinking about, prepping it, now they have to. Now they probably have to play.
Yeah, I just was, I had that realization. I was like, we still had the Viper Sarah Justina, which is for sure going to be one of the mirror matches.
Yeah.
The Hardy composition fell off entirely. The only times it was really played was in the mirror match situation, and that's because it was kind of enforced.
Yeah.
Because it was from the most picked compositions in terms of mainland qualifiers.
Yeah.
Was what determined the compositions that were mirror matches.
I think, yeah. I mean, it's going to change now.
Yeah.
Is it going to be that, though?
Or is it going to be the ACOS?
Because it could also, it could be the ACOS, or it could even be the Tianhai
Valda
Tamalt,
Temi.
because that's being picked up a
True,
lot.
but it's not seeing the full phase lockout.
True, but it's also being, it's because it's one of the later stages, even though it's not, Turbo S tier, it's not like Turbo first pick, Prio, it's ending up getting picked slightly more, I think, because of this sort of mind game where you pick something, teams are picking that in the phase before it's typically picked. So
to try and squirrel in another of the
exactly.
compositions and get away with cheesing the triple comp lockout that our new phase selection has. But here we go. This is the cement standings, and we get to see those top 12 teams. BBE, that's the biggest surprise for me.
Yeah.
Just barely scraping into the top 12. I mean, STG, they could have been able to squeak it out if the player character who was able to cleanse wasn't Zip. That's the thing, like, Zip's not got kill confirmation, doesn't have combo break, doesn't have an ultimate to be able to enforce and hold as much respect to be able to try and control the spirit roll. Like, maybe if it was something like the Kylan or the Hardy,
I think,
could have gone for that attempt.
setting up the cube and then diving in just extremely recklessly and then just pressing cube to get out.
As opposed to Zip, who kind of just has to, like, wait and look for a moment to provide itself, which is very, very rough. Like, my heart really does go out to SDG having to play out that situation, waiting for the time, hoping maybe that it will be enough to continue in the tournament. As we can have a look and see, I believe that says that Hex is the first European team to make it into J-Cup Grand Finals.
Well, we'll have to find out. Won't we?
That would be my estimation.
I would. It's a fair assumption, and I concur. That's probably what that says. But grab your phone, snap it, and then translate it if you fancy. But yes, no, it's pretty likely. It is certainly very, very likely that that is the case, and I think, we can pretty much just say that it is. But here is the upcoming schedule, ladies and gentlemen. Shenzhen, NARAKA BLADEPOINT World Championship 2025 J-Cup. There it is. And here is going to be our schedule for the solo for Grand Finals, starting with a mirror match Syra game.
Oh, and then we get the trios. Okay, so it's not a mirror match on game 2.
So it's just the first game being a mirror match.
Just the first game. Viper, Syra, Justina. I mean, no surprises.
No surprise, yeah.
Even if the composition has weaknesses, it will be the mirror match, which means, oh my goodness, so much stuns. So many stuns, so many timing attacks and third parties, because that's also going to be Padoria nighttime, which means increased fireflies. And those ultimates, they're just going to keep cycling. But when we head into game 2 for the day, that's where we could see the upset, especially because more time will have passed. These teams will have the opportunity to properly practice and feel out the skill ceiling of the Shen Huan Li and how they want to play the lines of that composition, which ultimate you want to lead with, which ultimate you want to try and hold on to. As we did see it falling a little bit to the non-burst coming on out of the Kylan, Hardy, and Zipping composition. It did fall apart in terms of that neutral if the ultimates weren't able to confirm the eliminations.
Yeah, absolutely. If you end up in a long, drawn-out fight against that comp, it's pretty hard to sustain as much as they can. So yeah, and you're absolutely right. The Junhuan, Ino, Yushan composition, the optimal ability rotation and the optimal opener against certain comps is still yet to be decided. We've seen variation in strategy.
Because if you lead aggressively with a Transformer ultimate, you lose out on the potential of the health reset to be able to match the sustainability of the Zip ultimate, but also the reposition means of the Hardy Cube. But if you don't lead aggressively, you don't really have anything to force the Hardy Cube and the Zip ultimate. So it's like trying to find that middle ground in between of how exactly to play the composition out. It could just be that we go into rock, paper, scissors of a meta where like one composition beats another composition but gets beaten by a different composition entirely, which would be really cool to see.
Yeah. But we'll have to see.
We will have to see.
We will have to see. But, ladies and gentlemen, that is all from us here at J-Cup Group Stage in Shanghai. It has been an absolute pleasure to be here with all of you. With you, Moxie. It was lovely to say the least. But that is going to be it for us today. We're going to be going forwards to the Grand Finals in Shenzhen in, not too long. But still a little ways away. Excited as can be, ladies and gentlemen. Hope to see you all there. Take care and have a good night.
我承诺。